The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551. Waiting for a long time. Shen Feng will never forget that he was attacked by a group of mysterious supernatural beings at sea, which has almost become his psychological shadow, so that Shen Feng is always brooding. At sea, he was attacked by 13 supernatural beings. At that time, if he hadn't carried the centenarian seed on his body, he would be dead now, and this group of people wore cloaks and masks on their faces. They couldn't tell who they were at all. They only knew that they were from China, because the accent was really standard. Only Chinese people could speak such standard Chinese. Shen Feng has always wanted to find out the identities of these people, and then get rid of the shame. It is best to find a way to take revenge. However, there is a key problem, that is, it is impossible to find these people, and even Shen Feng can't even find out who these people are. No one from any organization knew about it. He had heard about a Mending the Sky meeting in Japan before, and Shen Feng guessed that they had ambushed him, but he had no proof. But now, the clues have appeared in front of Shen Feng, and Shen Feng immediately became excited. As long as he can start from the missing freighter, he will probably be able to find the real traces of the group of people who ambushed him. When the time comes, it will be his own counterattack. It's time. Just having said that, Shen Feng doesn't have any means to investigate now, so he can only wait until later. At that moment, Shen Feng hurriedly comforted the old man. Don't worry, if there is an opportunity in the future, we will definitely help you teach these sticks a lesson. If we can't spare now, we will definitely take care of them when we have time. Hengai also assured the old man, don't worry, we will definitely give you an answer to this matter. These sticks who only know how to steal must be beaten hard, and see if they dare to rob our fishermen. Originally, not many people in China had a good impression of South Korea's sticks. Who made this country's distorted self-esteem cause them to steal Chinese culture and various achievements all the time, just like a servant who was greedy for his master's things and stole them at home. Whenever someone else came to the door, he would flaunt it as his own. Such a method was just to show that he was also very rich, but he didn't know that it made the master feel disgusted and wanted to beat him up at any time. But now, a group of stickmen in South Korea have started to rob Chinese fishermen because they are starving to death because they have no food. This practice is even more unbearable. It's time to teach them a lesson. However, South Korea has been arrogant for more than a month, robbing many fishermen and killing many people. When they found that China had never taken revenge, they became even more rampant. Having said this, Shen Feng was also puzzled for a moment, and couldn't help asking, how is the flood in North China? When the old man heard this question, he could only shake his head helplessly, and it took a long time before he replied, we have never found such a strange thing. You said that it is the end of July now. It stands to reason that typhoons are not very good at it. When I came to the north, a typhoon came. Once the typhoon blew in North China, it rained heavily for a month, and it still hasn't stopped. The amount of precipitation is rare in 100 years. It is said that the place in North China has been flooded. It's really natural disasters. With the arrival of the Little Ice Age, there will definitely be floods and droughts in the future. Hengai sighed helplessly. In the past few days, the news has been reporting every day, saying that the Little Ice Age is coming. What does this mean? People in our village don't quite understand it. You two guys are from other places. You must have seen a lot. Let me tell you. The old man was also interested at this time, sitting on the king, and began to ask. Shen Feng thought for 2 minutes and replied, the Little Ice Age is an extreme climate condition. Generally speaking, the whole world will become colder, but it is not absolute. In the tropics, the temperature can reach 50 or 60 degrees. But in winter, the places near the north will get colder and colder. At the same time, it will be accompanied by floods and droughts, which will directly lead to a decrease in crop production. After getting this answer, the old man suddenly realized, and said, I thought it would be okay if it was colder, but I didn't expect that it would be accompanied by a decrease in crop production. This is troublesome. Tell me, what should we in the Northeast do? Shen Feng shrugged, and said helplessly, go to the south. If it's peacetime, you don't have to worry about the Little Ice Age, but in this chaotic time, it's better to go to the south, at least the farming is guaranteed. As for staying in the north, Alice, difficult, the Old man got this advice from Shen Feng, and immediately his face became sad. He couldn't help but said to himself, I don't have any relatives and friends to go to in the south. I heard that rice is always eaten in the south. If you live in the south, how can you survive? China has always had a kind of rural culture, and this culture is also well-founded, because this kind of rural culture comes from the household registration system. In ancient times, it was not so easy to go to other places. Issue a certificate before you can travel. It is called luoyan, and this measure directly restricts the flow of people. Ordinary people generally do not leave a distance of 100 miles, and this kind of thinking directly affects the fleeing crowd. First of all, you need to know whether there are relatives and friends in a certain place. The fleeing crowd will hesitate, wondering whether to go to a place they are not familiar with at all. The old man hesitated and couldn't make a decision, so he could only gossip with the two of them. The village head took the opportunity to report the news of the appearance of the two supernatural beings to his superiors, but the superiors said that he had not heard of any supernatural beings coming. Thinking about it carefully, he thought it might be the supernatural beings. A secret mission is being carried out. After all, many supernatural beings are directly under the headquarters. No one else can command them except the headquarters can order them. It is normal for the people below to not know the information of the supernatural beings. Send me their images, take pictures, and let me see who they are. The superior finally instructed. The village head agreed immediately, but it was getting late, and going to take pictures now would definitely arouse suspicion, so we had to wait until the next day. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai slept on the king in the guest room that night, and their glider was also docked in the yard. After folding the outermost wings, it could barely fit in the yard, because it was not convenient for travel the next day. Shen Feng called Yu Henggai to set off. The two carried the glider out of the yard, and then bid farewell to the old man. Shen Feng put down the gold button. The old man thought it was just a button, so there was no more I thought, but before leaving, Shen Feng told the truth. Master, the buttons are made of gold, and they can be exchanged for 100 caddies of rice noodles at critical moments. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, Yu Henggai stepped on the pedals and set off. Shen Feng summoned a strong wind and flew up into the sky, flying out in the direction of the southwest. Landing, about half a day is enough to arrive. The village head took the opportunity to take a picture at this time, but the picture was not very clear. When he was about to take another picture, the two people had already moved away. Immediately, the village head could only provide the picture that was not clear enough to his superiors. After the superior received the photo, he didn't say anything, because at this time the superior had already noticed something was wrong. Although the faces of these two people had been hidden under the mask, they could be recognized through their special abilities. The two seemed to be very similar to the two dead people in the previous legend. Yu Henggai was eager to return home. Sitting on the glider and looking at the beautiful scenery around him, he murmured, even if I'm going home, I can finally see my family, and I can finally see Qin Qa. I haven't seen him for more than half a year. See, I don't know if she is fat or thin. Hearing Yu Hengai's muttering to himself, Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said, You are lucky, you will see your family soon, but I will have to go through many mountains and rivers to return to Yeziao. If you want to see your family, you still need to go to Rongcheng. This is a long way. Don't you have a glider? You can reach Yeziao in a day or two at most. Do you need to complain about this? Yu Henggai asked with a smile. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and didn't answer, but the closer he got to the North China Plain, the more Shen Feng realized that something was wrong. The sun in the sky had gradually disappeared, replaced by thick dark clouds. As he continued to move forward, there were more and more dark clouds. Gradually, rain fell from the sky, and lightning and thunder could be seen in the distance. It would be fine if it was lightning at normal times, but the lightning that appeared in Shen Feng's eyes was not ordinary lightning. He could only see a slender arc suddenly appearing in the sky, and then the sky and the earth seemed to be pierced by white lightning. It can be clearly seen that the thunder and lightning struck the ground directly, and the rumbling sound of thunder resounded across the wilderness. Seeing this scene, Yu Henggai also became worried. The power of heaven and earth is still too strong. If a thick lightning strikes the glider under him, wouldn't it kill him directly? I am not immune to lightning like Jin Ziju. If I get hit, I will almost die. Brother Feng, we won't be struck by lightning, right? Yu Henggai couldn't help asking. You Crowmouth, don't talk nonsense. If something really happens, I will kill you. Now Shen Feng is also disturbed by Yu Hengai's worry. although he is far away from the minefield, but the height is too high. Moreover, the glider is also made of aluminum alloy. This is metal, which also conducts electricity. If you fly in the sky like this, you may be hit by lightning at this time. Shen Feng also felt guilty, and quickly controlled the paraglider to descend, saying in his mouth, "Now I have been hurt by your crow's mouth. If you continue to fly, you will definitely be struck by lightning. You should go down and hide first." As they said, the two were about to go down. Suddenly, both of them saw a vast expanse of whiteness on the land below. They thought it was a flat area, but after a closer look, they found that the white light on the land was almost all of them are stagnant water. It seems that the news that the North China Plain has suffered floods is true. Crackling, water droplets the size of soybeans hit the umbrella cloth of the glider one after another, making a piercing sound, and the two people on the glider were silenced by the scene in front of them, because almost all of them were flood. Where the terrain is flat, the flood is unfathomable, and it is still raging. The hill is crowded with people, and these people set up temporary sheds to watch the land raging on the flood. Isn't it a plain? Why is there still a flood? Yu Hengyi murmured. In his mind, it was impossible to store water in the plain area, but now there is a flood, which is hard to understand. Shen Feng explained, here in North China, there is not a lot of precipitation in normal times, so the drainage facilities are not very good. Once the heavy rain comes, the water cannot be drained, and it will accumulate. In the end, if the typhoon does not go away, the flood will not go away. It will retreat. You know, a typhoon will never come across the mainland once in decades. Shen Feng knows that what is happening in the North China Plain now is definitely a natural disaster, an almost unpredictable natural disaster. Even if there are weather satellites that can monitor the movement of the typhoon, it is impossible to prevent the typhoon from landing. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi found a hill and descended slowly. On the hill, there were still dark crowds. The low-lying places were basically submerged. If you want to survive, you have to stay on the hill, otherwise, once it is washed away by the raging flood, it will undoubtedly die. The two stopped the paraglider, and then got off from above, still wearing masks, so they would not reveal their true colors easily. However, at this moment, a guy in military uniform walked out from the crowd. As he walked, the young man said loudly, "You two, I've been waiting for a long time." Chapter 552 Changes of Times. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi had just fallen from the sky, and were about to ask others where they were, but at this moment, a young man stepped out from the crowd, apparently dressed as an officer. Said, "I've been waiting for a long time." Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi and found that Yu Hengyi was also wearing a mask now. It said that it was impossible for him and Yu Hengyi to be recognized, but why did this guy say that he had been waiting for a long time, then? "What? Who are you? Do we know each other?" Shen Feng asked immediately. He wasn't sure about the other party's identity, so he didn't dare to reveal his true face. The officer stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "You are so noble and forgetful. You were friends who fought side by side together before. Why do you turn your back on you now?" Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi hurriedly observed carefully. If it was a guy who fought side by side, then he probably could have an impression, but now, both of them obviously couldn't remember it. They always felt that the guy in front of them looked familiar, but when they thought about it carefully, "I thought about it, but I didn't have any impression. Forgive my blindness, is your honor?" Shen Feng asked hastily. At this moment, the officer shook his head helplessly, and said, "I am Sun Yan. Could it be that you have forgot me?" When Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi heard the name, they immediately remembered, "Isn't this guy from the Shyangsun Bureau? How do you join the army now? Can't imagine, your hair was cut short, so we didn't recognize it. Seriously, how did you become like this? Didn't you come from Yushu Linfeng before?" Yu Hengyi couldn't help asking. At the beginning, the Shyangsun Bureau was full of handsome men and beautiful women, who didn't have a handsome hairstyle, but now, Sun Yan cut his hair short. This is an obvious change, so the two of them didn't recognize each other at all. Don't mention it, it's all sad. Now that the Shyangsun Bureau has been disbanded, follow me first, and find a place to shelter from the rain. Sun Yan shook his head, and took the two of them to shelter from the rain. Shen Feng pointed to his glider and said, "Our equipment is still here, so we can't leave it alone, right, Sun?" Yan nodded and said, "Squad leader Wang, come here, let two people protect the glider, and send it to a place where no one is around, so that it won't be washed away by the flood." As Soon as the voice fell, 3 soldiers came, dragged the glider up the mountain, found a corner where no one was around, and arranged 2 guards by the way. Next, Sun Yan brought Shen Feng and Yu Henggai into a military tent. At this time, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had no scruples and took off the mask from their faces. What about the mask? How is it recognized? You just said you've been waiting for a long time. What do you mean? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. Sun Yan took out the mobile phone from his body, which was wrapped in a waterproof case, and then took the mobile phone out of the case, found the picture, and said, "This is the evidence of the long waiting I said, you can see." Shen Feng and Yu Henggai looked quickly, only to find that the screen of the mobile phone happened to be a picture of the 2 of them leaving in a glider, and the picture was blurry, and Shen Feng could barely recognize it. Wasn't it just this morning's scene? There were still a few old men around who were seeing him off, but they didn't expect someone to secretly take pictures. Your intelligence network is really powerful. We've only been back to China for a day, and you already know about it. Shen Feng couldn't help but praise. Sun Yan didn't say much, and while pouring hot water for the 2 of them, he explained, "I don't have any supplies in my camp now, so it's impossible to make tea for you. Now you can make do with some hot water. In a while, there is another old friend coming over. As for when I got the news from you, I already knew about it 4 days ago." "I knew it 4 days ago." Shen Feng and Yu Henggai looked at each other, and they both thought it was unbelievable. In China, how could he know his information? Speaking of which, why did you become a soldier? It's not that it's not good, it's just a bit unexpected. Shen Feng asked immediately. Sun Yan sat down slowly. The stools in the tent are all plastic stools, which are easy to carry, but he doesn't care much about it now at this time. Sun Yan said mockingly, "Do you think that the second generation of officials like us can't endure the hardships of the military camp? So you think I can't die after I become a soldier?" Yu Henggai couldn't help nodding. Shen Feng bumped his elbow, and Yu Henggai quickly shook his head instead. "Don't comfort me. After half a year, I have already seen my own strength clearly. It is actually a helpless act to be a soldier now. If possible, I would rather stay in the Xiangsung Bureau. It's a pity it's because the Xiangsung Bureau has been disbanded, and people like me who have nowhere to go can only ask my family to arrange me to train in the army." Sun Yan calmly explained, but although his face looked calm, his tone of voice, "But I was very disappointed, and obviously it was difficult to let go of my experience during this period of time. It can be seen that after 6 months of experience, Sun Yan has changed a lot." At this moment, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a thin young man walked in. It turned out to be Gong Changfa. The formerly very strong young man seemed to have become thinner now. "Shen Feng, Yu Henggai, long time no see. Unexpectedly, I came to greet you," Gong Changfa said with a smile after walking in. Shen Feng and Yu Henggai were also surprised. The 2 of them are not people who can't accept the Xiangsung Bureau, but Gong Changfa was famous for being arrogant before, but now he looks a lot more friendly. It really makes people feel the change. "Huge, you've lost weight." Shen Feng found a topic and said casually. Gong Changfa found a plastic stool and sat down slowly, and said helplessly, "I have been quarantined for half a year, and I just came out. I stayed at home alone before, and I was going crazy. Every move was watched by others. I couldn't eat, so I was hungry and thin." "Why have you been quarantined for half a year? Shouldn't it?" Shen Feng asked in confusion. Gong Changfa shook his head helplessly, and replied, "More than 30 members of the Xiangsung Bureau followed me out, and only Sun Yan and I came back. Of course I have to be responsible. It just so happened that another Xianlong Bureau was established at the headquarters. They are all supernatural beings, and my role has been weakened, so I was quarantined for half a year, and I can only come out for activities while taking advantage of disaster relief. For half a year, Gong Changfa has been isolated, and he can't talk about his pain. After all, the first major mission of the Xiangsung Bureau failed, and all the personnel died at sea. He can be in charge of this matter. It is also fortunate that Gong Changfa can persevere, otherwise, after being quarantined for such a long time, most people would go crazy." Sun Yan felt sorry for each other, and quickly comforted him. "Boss, it's okay, the hard times are about to pass, and we will be able to reorganize the Xiangsung Bureau soon. From now on, we can continue to be heroes in people's hearts." Hearing this, Yu Henggai couldn't help being puzzled. "You want to rebuild the Xiangsung Bureau? Just the 2 of you?" Yu Henggai seems to have heard some incredible joke. This matter is really whimsical. First of all, only 20 supernatural beings can form a bureau. Now that the Xiangsun Bureau has been disbanded, the remaining 2 people are Sun Yan, who joined the army, and one is Gong Changfa, who was just released. These 2 people want to reorganize the Xiangsun Bureau. Is it a dream? Who said there are only 2 of us? Sun Yan asked back. Yu Henggai looked around, but the rest of the people didn't notice it all the time. He couldn't help but wonder, do you have any other supernatural beings? Where are they? Guang Changfa didn't answer in person, but asked, during the time you were in Japan, haven't you heard of any organization of supernatural beings? For example, the news from Tokyo. Shen Feng nodded and replied, I've heard of it. It's called Bushianhu, but this should be our enemy, so we ran away quickly and didn't see them. Stupid, these are our old acquaintances. They are also people who survived the naval battle half a year ago. If you wait for them, you can come back together. Sun Yan said helplessly. What? What does this mean? Shen Feng was suddenly puzzled. Could it be that the masked man who suddenly appeared in Tokyo was an old acquaintance? Guang Changfa explained, in the first battle in the Pacific Ocean Basin, Andorf triggered an earthquake, which indirectly caused the release of poisonous gas in the underground rock formations, scaring away countless sea beasts, and in a hurry, there were only more than 20 people who survived. Even if the 2 of you are still missing. We returned to China by boat, and other countries sent planes to pick up the supernatural beings, but the supernatural beings were always supernatural beings, and there were still a few people who survived under the circumstances. It's just that the storm hit, they could only drift with the current, and finally arrived at the Tubuai Islands in the north, and then went north after going through hardships, just happened to encounter a typhoon, and unexpectedly arrived in Tokyo. Hearing this answer, Shen Feng suddenly realized that after the sea battle, not only himself and Yu Henggai escaped death, but other people with supernatural powers also survived. Then, why don't they show their faces? Wearing masks all day long makes the 2 of us think that we are enemies. Of course it's the best way to go. Shen Feng suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Is there no misunderstanding? Yu Henggai also interjected. Indeed, these people have been in Tokyo for a month, and we have never known their details, so of course we have to be careful. Guang Changfa smiled helplessly, then shook his head and said, they don't dare to show their true colors at all. After all, they set fire to the Yasukuni shrine on impulse, and took the opportunity to support young people to make trouble, bewitching hundreds of thousands of people to occupy Chiba. If you reveal your identity, it will bring infamy to China. Yu Henggai was overjoyed when he heard this, and said, we planned this kind of thing at the beginning, but unfortunately we didn't have the chance later. I didn't expect this thing to be done by your people. It's amazing. By the way, who are these people who survived? Shen Feng asked casually. Gong Changfa shook his head and said, secret, please forgive me, I can't tell you about this. After all, I want to rebuild the Xiangsun Bureau. The fewer people who know about it, the better. I can only say that there are only 2 people who survived. 1. The rest of the dozen or so people are all overseas Chinese. They were trained as supernatural beings by the 2 of them, so they brought them back together. When Shen Feng and Yu Henggai got this answer, they could only shake their heads helplessly. Unexpectedly, in the past half a year, so many accidents have happened. Sun Yan continued, according to the information I have received, they are now leaving by boat and preparing to return to China. After a while, you will hear about them. When the time comes, please applaud the Xiangsun Bureau. Hearing the news, Shen Feng quickly said, can you let them take a detour to South Korea? Why? Guang Changfa was puzzled. Shen Feng quickly explained, it turned out that during this period of time, people in South Korea kept robbing fishermen, killing many innocent people, and they kept clamoring, saying that if they want to take down the 3 eastern provinces, they are ambitious and must be guarded against. This group of bastards are really bastards. It's okay. I'll let them take a detour to South Korea to avenge their compatriots. Besides, the 15 of them can probably take down Seoul. Guang Chang said angrily, and he was also very obvious. Impatient with South Korean sticks. Next, the 4 people in the military camp began to talk about the current situation. In the past half a year, the land of China has been changing. First of all, the energy is cut off, the oil reserves are gone, and the whole country is in an oil shortage. The backbone of the army went to Siberia for more than a year, but still failed to get through the pipeline. Therefore, Except for a certain amount of gasoline for the military, there is no gasoline in the country. Moreover, after half a year, many powerful mutated beasts have begun to evolve, and the evolution rate is not slow at all. It is said that there are already 7th-order mutated beasts in Daxingganling and Xinghai, Tibet. Ordinary people with supernatural powers are no match. These powerful mutated beasts hiding in the deep mountains and old forests, they thrive, and the number is also increasing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553. Guang Chengfa has also held back for a long time. He has been quarantined for more than half a year and has been unable to find anyone to talk to. Now that he is finally released, even if there are only 2 people from other organizations in front of him, Shen Feng and Yu Hengai, he can only continue to talk about it regardless of his identity. Chatting, the melancholy in my heart finally dispelled a lot. Shen Feng also suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, by the way, Yaziao should be fine these days, right? Although Shen Feng surfed the internet every day, he was always separated by the vast sea, and he could not get much information. Shen Feng hadn't heard much about the situation in Yaziao, so he couldn't help but ask. Now Guang Chengfa shook his head, unable to answer Shen Feng's question. After all, he has been quarantined and can only stay at home all day. He has no means of surfing the internet or contacting the outside world. He doesn't know anything. While Sun Yan can moving freely, he inquired a lot of information. Yaziao is okay. I heard that it has been developing all the time. It is always building hydropower stations and selling electricity to Jinxiang. Sun Yan replied after receiving the news. Shen Feng believed that Yaziao was fine, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Hengai also took advantage of the situation and asked, what about me? How is my family? Are they okay? It's very good. After hearing the news of your death at sea, I cried in public and erected a monument for you in the martyrs' cemetery. Sun Yan replied, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yu Hengai breathed a sigh of relief. If he just set up a monument for himself, it's not a big deal. As long as he smashes the steel, it will be fine, and he believes that as long as he can return to his family, they will be very happy afterwards. Yu Hengai continued to ask, what about Qin Qa? Sister Qin should be fine, right? You have to be strong. Sun Yan didn't answer directly, but sighed hearing this answer. Yu Hengai suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did he make himself strong? Did Qin Qa have an accident? What do you mean? Did something happen to Sister Qin? How is she doing now? Yu Hengai asked quickly. His nervous expression could be seen by anyone. Sun Yan didn't know how to answer. After thinking about it carefully, he could only answer, I can't explain this matter clearly. I am always an outsider. How can I see things clearly? She is fine. It's just a mental problem. If you don't believe me, go and have a look. Yu Hengai became nervous and was restless at this moment. No matter what bad things happened to Qin Qa, he didn't want to see it. Yu Hengai went through all kinds of difficulties and dangers in order to see Qin Qa again. Now it is completely impossible to accept the fact that something happened to Qin Qa. Brother Feng, it's time for us to leave, right? Yu Hengai couldn't sit still, and hurriedly urged Shen Feng to leave. After learning that Qin Qa might be in a bad situation, Yu Hengai couldn't take it anymore. He had to see you soon. Qin Qa. Shen Feng also knew that Yu Hengai was in a hurry now, but he still needed to ask about something, so he asked Sun Yan, is there an organization in China where the superhumans use illusion, steel and magnetic fields? The issue is very important, and it concerns the enemy of the 2 of us. Please let me know, soon. Yan thought for a while, then shook his head and replied, no. I've never heard of this news, even the newly established Xianlong Bureau, and I haven't heard of anyone's ability to use illusion and magnetic field. I'm afraid the answer is only for you to find out. Already, this answer was just in Shen Feng's expectation. He also knew it. It is not so easy to get an accurate answer. Thank you for the information you provided. I also wish you the Xianlong Bureau to be established as soon as possible. As for the 2 of us, we are about to leave. Xiaoyu is anxious to see Qin Qa, and I am also anxious to go home. However, the previous grievances will be written off. See you again. I hope we can be friends. Shen Feng stood up and said goodbye, taking a sip of hot water. By the way, Yuhangai stood up without even drinking hot water, impatiently wanting to leave the camp. Try to do this as much as possible. After going through so many things, I can see the truth of the end of the world clearly. Even people with supernatural powers sometimes cannot help themselves. Guang Changfa failed to give Shen Feng any guarantee. Can helplessly answer at present, the Xiangxun Bureau has not been rebuilt, and Guang Changfa can't do anything guaranteed. At this time, Guang Changfa can only focus on the immediate affairs. If he can rebuild the Xiangxun Bureau, then he can still become a hot figure, but if he can't do it at this point, Guang Changfa can only choose the path of joining the army, starting as a soldier and climbing forward step by step. Shen Feng searched on his body, found 2 centenarian orchid seeds, handed them to Gong Changfa and Sun Yan, and said, "You too, I will give you a small gift. If you eat this seed at the critical moment, the power will be obtained. Breakthrough. But after the effect of the medicine wears off, the body will directly lose a lot of vitality, and you can save your life at critical moments." Guang Changfa didn't expect Shen Feng to have such a good thing in his hands, so he and Sun Yan took one of them with him. No one knew if they would be in danger. If they really encountered an irresistible danger, take this, the fruit may save one's own life. Next, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai found the glider and left the camp in a glider. Thousands of people in the camp witnessed this scene and felt incredible. They had never seen anyone come and go so easily in a glider. Zerum, if he could fly at any time on his side, he wouldn't have to be afraid of these raging floods. The flood in the North China Plain was exactly the same as the flood that occurred in Jingxiang. The low-lying areas were all submerged, and countless crops were directly soaked by the flood, and the harvest was basically wiped out. Mutant beasts also took the opportunity to appear and began to eat people continuously. In this more than a month, the fish and shrimp have become much fatter, but people have to suffer from hunger. Farewell, please go back. Shen Feng said to Sun Yan and Gong Changfa, who were seeing off in the rain, and then started the glider and started to set off. Sun Yan and Gong Changfa watched the two gradually go away, and they couldn't help feeling a little emotional. At first, they thought that Shen Feng and Yu Hangai would surely die if they were eaten by sea beasts, but they didn't expect that these two people went all the way north from the southern hemisphere and finally returned to the in China. These two people really have perseverance. Sun Yan, we also need to have our own basic board. We can't be slaughtered by others. At least we must have our own city. Otherwise, if we can isolate me today, they will be able to isolate me in the future. Guang Changfa murmured. Shen Yan, if those people from the Xianlong Bureau know about this and report you as disloyal to the country, don't talk nonsense. Sun Yan panicked. Is it okay to talk about such things casually? Originally, the headquarters management method for superhumans was very simple, that is, to hold all the resources in their hands. If they wanted to evolve, they had to get the approval of the laboratory, and superhumans were equivalent to thugs, and the tasks were completed well. Can get enough resources and be well trained, but if he fails to complete the task, he will be punished. For this matter, Guang Changfa is deeply touched. Let's not talk about it, let's talk about it after the Xiangxun Bureau is established. In short, only independence can get rid of other people's control. Guang Changfa said calmly. The two soon returned to the military tent. Their usual job was rescue and disaster relief. They rescued all the victims in the water and brought them to the temporary camp to settle down. In fact, the two have been planning how to rebuild the Xiangxun Bureau. Shen Feng flew with Yu Hangai for 2 hours and arrived at Dongshan. When he was in the sky, Shen Feng hesitated. What he hesitated was whether to go down or not. Brother Feng, we have already arrived in Dongshan. I will go west to Yanjing, and you will go southwest to Yaziao. It's time to part ways. Yu Hangai said hastily. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and replied, I heard that the folk customs here are tough. If the Tang monk starts from here to learn scriptures, he will leave in the morning and go to the west at night. No way, is it so scary? Yu Hangai obviously heard something, and quickly argued, as long as we don't go to barbecue in the middle of the night, it will be fine. You are thinking too much. Shen Feng had no choice but to descend to the outside of the city, but he still seriously told Yu Hangai, saying, you must go to Yanjing immediately, and you must not stay here, otherwise, something bad will happen. Yu Hangai nodded and said, okay, I'm already a supernatural being, what dangers can I encounter? I'll leave right away. Brother Feng, be careful, I am very grateful to you for getting along with you in the past 6 months. In the future, if you need my help, brother, call me. No matter how far away you are, I will come to help you. Originally, Yu Henggai didn't think there was anything special about Shen Feng, who was always by his side, but this period of getting along with him made him see clearly that Shen Feng is also a person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. We'll leave friends behind, and now suddenly have to part. Yu Henggai also feels a little uncomfortable in his heart. Shen Feng waved at Yu Henggai, and was about to say goodbye, but suddenly thought of something, quickly took out a Kanglong mace from the glider, handed it to Yu Henggai, and said, "Your weapon, don't forget to take it. Also, here's 100 Sulan seeds, I'll give you 5, don't die all of a sudden. Brother, come to Yeshao if you encounter any trouble, I'll be here anytime, brother. There will be a time later." Yu Henggai took the things Shen Feng handed over, and suddenly choked up. He never thought he was a sentimental person, but at this moment, he could only hold back his tears. Yu Henggai took the weapons and seeds, and turned around and left. He entered Dongshan directly. It was not submerged by floods, so it was relatively safe. Moreover, it was very close to Yanjing, and it would only take a few hours to reach Yanjing. Period. Shen Feng also imagined the scene of saying goodbye to Yu Henggai. At the time, he felt that it would be epic, but now that Yu Henggai left as soon as he said it, Shen Feng felt that parting in the world was nothing more than that. When it appeared, I felt normal, and I didn't know whether such thoughts were heartless or sentimental. Hey, let's go home, I haven't seen my family for a long time. Shen Feng sat on the glider, flew out towards the southwest, and quickly disappeared into the sky after Yu Henggai entered Dongshan. He planned to cross the city according to Shen Feng's instructions, and then go to Yanjing. However, when he came to a street, he found that the whole street here was entangled by countless vines, and he wondered, is the park here so ecological? The vines are growing on the street, so the people here don't plan to clean up the vines at all. Puzzled, Yu Henggai found a beggar on the side of the street sheltering from the rain, and asked, "Brother, what's the matter with this street? Why are there all vines in it? Is this a mutated plant? Why don't you clean it up?" The beggar was hiding under the eaves with a dog beating stick. His lower body clothes were already wet by the rain. When he heard Yu Henggai's question, he explained, "This is not a mutated plant, but well, these vines are indeed. It has a background. First of all, this kind of vine is called throat vine. As long as you touch it, your throat will feel inexplicable pain, and you can't speak for 10 days and a half months, so no one dares to clean these vines." "Oh, so this kind of vine has side effects. I've learned a lot." Yu Henggai nodded quickly. "Never heard of such a thing," the beggar continued. "Is this enough to gain knowledge? There are even more outrageous things." After finishing speaking, the beggar pointed to the vines deep in the street with a dog beating stick, and said, "This vine grew from a place called the Letters and Visits Office. It's strange to say that it grew from the concrete floor. The top of the head is the mailbox. The vine first entangles the mailbox. From then on, the mailbox is useless, and then blocks the offices inside. Ordinary people can't get in, and then the whole street, all overgrown vines. Alice, terrible, can't you let the mutes clean up these vines? They don't worry about talking." Yu Henggai continued to ask, "You are clever, but there's a problem. If the dumb person touches these vines, he will be caught by the vines immediately. Let alone talking, his limbs will be broken first. Think about it, the dumb person will be taken away. Please help with all the voices released, who would know that they are in danger." The beggar asked back, "Oh, thank you for your advice. I should go too. I have to go back to Yanjing." Yu Henggai got this explanation, and prepared to go around. "This kind of vine is really strange, so don't touch it. Maybe one day, a fire the appearance of it will burn the vines." Hearing Yu Henggai's words, the beggar's expression changed drastically, and he asked, "Are you a foreigner? Go away. This place is not suitable for staying for a long time, otherwise, you will be caught and locked up by vines. This kind of vines like to catch foreigners the most." At this time, the vines on the street also seemed to smell the breath of outsiders on Yu Henggai's body, and immediately climbed up like a swimming snake, and they really wanted to arrest him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yu Henggai quickly turned around and ran away. Fortunately, his speed was still on him, and he played extremely fast, finally dodging the throat vine. P.S. Don't tell me if you see through, this is the only thing I can do. Brothers, forgive me. Chapter 554, A Thunderbolt from the Blue Sky. When Yu Hengyi noticed a vine creeping towards him, he immediately turned around and left, while the beggar stayed where he was, without any movement at all. It was strange to say that after this kind of vine caught up to him, it only arrested Yu Hengyi, and it was not good for the surroundings. The beggars or passers-by did no harm at all, and the locals also kept their mouths shut. They knew that as long as they kept their mouths shut, they would not provoke throat vines. Yu Hengyi ran a big circle, and finally narrowly escaped the capture of the vines, passed through Dongshan, got on the highway, and started running toward Yanjing. Yu Hengyi also knew that no matter what kind of mutated plants, the flames could burn them to death. Although the mutated plants we met in New Guinea before could spray water to extinguish the fire, they couldn't just run away under the burning of gasoline. Which proves that as long as there is a hot flame, no matter what kind of vines can be burned to ashes. Yu Hengyi originally wanted to find a car, and then went to Yanjing. It would be even better if he could hitch a ride, so as not to have to go to Yanjing on foot. Yu Hengyi has such physical strength, but physical strength is real, and tiredness is also real. Tired, however, Yu Hengyi ran on the road for more than an hour, but he didn't see the car. Then he suddenly remembered the conversation with Sun Yan and Gong Changfa. Now China is short of oil, so the whole country is short of gasoline. Therefore, there are naturally fewer cars on the road. Damn. It seems that electric vehicles will be the most popular means of transportation in the future. I'm really speechless. Xiao Sheng and his gang haven't opened up the oil pipeline yet. What a waste. Yu Hengyi muttered softly while running, calculating the time. Xiao Sheng and others have been in Siberia for more than a year, but they have not yet completed the task, resulting in the lack of oil in the country. Under the butterfly effect, Yu Hengyi can only run back to Yanjing. However, complaints belong to complaints, and it is impossible for Yu Hengyi to go all the way to Siberia to help Xiao Sheng and his group complete the task of opening up the oil pipeline. Calculated, more than half of the people in the Ability Management Bureau have already gone to perform the task. If none of these people can complete the task, then it is impossible to complete it even with Yu Hengyi. Yu Hengyi ran until it was dark, and finally returned to Yanjing. Standing outside the city gate, Yu Hengyi saw the long-lost tall city wall. He hadn't come back for a long time. The original city wall was still very clean, and now it has been a year. Too much wind and rain, but moss lichen grew. The city gate is tightly closed, but there are still soldiers standing guard on the city wall. This situation is due to the fact that Yanjing has imposed a curfew, that is, you are not allowed to walk around the streets at night, otherwise you will be arrested. This is also a measure to avoid chaos during the flood. Whenever a disaster occurs, it will be accompanied by many ambitious guys. The so-called ability to take advantage of the fire and fish in troubled waters. These people usually don't get much chance, but once a disaster occurs, they immediately move their minds. Therefore, in order to prevent people from taking the opportunity to cause chaos, Yanjing simply imposed a curfew, except for the workers on the night shift. They were not allowed to go out. Standing under the city gate, Yu Hengyi shouted loudly, "Open the door, I am a member of the Ability Management Bureau, let me in." The soldiers at the gate of the city heard the shouts from below, and quickly looked down, only to find a figure standing at the bottom of the city, unable to see his face clearly, and then using the searchlight to shoot. They found that it was a very familiar face. It turned out to be Yu Hengyi. "My lord, just over a month ago, there were rumors that he was dead. The city gate is very important. If you want to open the city gate at night, you need to go through multiple levels of approval. There are more than a dozen procedures to go through. Let's wait until the city gate is opened at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." The soldier also murmured in his heart. Why did the dead supernatural person reappear? Now he doesn't dare to make his own claim and plans to report this matter. However, Yu Hengyi really couldn't wait until the next day. He had already rushed to the city of Yanjing regardless of everything. Now that there was no danger, he only needed to open a crack in the city gate to enter it, so he continued to shout, "I don't know what to do. To embarrass you, you press the switch next to you to open a gap, and I can get in. After I go in, you close it immediately, and it will be fine, and there is no need to report it. No, this is a violation of discipline. I won't do it. You'd better wait outside until I report the news about you and then check your identity. As long as the higher-ups let me open the door, I will come and open it immediately." The soldier refused righteously, and offered a solution. It seems that the soldiers are very disciplined, and they must not open the city gates to people who are not sure of their identities, so as not to get into trouble. "Then, you put down the hanging basket and let me go up, is that okay?" Yu Hengyi continued to ask. The city gate would not be able to go through, and if he forced it, it would only make things difficult for the soldiers on the top of the city, and he would get out of the hanging basket by himself. It's okay to go, right? The use of the hanging basket is also designed for the convenience of travel at critical moments. When the city gate cannot be opened for some reason, the role of the hanging basket will come into play. You can ride on the hanging basket to go up and down the city wall without opening it. City gates can also travel, but ordinary people are not eligible to enjoy this kind of treatment. The soldier still failed to agree to Yu Hengyi's request, but continued, "No, this is the turtle's buttocks, rule." Yu Hengyi was helpless, shook his head and backed away, and said in his heart, "These guys have one rule at a time, and they don't know how to adapt to the situation at critical moments. If something happens, I see if you want to go through a series of approval procedures. Of course, it is impossible for Yu Hengyi to leave easily. After all, he has come here with great difficulty. If he still has to wait for one night, why did he have to race against time before? Isn't this completely putting the cart before the horse?" Therefore, Yu Hengyi made up his mind that he was going to enter the city soon, and since the soldiers would not open the door or give him a hanging basket, then he could only rely on his own ability to enter. After retreating for a certain distance, Yu Hengyi immediately carried the Kanglong mace on his back, then stared at the city wall with his eyes fixed, and suddenly started to run up. Several soldiers on the city wall were startled when they saw this scene. "I have no idea what this guy is up to." After Yu Hengyi came under the city wall, he jumped up immediately. The city wall is more than 20 meters high, and Yu Hengyi can jump up to 10 meters. Although this kind of jumping ability is powerful, it is far from reaching the height of the city wall, but at this time, Yu Hengyi grabbed out his hands suddenly, and his 10 fingers clasped hard like the concrete city wall. At this time, Yu Hengyi was able to hang on the city wall, and then exerted strength with his arms. He insisted on climbing on the city wall. After reaching the city wall, Yu Hengyi looked at his fingers, and the nail caps of 2 fingers had already fallen off, and all the soldiers on the city wall took off their rifles, pointed at Yu Hengyi who had climbed over the wall, and shouted loudly, "Get down quickly, you can't go in and out without orders, go down, go down." Yu Hengyi then jumped into the city, and quickly disappeared into the night. The soldiers on the city wall looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They finally had a clear understanding of the powerful physical strength of the supernatural being. It was absolutely impossible for a tall city wall to stop a supernatural being climbing with bare hands. If all the zombies back then had such a strong ability to climb over the wall, I am afraid that the original Yanjing would not be able to hold on. Hurry up and report to your superiors, otherwise, we won't be able to afford it. A soldier said hastily. Yu Hengyi just wanted to see Qin Qiyi as soon as possible, so he immediately rushed to the location of the Ability Administration Bureau. There are also guards waiting here, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter it. After Yu Hengyi appeared, the guards did not stop him. He recognized Yu Hengyi and let him go next. Yu Hengyi rushed to the dormitory of the supernatural beings non-stop. The treatment of the supernatural beings is very good, and everyone can get a dormitory assigned to them. All of them have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and there are supermarkets and cafeterias in the Supernatural Power Management Bureau. Just take whatever you want, no checkout required. Although people with supernatural powers have enough power to buy a house in Yanjing, they are easily disturbed living outside, especially reporters. Before that, many reporters kept reporting on the private affairs of some celebrities, which can be described as paparazzi, but when the doomsday comes, no one cares about celebrities anymore. They all pay attention to supernatural beings, because supernatural beings are heroes, strong men, and objects that others dream of becoming, so they start reporting on supernatural beings whenever they have the opportunity. Secret photography and eavesdropping methods were used as a result. All the supernatural beings in the organization like to live in the dormitory, except for those who are married. The married supernatural beings would rather endure being secretly photographed, but also have their own private space. They live in the dormitory all day long and can see them every day. Colleagues, then there is no personal space at all. Yu Hengyi soon saw the lights on in Qin Qiyi's dormitory. He was relieved immediately. It seemed worthwhile for him to come back. Now Qin Qiyi is in the dormitory. Next, Yu Hengyi immediately went upstairs, found Qin Qiyi's dormitory, and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. After the knock on the door of the dormitory was quickly opened, and a haggard face appeared in front of Yu Hengyi. It was Qin Qiyi, and Qin Kui still had dark circles under his eyes. Seeing Yu Hengyi appear in front of his eyes, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. You? Are you Hengyi? Are you here to entrust your dreams? I will definitely burn you whatever you want. I'm sorry. Qin Kui's eyes were full of disbelief. Apparently he did not expect Yu Hengyi to appear here at this time. Her mental state was obviously not very good. When she saw Yu Hengyi appearing at this time, she even mistakenly thought it was Yu Hengyi's ghost. Sister. Qin, I'm Yu Hengyi. I'm still alive. I'm not dead. Yu Hengyi quickly stepped forward to hug Qin Kui, comforting him softly. For more than half a year, Yu Hengyi missed Qin Kui all the time. He woke up several times because he dreamed that Qin Kui had an accident and died unexpectedly while performing a mission. This anxiety has always haunted him, but now at that time, he finally saw Qin Kui, and hugged him excitedly. After hearing this answer, Qin Kui felt the body temperature of Yu Hengyi, who was hugging him tightly, and finally realized that the person in front of him was really not a ghost, but the real Yu Hengyi. Excited, Qin Kui hugged Yu Hengyi immediately, shed tears, and murmured, "You're still alive, you're still alive." Yu Hengyi quickly replied, "That's right, I'm still alive. In order to see you, I traveled across the ocean from a deserted island to see you." When the two were excited, a voice sounded in the room, "Daughter-in-law, if you continue to hug other men like this, I will be jealous." Yu Hengyi was stunned. Why were there other men's voices in Qin Kui's room? Yu Hengyi first looked into the room, only to find a man with a bare upper body and flowery underpants standing in the room at this time, and the two people at the door had to separate at this time. Yu Hengyi couldn't imagine that there were other men in Qin Kui's dormitory. There's Stubble, holding hands and looking at the two. Who is he? Sister Qin, who is he? Yu Hengyi asked excitedly. Qin Kui showed a sad expression, turned his head to look at the man behind him, then looked at Yu Hengyi's face, finally lowered his head and said silently, "He is my husband, I'm married." Hearing this answer, Yu Hengyi's mind immediately went blank. For him, such a result was no less than a bolt from the blue. For a moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't understand. He had gone through untold hardships and finally returned to China. Finally found Qin Kui, but finally got such a result, which is really unacceptable. Chapter 555. Daughter-in-law, this is the younger brother you mentioned. He is so handsome. No wonder you were tempted before. The man behind Qin Kui said with a smile. At this time, Yu Hengyi didn't want to care about this man, but grabbed Qin Kui tightly, and asked, "I proposed to you at sea before, and you said that as long as you can come back safely, you will marry me. This is what you promised me. But now, why? Why did you get married in just half a year? Why is this?" Facing Yu Hengyi's questioning, Qin Kui lowered her head and did not answer. Crystal tears suddenly fell, and she suddenly began to sob. Yu Hengyi couldn't accept the fact that the woman he loved was already married, and what's more, everything he spent at sea is still vivid in his mind. Yu Hengyi can still recall the scene of people like himself fighting giant sea beasts at sea, and also recall the moment when he and Qin Kui unraveled their knots under the moonlight, and the thrilling battle at sea, even more so. It is to let Qin Kui and Yu Hengyi see the truth in adversity, and the pledge of eternal love seems to be still in my ears, but the person I love deeply has married someone else. For Yu Hengyi's question, Qin Kui couldn't answer a word, but kept sobbing. Tears kept flowing down, while Yu Hengyi's eyes were red, and he gradually turned his gaze to the strange man to one side. Wei did it, but the anger in his heart could not be vented, so he could only target this strange man. In the end, Yu Hengyi silently grabbed the Kanglong mace on his back, pulled it out of the cloth cover, and then said through gritted teeth, "It must be you. You must be the bastard who deceived Sister Qin. I will kill you now." Yu Hengyi didn't blame Qin Kui, but grabbed the pitch-black Kanglong mace and charged forward, ready to kill the man. Subconsciously, Yu Hengyi had other plans. Although he didn't want to admit it, his thought at this time was that as long as he killed Qin Kui's so-called husband, then Qin Kui would belong to him. The more Yu Hengyi loves Qin Kui, the more he doesn't want to see Qin Kui being snatched away by other men. Therefore, even if it's a murder, he must take Qin Kui back. Ever since, Yu Hengyi rushed forward without saying a word, ready to do it directly. Kill this bastard first, don't need to think about other things. The strange man also didn't expect Yu Hengyi to suddenly attack violently at this time. Yu Hengyi is already a fifth-order supernatural being at this time. With his strong strength, there are not many people in the world who are his opponents, especially range attacks. The target who wins by numbers, now suddenly makes a move, and almost no one can stop it. Boom. At this moment, Yu Hengai's Hyper Dragon Mace hit the pillar on one side directly. The powerful force directly made the pillar full of cracks, but the strange man dodged the attack. At this moment it turned out that this slovenly-looking guy was also hiding his secrets. He was a supernatural being, and only supernatural beings could escape the blow. Just now Yu Hengai was also a little surprised, and said in his heart, I didn't expect that this guy turned out to be a supernatural being, and only supernatural beings can dodge his own attack so quickly, but you won't be able to dodge next time. Yu Hengai became ruthless at this time, and instantly cast his supernatural ability. The gravity field appeared on the spot, and then suppressed this man he had never seen before on the ground, and it was 3 times the gravity field. If the gravity field continued to increase, Yu Hengai worried that the building would collapse first. Although the man is a supernatural person, his strength is obviously not very good. At this moment, he was pressed to the ground by 3 times the gravity field. It is completely impossible to dodge, and the speed is already like a destination. Daughter-in-law, hurry up and save me. The man realized something was wrong at this time. It was a coincidence that he was able to dodge Yu Hengai's attack just now, but now, after Yu Hengai became serious, the man in front of him could no longer escape, so he could only ask for help. Yu Hengai doesn't care about these, as the saying goes, revenge for killing one's father and taking one's wife must be avenged. For Yu Hengai, the situation he encountered now is definitely the hatred of taking his wife. If he is not beaten to death, it will not be enough to calm the anger in his heart. Then Yu Hengai rushed up, and the Kanglong mace slammed down hard again. Boom. But just when the Kanglong mace was about to hit the man, Qin Kui made a move, and the bricks under his feet suddenly melted into a wall, blocking Yu Hengai's fierce blow. But even if the Kanglong mace was blocked, the walls were also cracked all over the place. At this time, the man began to accuse, daughter-in-law, how can you join forces with outsiders to murder your husband? Even if you already hate me, you don't have to do this. Do you know what you are doing now? Yu Hengai couldn't bear the nonsense that this guy said. It was you, the bastard who stole my most beloved woman. But at this moment, you actually said that you are Qin Kui's husband. These words have been challenging Yu Hengai's bottom line. Afterwards, Yu Hengai was ready to continue to attack, and he must kill the guy in front of him. However, Qin Kui rushed over, opened his arms in a big shape, blocked the man directly, and then said loudly to Yu Hengai, if you want to kill my husband, then kill me first. Seeing this scene, Yu Hengai gritted his teeth and asked, then tell me, why did you lie to me? I didn't lie to you. I thought you were dead. I thought you had been eaten by sea beasts. During this time, my husband was always by my side and accompanied me out of the haze. Now you are back, but I have already were married, so it's over for the two of us. Qin Kui said loudly while speaking. Tears slowly flowed down Qin Kui's face, looking very pitiful. Why didn't you wait for me? I obviously posted the video in Australia a few months ago, and I obviously got someone to inform you that I'm still alive. Why do you still want to marry? Yu Hengai continued. Asked. Qin Kui shook his head and said directly, I don't know these things you said. I never heard the news that you are still alive, but I heard the news of your death one after another, which caused me to have hallucinations all day long. I will see your shadow every day, and I will have a nervous breakdown, and during this period of time, only my husband is with me. When Yu Hengai got this answer, his heart became more and more uncomfortable. He never expected that things would develop to the present level. Since Qin Kui is already married, what's the point of his coming back after all the hardships? Brother, don't worry, I will take good care of Qin Kui. I am her boyfriend from childhood to adulthood. We had a little misunderstanding before, but we have reconciled, and we will always love each other in the future. Go down. At this time, the man hiding behind Qin Kui also slowly stood up and said. Yu Hengai looked at this sloppy man, and couldn't imagine that Qin Kui had married him. Moreover, this guy was the scumbag that Qin Kui said was about to break up, and it was this scumbag who finally got Qin Kui. What's your name? Yu Hengai asked coldly. The man quickly introduced himself. My name is Yi Kanwan. We are all friends. How bad it is to start a fight. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Yu Hengai looked down on the man in front of him very much. He always felt that this man had no masculinity, and he had to hide behind Qin Kui when he spoke. V's husband Yu Henggai silently put down the dragon mace in his hand, looked at Qin Qa, and asked, "Do you really like him?" "That's right, I like him. I like him very much. He has reformed himself, he won't mess with women, and he won't leave me behind. We have been together for more than 20 years, we should be a match made in heaven." Qin Qa said loudly, but the tears shed while speaking also increased after getting this answer. Yu Henggai completely gave up. The previous him could not have accepted such a thing. Even if he used force, he would definitely take Qin Qa back. But now, Yu Henggai suddenly realized that he didn't seem to understand it all. Qin Qa has become a stranger, and has lost all his familiar feelings, so, it turns out that I'm the third party. Ridiculous. I didn't take it seriously when Fang Qinghao and the others ridiculed me as a spare tire before, but now it seems that I am really your little milk dog. I wish you happiness. Yu Henggai put the Kanglong mace in the cloth bag, then turned and left. Yu Henggai has never experienced a feeling of falling in love, because he has never been in love before. How can he talk about falling in love? Now, at this time, Yu Henggai discovered that the so-called falling in love actually means that his heart suddenly becomes empty, as if something important has disappeared. There was a sudden pain in my heart, the laughter fades away, and the passionate is always annoyed by the ruthless. Yu Henggai walked on the street, his whole body lost. Yu Henggai didn't know where to go. Although he belonged to the Ability Management Bureau, he didn't want to stay here at this moment. He could only walk on the street like a lonely ghost, walking and stopping for a while, and it was raining heavily. Drenched Yu Henggai's whole body like a drowned rat after losing his goal. Yu Henggai didn't know where to go, so he could only walk aimlessly. As a result, after being exposed to the rain, Yu Henggai's immunity was not good at all, and he didn't pay attention to this, and he was immediately taken advantage of by the flu. After entering, Yu Henggai gradually felt his mind become blurred, and soon fell down on the street. But Yu Henggai didn't know that after he left the Ability Management Bureau, Qin Qa suddenly felt a headache, and kept rolling on the ground with his head in his arms, looking very miserable. My head hurts so much, my head hurts so much, there are many images appearing in my head, what's wrong with me? Qin Qa said while rolling on the ground. When Kanwen heard this, his complexion changed drastically, and he quickly hugged Qin Qa, and comforted him. It's okay, it's okay. Don't think about those meaningless pictures, I'll have the doctor come over right away, hold on. After finishing speaking, Kanwen hurriedly made a phone call, and his movements were skillful. Hey, boss, Qin Qa's symptoms have flared up, come here quickly. I didn't provoke her, but Yu Henggai came back suddenly. Didn't you say he died? Is it? What the hell is going on? How is he still alive? This matter is more complicated to talk about. In short, you should appease Qin Qa first, and you can knock her out if necessary. I will come right over. As for Yu Henggai, there is no way to target him. A man came from the other end of the phone. The sound of soon. A man in black came to the Ability Management Bureau. When he entered, he flashed his ID card, and it turned out to be a member of the Xianlong Bureau. After seeing it, the guard immediately let him go, without any obstruction at all. For the door guards, the people from the Ability Management Bureau are people with abilities, and the people from the Xianlong Bureau are also people with abilities. Since they are all people with abilities, they should not block them. The role of the door guards is only to prevent ordinary people from entering. Kanwen held Qin Qa in his arms and waited in the dormitory. He finally found the person he was looking forward to, and quickly said, come and see. Qin Qa seems to be recovering his memory now. It's okay, these memories will disappear soon. The man from Xianlong Bureau said slowly, and then put his palm on Qin Qa's head. Qin Qa also seemed to remember something at this time, and quickly shouted, don't erase my memory, Xiao, come and save me. Chapter 556 Doubtful. Yu Henggai fainted on the street again because of the flu. After losing the protective effect of the skin, Yu Henggai's immunity has been greatly reduced. Originally, the human immune defense line was only 3 layers. Firstly, most people may be fine if they get caught in the rain, but Yu Henggai is prone to get sick if he gets caught in the rain. Before knowing that he was in a coma, Yu Henggai still didn't understand. He couldn't understand why Qin Qa suddenly married another man, and the previous vows of eternal love seemed to be completely empty talk. Passionate is always annoyed by ruthlessness. Yu Henggai murmured. Before falling into the muddy water, Yu Henggai didn't want to wake up. He would rather believe that this was a dream he had. The woman he once loved stood in front of him in order to protect other men. It seemed that he had completely forgotten the sweet scene together, but he himself was like be a clown. However, no matter whether it is a nightmare or a sweet dream, the dream will eventually wake up. After the sweet dream wakes up, it is an empty joy, but once the nightmare wakes up, there are still endless pains tormenting people. After Yu Henggai woke up, he found that he was in an unfamiliar environment. The surrounding furniture is very tidy, and it can be seen that the owner here is a clean person. Yu Henggai touched his forehead and found that it was rather hot. It seemed that he hadn't completely recovered from the cold. Suddenly, Yu Henggai realized that something was wrong. He seemed to be naked, and hurriedly lifted the quilt to see that it was true, except for a pair of underpants. The rest of the clothes and even the weapons were gone. Damn, sir, can I still be picked up? Yu Henggai was taken aback. He had heard that women who passed out drunk on the street in the middle of the night would be picked up by others, and there was no need to say anything about what would happen afterwards. Some were played with, those who should have their waists were taken away, and some were treated by the two together, but they never thought that they could encounter such a thing when Yu Henggai was in doubt. A beautiful figure slowly walked in. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Li Qi, who hadn't seen him for a long time. As before, Li Qi was still so bright and charming. If she went on a blind date, I'm afraid there will be men lined up to carry on. You've finally woken up. You've been sleeping all day and all night. I thought you might not be able to wake up. Li Qi said with a smile. Yu Henggai was shy, and quickly wrapped himself in a quilt, and said, "Why are you? You took off my clothes." Li Qi held a cup of hot water and a few pills in his hand, and after handing the pills to Yu Henggai, he said directly, "Of course it's me. Who else would save a person who fell on the street in the middle of the night? People, you are also lucky to meet me just after get off work, otherwise, you may have died." Yu Henggai also took medicine quickly. Originally, Yu Henggai was worried that he would be picked up by some organ hunters, but now it seems that Li Qi saved him last night. Suddenly, Yu Henggai felt relieved and lamented that life is impermanent. "I think someone saved me even in despair." Speaking of which, why did you collapse on the street in the middle of the night? I heard that you were with Shen Feng. Why isn't he by your side? Li Qi asked quickly. Yu Henggai smiled bitterly. Thinking of what happened the day before yesterday, he couldn't help shaking his head and said, "Don't mention it, I don't want to live anymore." As for Shen Feng, he has gone back to Yezhou. If you want to find him, you can only go to Yezhou to find him. After receiving this answer, Li Qi was a little disappointed. She actually wanted to meet Shen Feng in person, but she didn't expect that Shen Feng would not stay when he passed by Yanjing. It seems that his weight in his heart is still too low up. Then, why are you looking for life? If there's anything you can't think of, you can tell me. Li Qi immediately focused on Yu Henggai, and Yu Henggai didn't hide anything, and told all about what happened the day before yesterday. After talking about Qin Qi's change of heart, his face showed even more pain. "So, you want to commit suicide for a woman?" Li Qi asked. "That's right. Whether you call me stupid or stupid, maybe I'm just such a person, a fool who thought he found true love, but was just used as a spare tire by others. I'm so stupid, help." Yu Henggai lowered his head and said helplessly. Yu Henggai has already given up on himself. The previous spiritual pillar has always been seeing Qin Qi. For this reason, Yu Henggai has been carrying a ruby necklace from Tasmania to China, traveling thousands of miles just to complete the proposal. Unfortunately, Qin Qi is already married as a woman, and it is impossible for him to propose marriage any longer immediately. Yu Henggai felt that the spiritual pillar in his heart had disappeared, unable to vent his inner sorrow, and fainted on the street in a daze. After hearing Yu Henggai's narration, Li Qi fell silent for a moment, and then said, "I think there's something very strange about this matter." "What's so strange?" Yu Henggai asked casually. Li Qi sat on the seat, crossed his legs and said, "Before we thought that you and Shen Feng had been buried in the South Pacific, and even planned to erect a monument for you, but at this time, there was a very hot video overseas. Recapturing a big city in 7 days, is this what you did?" "I saw it too." "That's right. At that time, we contacted the headquarters to ask them to find a way to pick us up, but we accidentally learned that someone was pretending to be the two of us. In a hurry, in order to expose the fake identities of these two people, we created a It's a Big News, just to attract attention." Yu Henggai quickly explained, "The question is, why are the two of you being impersonated? People from the Xiangxun Bureau have disappeared and died more. Why don't they impersonate? Why did the imposters choose you two to impersonate? Li Qi continued to ask. I don't know about this, and we are not on the country, so how do we know about things in the country? Yu Henggai shook his head and said originally, Yu Henggai also felt that he and Shen Feng were impersonated, which should be just a coincidence, but now Yu Henggai was questioned by Li Qi, which immediately aroused suspicion. Could it be that there is something hidden about this matter? Li Qi analyzed. This is the first doubtful point. These people pretending to be Shen Feng, most of them want to pretend to be his identity as the city lord of Yazhao, and if they pretend to be you, what can they do? I heard that your parents have never I have seen your counterfeit, so who did this counterfeit deceive? You. Henggai's face suddenly changed, and he suddenly figured out what was wrong. Since Shen Feng was impersonated because he took a fancy to the position of the city lord of Yazhao and wanted to usurp it, then who would the guy pretending to be deceive? Well, in cloth? There is only one answer, and that is to lie to Qin Qa. Could it be that Qin Qa was cheated? But why didn't she talk about it before? Yu Henggai said to himself. Li Qi continued, there is a second doubt, that is, the people who got the news that you and Shen Feng are alive must not be just a few people. It's Qin Qa who doesn't surf the internet very much, so someone will always tell her? Why does she look like she doesn't know anything? Yes, there is a second doubt here. Yu Henggai reacted, and agreed with Li Qi's analysis. At this time Li Qi's analysis was not over yet, but continued, in addition, Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan from Yazhao have been trying to contact Qin Qa, but it didn't work. They had no choice but to contact Qin Qa. He also called me and asked me to look for Qin Qa and tell her the news, but at that time, no one could see Qin Qa. It seemed that Qin Qa disappeared immediately, and the phone could not be reached, so I sent a message. There has been no reply. This is the third doubt. Hearing the analysis of these three doubtful points, Yu Henggai immediately began to think, and his face was constantly changing. Before, he was blinded by the negative emotions of anger, so he didn't think carefully, but now at this time, Yu Henggai finally, after having time to think, I immediately discovered something was wrong. That is to say, someone is deliberately using my identity to plot Qin Qa. And Qin Qa has been kept in the dark. Yu Henggai said to himself, then, what are these people greedy for? Qin Qa's body, is there something worth doing to them? After thinking hard, Yu Henggai finally thought of a very important thing, raised his head immediately, and said in horror, no, it's a supernatural potion. What? Supernatural potion? Li Qi asked in confusion. Yu Henggai gritted his teeth and told the truth. Didn't we plan to assassinate the Corpse King last year? In fact, we captured more than 40 heads of the Corpse King at that time, and Yang Chang and Lu Xian took 10 of them. Turned in more than 20, and we kept 11 of them privately. Counting it, there are more than 20 supernatural potions. Xiao Xing and the others are going to perform missions in Siberia, so they all handed over to Qin Qa for preservation, so there are too many supernatural potions, they must be targeted. You guys are really good at it. Can this thing be detained at will? No wonder the headquarters will send you to carry out dangerous tasks. It must be that you are unreliable. Li Qi shook his head helplessly. Can you blame us? We went through life and death for the various tasks of the headquarters, and killed an unknown number of zombies. As a result, the headquarters gave a group of second-generation ancestors the power potion without saying a word, and formed the Xiangxun Bureau. We also need to grow a few hand in all your own strength. The Ability Management Bureau will definitely be continuously weakened. Yu Henggai couldn't help explaining the Superpower Management Bureau secretly kept the supernatural potion, and the superiors must have been annoyed when they found out about it, and Qin Qa, who kept the supernatural potion, became the target of others. Okay, let's not talk about the past. I can only tell you that Qin Qa was targeted because of the mistakes of your Ability Management Bureau. Turn a blind eye and deliberately cooperate with these people to obtain supernatural potions. Li Qi analyzed. In this way, Sister Qin must have been cheated, and many special things have happened in the past few months. Sister Qin doesn't know anything, and she is being used. No, I must rescue her. Take her out of the sea of suffering. Yu Henggai gritted his teeth and said at this time, Yu Henggai ignited infinite fighting spirit. If he was betrayed, Yu Henggai would only sink, but now, Yu Henggai learned that Qin Qa was deceived and used, and perhaps suffered more inhuman treatment. Then Yu Hengyi had only one goal left at this time, and that was to save Qin Qa. You can't save yourself. Now you don't even know who is behind the scenes. How do you save people? You'd better find a few helpers. Li Qi said angrily, obviously looking down on Yu Hengyi at this time. Acting in a hurry. Yu Hengyi is right when he thinks about it. He's weak now, and he can't find anyone in Yanjing who can help him. He knows nothing about the enemies hiding behind the scenes possible afterwards. Yu Hengyi looked at Li Qi, who was sitting on the side, and said seriously, Miss Li, you are a good person. You can help me to the end. Now you are the only one who can help me. Why don't you help me? I will definitely repay you in the future. Li Qi shook his head and said, impossible. I am from the research institute, and it has nothing to do with you. You should go to others for help. As for who to turn to, I believe you already have the answer in your heart. By the way, about you, for these 2 days of treatment and accommodation, I will charge you a potion of supernatural powers. I found 2 potions of supernatural powers on you, and I have already accepted them. You are buying and selling by force. Oh, forget it. For the sake of saving me, let's forget about a magical potion. I will set off tomorrow, and I will go to How to find Shen Feng right away. Let Brother Feng let me investigate this matter. Yu Hengyi shook his head helplessly. Yu Hengyi doesn't pay much attention to supernatural potions. After all, the most important thing now is to rescue Qin Qa, who has fallen into the clutches of the devil. Besides, Li Qi gave himself advice after saving himself, and repaid the favor with a supernatural potion. Is also sufficient. Chapter 557. Shen Feng was very comfortable riding on the glider. After learning the news that Yazhou was safe and sound, he was extremely relaxed. While looking at the great rivers and mountains under his feet, he was flying towards the southwest. Shen Feng plans to return to Yazhou in 2 days, and then take a good rest for a while. He has been wandering outside for more than half a year, which makes Shen Feng miss his hometown very much. When Shen Feng flew out of North China, the sky suddenly became clear, without dark clouds and rainstorms. Shen Feng felt relaxed and happy. Looking at the sunset low in the sky, he said to himself, it's time to rest, find a place to land. Ever since he was attacked by a flock of sparrows, Shen Feng knew that he had to be careful of mutant birds in the sky. Just tens of thousands of sparrows were enough to make Shen Feng suffer. Therefore, it is very important to preserve his strength. If you are in a hurry, you shouldn't rush at night, so as not to waste your energy in vain. Shen Feng reckoned that he had already entered the territory of Nanyang, but he couldn't find any inhabited place for a while, so he had to rest in the wild. There were still quite a lot of mutant beasts in the wild, and there were mutant wild dogs with short eyes rushing towards Shen Feng. Most likely he wanted to make a fuss, but on the way to rush over, Shen Feng ended it with 2 wind blades. Afterwards, Shen Feng cut up the mutated dog with a meteorite long sword, and the huge piece of meat was skewered on the blade to start grilling. As the saying goes, the dog meat will roll 3 times, and the gods will not be able to stand still. Shen Feng ate the roasted dog meat, and felt that the taste was really delicious. After eating and drinking, Shen Feng rummaged through the box of the glider, only to find Journey to the West in the box, and a long and narrow box next to it, which contained the authentic calligraphy of Sushi. Hey, Xiaoi didn't take this calligraphy away. Hey, it's really cheap for me. When the time comes, hang it in my study and brag about it to everyone. Let's see who doesn't admire me. Shen Feng couldn't help saying, of course, in Shen Feng's view, the most precious gift he brought back was the lonely copy of Journey to the West. If nothing else, this is the only and earliest Journey to the West in the world. This thing is a proper national treasure. It is really a great merit to be able to bring things back from the Wa Kingdom. After resting overnight, Shen Feng set off again. At this time, the sky was clear and Shen Feng was in a good mood. He continued to fly towards the southwest. The straight line between 2 points was the shortest, and the shortest distance he could fly from the sky. However, when he was flying in the sky, Shen Feng looked down and found a lot of people sitting on the side of the road with their big stomachs upright. After doing the math, they are now in the south of the Huai River in the Qinling Mountains, which happens to be where schistosomes are rampant. 2 years have passed, and the problem of schistosomiasis has not been resolved. Poor thing, if only there were enough medicines to save these people. They don't know how long they can live. Shen Feng said to himself 100 years ago, schistosomiasis was indeed eliminated. The main measure at that time was to eliminate the intermediate host of schistosomiasis, snails. Without the intermediate host, schistosomes would be difficult to spread. It sounds simple, but it is not so easy to do. Oncomelanea is not simply caught and killed, but completely changes the living environment of oncomelanea, such as building dams, digging ditches, and spreading lime powder, which directly prevents oncomelanea from living in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River and completely cuts off the reproduction of schistosomes. Road. This is the control of schistosomiasis. For this matter, all the villages were very supportive at that time, and the people of the whole village were mobilized to eliminate schistosomiasis. Even so, it took several years to do it. For this reason, the great man wrote a poem, Tianli on the Silver Hoe in Wuling Falls, and the ground shakes the iron arm of San. It's just that such a scene is probably impossible to reappear. Now that the world is in chaos and it is the end, everyone is in panic all day long. After one meal, there will be no next meal. Under such circumstances, there is no basis for eradicating schistosomiasis. It is possible, moreover, schistosomiasis has mutated, and the intermediate host is no longer just snails. When Shen Feng was feeling emotional, the glider had already entered the boundary of Wudang Mountain. According to this speed, Shen Feng believed that he would soon reach Wushan Mountain. However, at this moment, a large black shadow fluttered out of the woods in Wudang Mountain. The sound of these black shadows flapping their wings directly attacked Shen Feng, who was 300 meters in the air. Looking down, immediately startled, a large number of birds flew up in the woods at some time, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be boundless sparrows. Shen Feng slapped his head and said, "I really lost my head. I was plotted against by the sparrow here when the teacher died before. Why didn't I have a long memory and passed by here again? I should take a detour." Last year, Shen Feng was unable to go back to Yazhou to see Professor Chu for the last time because of the obstruction of these sparrows. This was a very regrettable thing for Shen Feng. Shen Feng also deeply resented these sparrows, but now, the sparrows appeared again. "Damn bastard, now that I'm full of energy, you still want to plot against me. Don't even think about it." Shen Feng gritted his teeth. Today is different from the past. In the past, Shen Feng lacked physical strength, but there were a lot of sparrows. With a superiority in numbers, the sparrows surrounded Shen Feng like an iron bucket, constantly attacking, and in the end it was the appearance of the golden eagle that brought him back in disguise. Shen Feng is gone, and now, Shen Feng's physical strength is very sufficient, and the glider he is riding is also very large, so Shen Feng is completely worthy of these sparrows. The mutated sparrow was still the same, with the size of a chicken and a duck, but without a unified leader. It flew towards Shen Feng high in the sky, and the blackness was like a tide. Shen Feng wasn't nervous either. He used the move Dong Feng Haodang, and immediately blew a large area of sparrows upside down, making it impossible to tell the difference between east, west, and north. Next, Eye of the Hurricane and Wind of Fury were cast together, and the whirlwind instantly swept up the formation of the sparrows, while countless wind blades penetrated the densely packed sparrow body, and the feathers flew in the air, and the sparrows kept falling from the sky, as if it was raining. Seeing this scene, the beasts on the ground hid immediately. These beasts are not stupid. Although they live in the woods, they never fight these sparrows, because although the sparrows are small in strength individually, there are too many of them. Annoyed, these sparrows ushered in endless revenge. Seeing that he had killed countless sparrows, Shen Feng couldn't help showing a smug look on his face, and said mockingly, "You bunch of ignorant beasts, just give me all of them honestly, otherwise, I will definitely kill all of you to pieces." For this kind of intensive attack, Shen Feng is not particularly afraid now. After all, Shen Feng has many ranged attack methods, and there is no cover in the sky. He will be easily killed by the wind blade. If he escaped the wind blade, the next gust of wind and whirlwind would blow the sparrow dizzy, making it impossible to tell the difference between south, east and north. However, just when Shen Feng felt that the winning ticket was in his hands, another sparrow in the woods in the distance began to respond. Hula la! The sparrows continued to fly into the sky from the woods, and the numerous sparrows gave people a feeling of overwhelming the sky. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was stunned for a moment. He had just killed more than 20,000 sparrows, and the rest of the sparrows were blown to pieces by the strong wind. Shen Feng thought he was going to win, but there were more. The sparrow flew into the air. Such a scene cannot help but make people jaw-dropping. Well, this number is 10 times more than a year ago. There must be 1,000,000 sparrows. Is this thing multiplying so fast? Shen Feng seemed to have been stunned. The number of sparrows here is about the same as a year ago, so Shen Feng is very confident, but now there are sparrows flying in all directions, I don't know if there are more sparrows in the mountains. It makes people wonder if they have stabbed Sparrow's nest. Forget it. Let's go. There are too many. Even if my physical strength is much better than a year ago, I will be exhausted. Shen Feng didn't feel dizzy. Knowing that he couldn't beat him, he was about to slip away, but now, there are sparrows in all directions, and countless sparrows are in ambush on all sides, ready to quickly surround Shen Feng. Shen Feng quickly raised the height of the glider until it reached a height of 500 meters. For sparrows, 500 meters is already an unattainable height for them. The wing structure of sparrows is not suitable for flying too high. The wings are relatively short, suitable for short-term flight, and the speed of wing flapping is very fast. On the other hand, the wings of white cranes and eagles are very wide, and they are born to fly high into the sky. However, although it is impossible for the sparrow to fly to the height of Shen Feng on a large scale, it has been chasing after him. It seems that it has regarded Shen Feng as a deadly enemy. Shen Feng never thought that a group of weak things would unite like this formidable power. So many sparrows, even the golden eagle a year ago would not dare to provoke them at will. Shen Feng felt that such a stalemate was not a good thing. If he returned to Yazhou City with a large group of mutated sparrows, it would definitely bring danger to the people of Yazhou. After much deliberation, Shen Feng came up with a good way, which is to get rid of the golden cicada's shell. Shen Feng quickly stored the important things on the glider. Even 2 sandalwood boxes were held in his arms. After that, Shen Feng let the glider fly towards the distance. While he himself went down, he jumped, opened the Wind King barrier to protect himself, and quickly fell down. In the eyes of many sparrows, their enemy is the glider that has been flying. Although these sparrows have mutated, only the body has evolved. The brain has not changed, and the IQ is not good. While Shen Feng was falling, the sparrows didn't pay attention to them. These sparrows thought the glider was the real body, but they didn't know that Shen Feng had passed through the dense flock of birds and fell into the woods when landing. Shen Feng performed walking on water, gently supported his body with the wind, and landed safely. Looking at the flock of sparrows flying away in the sky, Shen Feng couldn't help but said, "It's useless to evolve the body, let's evolve the brain." After Shen Feng identified the direction, he quickly rushed out towards the southwest. The speed was not slow at all. Even compared to flying in the sky, Shen Feng's speed at this time was faster. Shen Feng doesn't care about the fate of the paraglider anymore. He thinks it will be torn apart by the sparrows. However, this glider is a device that accompanied Shen Feng and Yu Henggai from Japan to cross the ocean. It has completed its mission. Up in the afternoon, Shen Feng came to a city beside the Yangtze River, which is Wanzhou, the gateway to the east of Yazhou. Phew, I finally arrived at my place. It's not bad. Let's go in and have a look. It's getting late, let's rest here for the night. Shen Feng said to himself. In order to avoid attracting attention, Shen Feng wore a mask on his face, but when he entered the city, he was interrogated. The soldier pointed to Shen Feng's mask and said, "You, take off the mask. Don't hide your head and show your tail." "Say it again?" "You can take off my mask," Shen Feng asked bluntly. While speaking, he put his hands on the bricks of the city wall and squeezed them hard, and the blue bricks immediately turned into tofu dregs of powder. You are an evolutionary." The soldiers were taken aback. They didn't expect that the guy in front of them could easily crush stone bricks. Ordinary evolutionaries couldn't do this. "I'm still a mercenary. Step aside, this is your reward." Shen Feng took out a gold button from his body and threw it away. The soldiers guarding the city were worried when they saw the gold in their hands. They bit it in their mouths and found that it was soft and the color inside was golden, which showed that the gold was pure enough. "Please come inside, we have eyes that don't see." Mount Tai. The soldier immediately became happy when he saw the money, and his attitude towards Shen Feng became much better, and he hurriedly greeted Shen Feng to enter the city. As for the mask, it was no longer important. Chapter 558. After entering Wanzhou City, Shen Feng frowned when he saw the situation on both sides of the street, because he saw many old people begging on the side of the road, looking very pitiful. This scene appeared in Shen Feng's eyes. It immediately made him feel ashamed. Previously, when Shen Feng was bragging with Yu Henggai, whenever he mentioned Yazhou, he was always more proud, because Shen Feng felt that under his rule, there would never be mass starvation. But now, what Shen Feng saw was not like this. After entering the city, Shen Feng saw that there were often old, weak, sick and disabled beggars on the street. You can receive porridge, although you can't eat enough, you won't starve to death now. Shen Feng found that his thinking was too simple. This is not the case in Wanzhou, which is far away from Yuzhou City. Many people are still struggling with food and clothing. What the hell is Li Xin doing? It was a mistake to let him guard Wanzhou at the beginning. It seems that only his own people are reliable. Shen Feng said to himself in his heart. After Shen Feng occupied Yuzhou City, he planned to recover the whole territory of Yuzhou. For this reason, Guo Pingming, Yang Chang and others led soldiers to continuously recover the city, and ordinary people cooperated very much, because they had had enough the threat of zombies. When they came to Wanzhou, Wanzhou's gang led more than 200,000 people to surrender, and its boss was a guy named Li Xin. In order to set an example for people in other cities, Shen Feng made Li Xin the city lord of Wanzhou to manage the affairs of Wanzhou, but he still belonged to his subordinates, and Li Xin is also very obedient. He is in his 40s, and he led a group of gang members to establish the city lord's mansion for management. No matter what Shen Feng asks him to do, he will finish it quickly and let him build roads. It was repaired, and he was asked to build a hydropower station, and he followed suit. He was asked to form a branch of the mercenary guild, and he also formed it. Shen Feng has always been very reassured, thinking that this halfway defector just needs to be obedient, but now, Shen Feng discovered that sometimes if you don't take a walk below, you will never know what is going on. Let's talk to Li Xin. If this guy is still obedient, maybe he has to be replaced. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng then began to inquire about Li Xin's whereabouts, but he heard that Li Xin was holding a 15th birthday party for his daughter. Give this immediate boss some respect. Birthday banquets are really extravagant. You have the funds to hold the banquet, but you don't have the money to help the poor. Shen Feng's dissatisfaction became more and more obvious. Next, Shen Feng immediately walked towards the restaurant where the birthday party was held. The street was full of rubbish, and there were no cleaners, and a group of orphans looked like mud monkeys, running around on the street. These children were all wearing dirty clothes, not many of which fit well, and most of them were dug out from the garbage dump. The outside of the restaurant is full of luxury cars. Although there is a shortage of gasoline in the whole country, this does not prevent these rich people from traveling conveniently. Without gasoline as power, they can still use batteries as power. Even if the speed is slow, as long as the appearance is beautiful, they can attract the envy of everyone. Minister Wang, you are here too. Please come inside. The city lord is waiting for you inside. Mr. Joe, you're here right now. What gift do you bring? Let's do it inside. Your young master has brought it too. Be courteous. Please come in quickly. Don't dislike the shabby banquet. Standing outside the restaurant was an old man in his 50s, dressed in clean and tidy clothes, who seemed to be a butler, and was greeting the guests to enter the restaurant. Shen Feng also wanted to follow in, but the butler stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "My friend, where's the invitation card?" When the housekeeper faced other people before, he always greeted them with a smile, but when he found that a masked person wanted to enter, he immediately reached out to stop him, and the smile on his face disappeared. Obviously, he felt at this person's suspicious identity. Shen Feng pointed to a group of people who had already entered the restaurant, and asked, "These people didn't show their invitation cards. Why did they ask me to show their invitation cards when I arrived?" The housekeeper sneered, and said to Shen Feng, "Because you act suspiciously. These people who entered before are all prominent figures in Wanzhou City, whose family is not full of wives and concubines, and whose family is not rich in gold and silver. Famous people in Wanzhou City, I don't know anyone. They don't need an invitation to identify themselves, but some unknown people don't even have an invitation, so don't even think about getting in. Invitation cards are completely unimportant to the big shots. With the identity here, no matter where you go, you can travel unimpeded, because who doesn't know famous people under the shadow of famous trees? Identity is the best passport, and for those who are not well known, if they want to attend an important banquet, they can't even enter the door without an invitation. Shen Feng only needs to take off the mask at this time, and he can enter it immediately. His Shen Feng's face may be useless in other places, but here, Wanzhou is also under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou. If he shows up, who can't recognize him? However, Shen Feng wanted to take a closer look at what Li Xin from Wanzhou was like, so he didn't want to reveal his identity. How about it? Can't get it out? Tell you, boy, this place is no different from ordinary people's wedding banquets. You can't just give a red envelope to get in. You'd better go. The old housekeeper sneered and said, Obviously the General Shen Feng was regarded as a guy who was going to mix into the banquet to eat and drink. Shen Feng thought for a while, then suddenly said, "Well, I really don't have an invitation card. But I do have the strength, see clearly." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng pointed at the sword, and a wind blade flew out. The red lantern hanging on the side of the restaurant was chopped off at that time. All the candles were lit and the lantern fell to the ground, and suddenly the security guards hurriedly put out the fire with fire extinguishers and gripped their batons tightly. They already regarded Shen Feng as a troublemaker, and they would rush forward to fight as long as the old housekeeper gave an order, but the old housekeeper has also seen the world. When he saw the masked young man in front of him chopping off a string of lanterns with a wave of his hands, he immediately understood that this person was not simple. He couldn't see how he moved his hands at all. Is likely to be a supernatural being. Seeing this, the housekeeper's face suddenly became complicated, and in an instant, his face returned to a smile, and he cupped his hands and asked, "I'm so confused, I didn't recognize the identity of the Lord, what a damn. Please tell me where you came from." Coming. Shen Feng thought for a while and replied, "Dongnan. King Huanggang. Do you know?" When the security guards heard this answer, they all laughed and whispered, "What kind of shit gang is this? I've never heard of it." That's right, it's probably a small gang that is not well known somewhere, and if you want to pull a tiger's skin and pull a banner, you have to find a decent tiger skin, right, old butler? I see, let's drive this guy away. After the old butler heard the name, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He was not a bunch of ignorant security guards. He had heard the name before. It is said that the King Hong Gang is very powerful in the southeast coast, and it is a non-governmental organization. Usually does not show mountains and dews, but the real power is not much better than that of Yazhao. You ignorant bastards, shut up. The butler immediately began to scold the security guards under him. He is really used to pampering them. Anyone dares to provoke them. If this is someone from the King Hong Gang, then it is true you can't provoke them. Sir, did you come here specially to attend the ladies' banquet? If the city lord finds out about this, he must feel proud. The butler said with a smile. Shen Feng said casually, "No, I'm just passing by. I'm going to Yazhao. I heard that there is a banquet. Come and join in the fun, please. Come inside, I'll have someone arrange a seat for you right away, I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The housekeeper said with a smile. Shen Feng shrugged his shoulders and entered the restaurant, but before entering, he recited a poem, hundreds of refinements in hammering a needle, upside down and upside down. Eyes grow on the buttocks, only recognize the clothes but not the people. As soon as these words came out, the security guards outside the restaurant immediately turned green, and their eyes were on their buttocks. How can they not be angry with such naked curse words? But they did not dare to offend this person. Seeing how respectful the housekeeper is, it is obvious that the other party has a big background. If he offends, he will not know how he died, and the resentment can only be held in his stomach for life. Under the guise of Wang Aoi, Shen Feng entered the banquet, with a long sword hanging around his waist, and 2 sandalwood boxes in his hands. When he walked into the banquet, he suddenly felt a bit out of place. Dressed in jewels, without a little gold and silver jewelry on his body, it seems that he can't show his temperament at all, and Shen Feng's clothes are all crumpled, wet from the rain before, and he hasn't changed his clothes. Now he's staying with a bunch of rich people. It's like a cornbread mixed with a group of white flour steamed buns, so conspicuous and a little lower in grade. Seeing such a person enter the banquet hall, someone immediately said in a low voice, "The city lord is good at everything, but he doesn't know how to identify his identity. A person dressed like this is a pariah at first glance. It is really disrespectful to let him eat and drink at the banquet." Shen Feng didn't care what others thought. He sat in a corner and started to eat and drink. After taking off his mask, with his back to the banquet crowd, he took a bottle of beer and started drinking. There was a plate of roast duck in front of him, golden and crispy. The roast duck is mouth-watering, and then I grabbed it with my hand and started to enjoy it without grace. That's disgraceful. The rest of the people couldn't see this guy's face, but seeing his rude behavior, they immediately had opinions. If it weren't for the city lord holding a banquet now, they would definitely have a fit, but now, the master has not spoken, and they must not be able to do it for them. Shen Feng also didn't bother to pay attention to these low-minded guys. There are still a lot of hungry guys waiting for help in the city. These people are clearly Wan's house management but turn a blind eye. When you are full, you should teach them a lesson. Eat your fill first. This is also the chef's masterpiece. Shen Feng ate and drank regardless of his image at the same time. Many people at the banquet were whispering and discussing the current banquet. If it was just a simple birthday party, it would definitely not attract too many people's attention. And Li Xin, the city lord of Wanzhou, also had special thoughts. A middle-aged man said to his son next to him, "Listen to me, you must behave better tonight. It is best to be favored by the young lady. In this way, you will surely become famous in the future. The future is endless, but haven't I already been engaged?" The 18-year-old young man looked at the old father in puzzlement, completely unable to understand the old father's intention at this time. "What? Do you know? Don't you get married if you are engaged? If you can get the favor of the eldest lady, after you marry the eldest lady, you will naturally become the son-in-law of the city lord. Now the city lord only has one daughter. In the future, you will not succeed him." Class. The middle-aged man said righteously. Previously, the engagement partner of this family was also the daughter of a wealthy family, and also a well-educated lady, but compared to the only daughter of the city lord, this is not worth mentioning. In the apocalypse, strength is the most important thing. And the status of one's house city lord is the most admirable. Shen Feng's ears are very keen, and he heard the whispers of the people around him, all telling his son that he must work hard. As long as he can win the favor of the eldest lady, he will reach the pinnacle of his life from now on. Among them, there are many children in their teens. Although they are still teenagers, they are no longer allowed to make decisions about marriage. All they can do is to express themselves hard in order to get more attention. Chapter 559. As the city lord of Wanzhou, Li Xin's every move has attracted the attention of others. Therefore, before the banquet started, Li Xin did not come forward directly, but observed the banquet in the backstage of the hotel. In order to choose a suitable successor for himself, humans have already begun to observe when they start entertaining banquet crowds. A gentleman is cautious about being alone, so it may not be possible to see a person's true level in the public. Therefore, you must observe when others are alone. At this time, the person you see is the most close to the truth. The hall is full of monitors, and you can observe others from an unknown angle. Li Xin saw many young talents from Wanzhou on the screen, so he nodded repeatedly. These young people are very good, handsome, luxurious, and they are Wanzhou's own people. As long as they hand over their daughter, they will not be bullied. Hey, why is there another person here? Have I invited him? At this moment, Li Xin saw a young man who was eating and drinking unscrupulously in the corner. He didn't even wear a suit and behaved rudely. Some angry, "Hurry up and find my third uncle, hurry up." Really, let him be in charge of welcoming the guests, but he made such a big mistake. Li Xin said angrily. The people below heard the city lord's order, and they didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately went to call the butler at the entrance of the restaurant to the monitoring room behind the hotel. "Third uncle, I have always regarded you as an elder, and I basically leave the family affairs to you, but now, how can you do this kind of thing? Look, how can such a sloppy man here, can he be allowed to enter the banquet? You also know that the zombies we hold this banquet are for Lily's sake. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for us to let this kind of person in?" Li Xin immediately started blame. The third uncle was also very aggrieved at this time, and quickly said, "Li Xin, how could I harm you? It is true that this person is not simple. He is a supernatural person, and he belongs to the King Hong Gang. There is not a single person with supernatural abilities in Wanzhou City. Although there are more than 1,000 troops, such a few soldiers are nothing in front of powerful people with supernatural abilities. Since it's a supernatural person, why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have personally greeted him." Li Xin immediately changed his attitude when he heard that the other party was a supernatural person. Before that, he wanted to let this sloppy young man go out, but now, he is ready to flatter the other party. The third uncle quickly said, "I asked just now, he just wanted to enter the banquet to have a meal, not to meet the lady. His destination is Yazhou, so I didn't tell you about it, even. If you pass by, you can't be careless. If you offend them, it will definitely bring disaster to Wanzhou. It's not too late. I'll go and entertain him right away, but don't let others provoke him." Li Xin said seriously said, but at this moment, the man in the corner who lowered his head to eat and drink seemed to feel something. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the camera in the corner of the hall. Then he put his index finger on his lips and made an SHH mouth shape. The content has been revealed, and everyone in the monitoring room is stunned. Li Xin was shocked when he saw this young man's true face. Isn't this the city lord? How did it appear here, Li Xin? This doesn't seem right. Why do I seem to have seen this person somewhere? I remembered, he is. The third uncle also thought of this at this time, and a terrified look appeared on his face. Third uncle, don't say anything. Li Xin shouted sharply. Next, Li Xin looked at the other people in the monitoring room, and sternly threatened, shut up all of them. What you saw today, don't talk nonsense without my permission, and hand over your mobile phones. Li Xin didn't expect that there would be someone who had never thought of appearing at this time. Isn't it said that Shen Feng is dead? Even the corpse had already sunk into the Yangtze River, and it was impossible to find it, but now, Shen Feng appeared in front of his eyes, which he never expected. Li Xin didn't know whether the people at the banquet were real or fake, but no matter it was true or not, he couldn't defend him, and he felt even more uneasy. If this was the real city lord of Yazhou, how should he deal with it? What should I do? At this moment, should I admit my mistake? But if this happens, Shen Feng's identity will be exposed. I'm really worried. Li Xin didn't know Shen Feng's attitude and what it was. Appeared, suddenly do not know how to deal with this matter. Li Xin also became suspicious at this time, and said to himself, could it be that the city lord has not died, and he has heard of the crisis in Yazhou recently, so he finally couldn't help showing his face? Or is this a lie? The people in the monitoring room couldn't answer this question, and they didn't know why the city lord appeared here. At this time, Uncle San made a suggestion. Since you can't figure it out at this time, why don't you ask Bangsun? How about letting him do the math? Yes, go to Bangsun. Bangsun will definitely give me advice. I will go right away. Third uncle, I leave this place to you. You preside over the meeting first. I will go back. Li Xin was caught by the three at this time. As soon as my uncle reminded me, I immediately reacted. Since I don't know what to do at this time, I can only ask Bangsun. At least Bangsun can give me any advice. Next, Li Xin set off immediately, with a serious expression on his face, and left through the back door of the hotel. The third uncle Imo obviously didn't expect that Li Xin would hand over the banquet to him, and he didn't know how to support the meeting. After much deliberation, he could only choose to delay the time. Anyway, the purpose of the banquet tonight is to choose Li Zhenli's husband. You should not offend the city lord. As long as you delay until Li Xin comes back, it will be fine. After much deliberation, Limo quietly came to the backstage, and said to the chef and service staff, immediately make more delicious food, and then send it to the man in the northeast corner, and no matter what you see, don't talk nonsense. After finishing speaking, Limo entered the banquet hall. Now that the crowd is almost here, it's time to start the banquet. After entering the hall, Limo immediately stepped onto the stage and said to everyone, thank you all for coming here to attend the banquet in your busy schedule. Today's banquet is to celebrate Li Zhenli, the daughter of the city lord. It's my 15th birthday, and besides, there's the chance to meet young talents from Wanzhou. They're all young people, so it's best to have a common topic. When Li Mo started to speak, the eyes of everyone in the banquet hall were immediately attracted. Obviously, they all attached great importance to the content of the banquet at this time. Son, only one baby girl? But in this era, it is no longer necessary to wait until the age of 20 to get married. You can get married at the age of 14 or 15. After all, the population is sparse and the age of marriage has been relaxed. Housekeeper, why didn't you see the city lord here? Suddenly someone asked in puzzlement. Hearing this question, Limo smiled, and then said, the city lord, you can't come out now. The city lord was originally hosting the banquet, but suddenly there are important business needs to be dealt with, so I left for a while. But don't worry, the city lord will be coming later. You might as well meet the eldest lady first. As soon as these words came out, everyone's attention was immediately diverted. Many people have never seen Li Zhenli's face. The outside world is too dangerous, so in order to protect her daughter, Li Xin kept her daughter at home and forbade her to go out casually. Even if you go out occasionally, you will definitely send many bodyguards for protection at this time. Shen Feng turned his back to everyone at the banquet, hiding in the corner inconspicuously, while eating all kinds of delicacies. While listening to the voices in the banquet, he knew that his identity has been exposed now. This is an intuition. After Shen Feng found out that he was being verized, he immediately made a hissing gesture to the camera, believing that the other party already understood what he meant. After Li Mo finished speaking, he immediately asked someone to go upstairs to invite the lady out, and the waiter immediately followed suit, and went to the room above the hotel to find Li Zhenli, who was already dressed. Li Zhenli was very dissatisfied with her father's decision, not to mention that she had been hidden at home for protection and could not go out at all since 2 years ago, but this time the public choice of husband and son-in-law was done without Li Zhenli's consent at all. Li Zhenli can only be forced to attend the banquet, which is completely a political marriage without any freedom. Li Zhenli has made a plan. Taking advantage of her 15th birthday, she must get rid of her father's control. It is best to make this banquet a mess. In this way, the forced marriage will be gone. Wearing a shoulder-length dress, Li Zhenli walked down the stairs slowly. When she reached the stage, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Almost everyone focused on her, and could only see Li Zhenli walked slowly. When she came to the stage, her footsteps were erratic. Although she was only 15 years old, she was already slim and graceful, and every step she took was so moving even the old men present were a little surprised. They all felt that even if the city lord's daughter was an ugly girl, they would have to be married by the son of the family. There is no need to worry about the appearance of a girl who has grown as pure as a water lotus, and the young boys at the banquet were even more blushing. They never thought that the protagonist of this banquet was so beautiful. Just looking at the smooth bare arms and shoulders had already made them imagine married young men are also regretting, if they didn't get married so early, wouldn't they be able to participate in this blind date? Miss, let's talk. These are uncles from Wanshao, and they value you very much for coming to your banquet. Li Mo hurriedly said to his grandniece. Li Zhenli nodded, took the microphone, and said softly, "It's a great honor for all uncles to attend Lily's birthday party. I have never met in public before. Now, it is a great honor for me to know you all. It's a rare thing to say. Besides, there are many brothers and sisters at the banquet, and they didn't have the opportunity to get in touch with each other before, so they still have to get close in the future." Those words were immediately praised by everyone, and everyone at the banquet began to applaud. Although the girl on the stage was young, she spoke in a graceful manner. This attitude was particularly comfortable, neither humble nor overbearing. Will not bully others, nor submissive. Miss is really graceful. In my opinion, you are worthy of being the jewel in the palm of the city lord. Such a gentle and pleasant young lady, who wouldn't be obvious? You guys should also ask the young lady for advice on how to behave in the world. A group of people immediately complimented her. Although they also felt that Li Zhenli's speech skills were ordinary and she was only performing normally, this did not prevent them from bragging. Under the bragging of a group of people, Li Zhenli immediately became like a rarity in the sky and a rare thing in the earth. Oh, a lot of nasty words were used on Li Zhenli. Li Zhenli was still very young. When she encountered a sugar-coated attack from a group of people, she couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what to say for a while at this time. Li Mo is needed to smooth things over. As the host, the most important thing is to rely on language to promote the progress of the banquet. It can be said that the rhythm of the banquet is all in the hands of the host. Everyone, in fact, Missy has been studying poetry. You might as well show off your skills and see if you can communicate with Miss academically. This is also a kind of communication, right? Li Mo said with a smile. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Raising a Banquet II. After everyone at the banquet heard this, their eyes lit up immediately, and they all understood what the city lord was going to do. Isn't the test already here? As long as you can show your literary talent, you will definitely give the young lady a high score. Young girls, who doesn't like a knowledgeable guy? Therefore, a group of people at the banquet immediately began to gear up, wanting to take advantage of this time to let the children in the family perform. Poor group of teenagers, those who are not married are all teenagers. How can they understand poetry? Especially since the end of the world has been around for 2 years, and there is no opportunity to study seriously during this period. Knowing the moonlight in front of the bed is already not easy, and as for other poems, don't even think about it. Li Zhenli also took the opportunity to say at this time, brothers and sisters, I haven't learned many poems, and I have read a lot of poems written by Hu Jin Yuxia, especially the poems about the river. After all, the Yangtze River is outside the city of Wanshao. Du just wrote the poems about the boundless falling trees and the endless rolling of the Yangtze River. I think it is especially well written, and you can also recommend your favorite poems. While speaking, Li Zhenli also walked down from the stage and started to shuttle around the banquet. The people around immediately brought their children to join them, hoping that their children could say something nice. In fact, Li Zhenli originally planned to ask these people to compose poems, but she thought that these people basically didn't study much, regardless of suits and leather shoes. In fact, their education level is very low. Most of them have not graduated from junior high school, so let them do it. Poetry, I still made it difficult for them, so I lowered the requirements. As long as these people can say a few poems of other famous people, they will pass the test immediately, a father said to his son. Now that the eldest lady has made a request, you should answer it quickly. However, this young man scratched his head, unable to think of anything. He looked like he was 13 or 14 years old, and he had never even attended junior high school. Now being forced by his father, he had no choice but to think hard, and finally came up with this sentence: "White the sun is at the end of the mountains, and the yellow river flows into the sea." This is already a poem I learned in elementary school, and it is also the only poem that the teenager can think of at this moment. Yes, this poem is also very famous. Li Zhenli said perfunctorily, with a polite smile on her face. When other parents saw this scene, they were also anxious. You see, other people's children have been praised by the eldest lady. How come their own children have no skills at all? Don't you hurry up and read poetry? Primary school is useless. Some parents immediately scolded the child, said aggrievedly, "The sentence I know was read by others, and I can't do the others." You child, you are so stupid. Do you only know this sentence? The parent got angry and scolded the child in a low voice. Isn't my big brother a high school student? Wouldn't it be good for my big brother to answer? The boy asked aggrievedly. Your big brother is already married. What's the matter with him here? The parent said angrily. At this moment he really had a feeling of hatred. Shen Feng was already full at this time, wearing a mask, and was sitting in the corner watching this farce. Seeing a group of teenagers with elementary school education trying to recite poems, he suddenly felt amused. Originally, Shen Feng thought that an elegant and different performance could be seen in a luxurious place, so how could the marriage of a big family be particularly spectacular, right? But looking at it now, it's all a farce. Although Shen Feng is only a college student who hasn't graduated, with his literary level, he can completely beat these teenagers. PFFT. Shen Feng couldn't help laughing. Leaning back on the chair felt out of place unexpectedly. Shen Feng's laughter was heard by the people around him, and a group of people glared immediately. Originally, they were worried about their children, but now there are still people who dare to laugh at them. They are really getting bolder. This kind of person has long been annoyed by him. He doesn't dress well at all, and it's fine to mix in banquets, eat and drink, but now he laughs at his own children, which is unbearable. You stand up. What nonsense are you talking about? A powerful parent of Kongwu came over and pointed Shen Feng with his index finger to make him stand up. Judging from his vigorous steps, this should be an evolutionary. Shen Feng leaned against the back of the chair, with his feet on the table. He was the only one on this table. Most of the rest of the people didn't want to sit with him. I didn't say anything. I just smiled. Why, you don't care about wearing hemp in mourning, and you still want me not to laugh? Shen Feng asked directly. That's right. You just don't have to laugh at this time, otherwise, I'll think you're laughing at my son. You can't eat and walk around. The strong man said angrily. Shen Feng shrugged. He didn't know what expression was on his masked face, but he said teasingly at this time, as the saying goes, a big belly can accommodate things that are difficult to tolerate in the world. A smile is always open, and the world is laughable. I didn't expect that I'm guilty of laughing now. If I didn't look at a bunch of uneducated children, would I be able to laugh? At this time, Li Zhenli's eyes lit up when she heard the couplet that Shen Feng casually said, and she thought, this guy's literary talent is not bad. He can say such good content casually, and it fits the current atmosphere very well. Li Zhenli actually wanted to laugh, because she saw many parents quietly reading poems to their children, and some asked the big brother-sister to tell them to continue listening to past poems. This kind of expression fell into Li Zhenli's eyes, feeling it's like watching a bunch of people cheating. However, Li Zhenli also knew that once she laughed out loud, it would be considered impolite and would embarrass most of the people present, so she controlled it. Hearing what Shen Feng said, The strong man felt that the other party was mocking his own child, so he was ready to punch and attack. Fortunately, at this time, the thin limo rushed out from the side, and said anxiously, "Stop, stop. This is a guest specially invited by our city lord, please don't hurt your temper, it will be bad for everyone. For the sake of being old, forget about it." Limo's forehead was covered with sweat at this time. He was extremely nervous, because he knew the truth of the matter. The person in front of him might be Master Shen Feng, the lord of Yazhou City who came back from the dead. If there was a fight, it would cause trouble. If you get angry, you will have to kill everyone. At that time, everyone at the banquet will not even want to live. But after Limo stood up, the strong man really stopped. He knew that the person in front of him was Li Zin's third uncle. If he didn't save face, he wouldn't be able to hang out in Wanzhou in the future, so he had no choice but to stop right now. Although he stopped, the brawny man was merciless at this time, and said directly to Shen Feng, "I will spare you today because you are the guest of the city lord. Don't let me see you in the future, otherwise, hit you every time I see you." A guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Shen Feng didn't answer, he was still watching the banquet. He wanted to see clearly how many tricks these fat-brained guys were going to play, and the parents took advantage of the brawny man's fuss at this time, and immediately spread the poems they knew to their children, but some people really couldn't remember them, and the children didn't know anything. No advantage at all. Afterwards, the parents who felt the crisis immediately began to change the subject. I said, "Everyone, are you putting the cart before the horse? It's the end of the day, and it's useless to try literary skills. Can reciting poems kill mutant beasts? Impossible. It's better to take a look at the actual content, for example, to see whose child is better at hitting." As soon as this remark came out, many people immediately echoed it. Many parents also found out that the children did not have an advantage in the literary talent competition, so they immediately changed their strategy and asked the children to directly compete on what they are good at. That's right, let's see whose child is better at fighting. Only those who have strength can save the most important people. This is beyond doubt. Everyone also quickly echoed. Li Henley did not expect that a good literary competition would be turned into a competition of strength by a group of people, and she didn't know what to say. Now it is already rude to be noisy at the banquet, but it turns out that she has to compare her strength. This is on the stage. Are you looking for some referees to fight boxing? How do you compare? If there's a fight, no matter whose child is injured, it will hurt a piece. Someone raised a question. This is indeed a problem. In a real competition, if the children don't know how to make a move and make a good or bad move, wouldn't it be a big deal? Immediately afterward, someone said, "It's simple, let's compete in physical strength, find a barbell and see who can lift the most times." Someone made a suggestion. This suggestion was immediately adopted, and these parents also believed in their children's physical strength. These people dote on their children and have always provided their children with the meat of mutant beasts, thus becoming evolutionaries. Don't look at these children as small, but basically they are all evolutionaries, and there are even third-order evolutionists among them. It can be said that the brain is not good, but the physical strength is absolutely good. For a long time, these children have obtained enough resources. What is shown outside is that their strength is stronger than that of ordinary people. If ordinary people want to eat a piece of mutant beast meat, they need to work part-time for a week. Whether they can evolve or not is irrelevant. It's easy to say, and the teenagers at the banquet can eat mutant beasts as they please, and their strength will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. Shen Feng saw that this group of people really went to find the barbell, and he couldn't help laughing. He was obviously amused by the scene in front of him, so he simply relied on the barbell, and what he detected was the kind of barbell with an empty body. It's all just children with strength. Are these teenagers really the best? Now, no one has reacted to Shen Feng's ridicule. They all know that this is the city lord's guest. They don't look at the monk's face to see the Buddha's face. Let the city lord lose face. In order not to cause Li Zin's displeasure, it's better to pretend that he didn't hear it. A group of teenagers took turns grabbing the barbell in the banquet hall and started snatching. The speed was not slow at all. Soon, these teenagers were sweating profusely. Some of them could grab a barbell weighing more than 100 kgs more than 30 times. Some do it 8 or 9 times, and you can tell at a glance what your physical strength is. It's just that Li Henley lost interest at this time. What's the point of watching a group of stinky men grabbing the barbell? Thinking of this, Li Henley walked to the corner, and asked Shen Feng, who was in a leisurely posture at this time, "This friend, what's your name?" I think you seem to have a lot of research on poetry. I wonder if you can spare some time. Discuss one or two. Li Zhenli is the protagonist at the banquet. As long as she can win her favor, there is no doubt that she will have the ability to call the wind and rain in one zhao in the future, so her every move has attracted the attention of others, and at this time she walked to the side of a man. Naturally, it is seen by caring people. In response to Li Zhenli's question, Shen Feng leaned on the chair and said lightly, I don't dare to be literary. I have a daughter-in-law who is from the Department of Literature. Every day, she recites some poems that hurt the spring and autumn. If you know that, if you want to, if you discuss poetry, I can't help you. Oh, are you married? Li Zhenli was a little surprised when she heard this answer. She didn't expect that the man in front of her was already married, and the others were finally relieved at this time, worrying in vain, thinking that the eldest lady was going to be seduced by a wild man who didn't know where he came from. Now, the other party is already married. Isn't it impossible? Are you threatening? It doesn't matter. If you really like poetry, take a look at the box over here. There are authentic works of sushi in it. It depends on whether you appreciate it or not. Shen Feng said lightly. Chapter 561, Raising a Banquet. As soon as Shen Feng said this, everyone exclaimed. Anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education should know who sushi is. Ren is one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, and his articles are naturally level. He is also a calligrapher, painter, poet and poet. Even if you don't know his name, you should know the Duopo he invented. This legendary figure remains. His calligraphy is invaluable. When Li Zhenli heard Shen Feng's words, she immediately became excited. She looked at the long and narrow box on one side, rubbed her hands excitedly, and then opened the sandalwood box. Only then did she realize that the box was actually made of red sandalwood. Without a few kilograms of gold, such a box cannot be afforded. Then, I won't be polite. Seeing the scroll, Li Zhenli couldn't help holding it in her hand, and worried that it would be damaged, so she cleared an area on the table, slowly put down the scroll, and then gently opened it. I have never seen Su Dongpo's authentic works, but the calligraphy in the scroll is very vigorous and powerful, and it looks majestic at a glance. Before, this was a good thing that was treasured in the imperial palace, but it was sold off by Puyi and fell into the hands of the Japanese, and I finally brought it back. Shen Feng said lightly. Li Zhenli looked at the scroll slowly unfolding excitedly, and couldn't help but read, 10 years of life and death are boundless. Don't think about it, never forget it. There is nowhere to talk about desolation in a lonely grave thousands of miles away. Even if you meet, you should not know each other. Frost. Eli Yaoming suddenly returns home. Zion Oxuan window, is dressing up. There is no words for each other, only 1,000 lines of tears. It is expected to be a heartbroken place every year. A moonlit night. Short Matsuoka, continue. To unroll the scroll, and there are a large number of seals of literati at the back, many of whom are famous. Even Qianlong stamped a lot on it, and all kinds of small script comments are completely dazzling. Li Zhenli was immediately attracted by the authentic work of Su Dongpo in front of her, and she devoted herself to it, not caring much about the situation around her. And after the scene was seen by the rest of the participants, they immediately felt jealous. Originally, they had planned to let their son show off, so as to gain the attention of the eldest lady, but now, all the attention was snatched away by a stranger. Now, this makes them how not to hate. 41, 42. At this time, there was a 16-year-old boy in the field who was snatching the barbell vigorously. He was neither married nor engaged, and among the young people present, he was the strongest. Yes, he believed that he had won the physical strength competition this time. Okay, son. You're just flirting with the blind now, so stop now. At this moment, the mother of the fool couldn't help but sigh. The young man slowly put down the barbell. He had been exercising for a while. He was hot all over. He looked into the distance, but found that the eldest lady was in the corner, looking at a painting and calligraphy. She was in a trance. He was immediately annoyed and said in his heart, "Good guy, you stole all my limelight." At this moment, the young man thought about it. He had to find his way back. It was a trivial matter not to be valued by the eldest lady, but now he performed for nothing, but no one cared, just like a monkey being tricked in a zoo. If this is indifferent, it will really become a joke. You like calligraphy, don't you? I don't care what you're looking at. Disappear from me now. The young man made up his mind and poured a drink from one side, and it was a carbonated drink. This thing can destroy paper. He slowly approached the corner, shaking the goblet while walking. Although the goblet and Coke didn't go together at all, it didn't matter anymore, because Coke wasn't for drinking. The boy slowly approached the corner, and said as he approached, "What kind of treasure is it? Miss, let me see it too." However, at this moment, the boy suddenly slipped his footsteps and said ouch. The goblet in his hand flew out of his hand, and the Coke in the cup also poured straight out. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly exclaimed, "This child is too careless. Is such a precious treasure about to be destroyed?" Lee Sunli didn't expect this at all. She saw this scene when she turned her head, and she had no time to react at this time. Suddenly at this time, a gust of wind blew, and the spilled Coke was instantly blown into water droplets, and then flew back. Wow, the boy was splashed with Coke, and it became difficult to open his eyes. Shen Feng stood up slowly, and said to Li Zhenli, "You put away the scroll for me first. Take these 2 boxes, don't let them get damaged. As for me, I might have to teach the children a lesson." Everyone present didn't realize that it was Shen Feng who made the shot. They all thought that there was a strange wind blowing outside the door, which almost blew away all the Coke, and then the guy in the mask in this corner was about to make a shot. They also immediately became nervous. "Boy, you are so courageous that you actually want to destroy my baby. It seems that your academic performance is not very good." Shen Feng said with a sneer, "How? Do you know how my academic performance is? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose, so don't swear," the boy said, poking his neck. Shen Feng shook his head, and said flatly, "Because you didn't hire a tutor at home, your academic performance is not very good." As soon as these words came out, the boy's parents were immediately angered. A man and a woman stood up immediately, wearing gold and silver jewelry weighing a caddy. Pointing at Shen Feng, he asked loudly, "Where did the bastard come from? Insulting us?" No. Tutoring is a pun. It can refer to not having a tutor, and it can also refer to a person's family who is not educated. When used at the moment, Shen Feng means that the other party's youth is uneducated. The whole family was regarded as vulgar country people, and after Shen Feng finished saying this, it really aroused the dissatisfaction of the young family. This is not accusing the children, it is obviously pointing at the parents' noses and cursing. As a parent, if you don't stand up now, then it really loses face in public. Shen Feng saw the parents of the other party standing up to accuse him, but there was a look of sarcasm on his face, and then he said, "It really is true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to burrows. If there's a bastard son, there will be a couple. Bastard parents learned the lesson. It turns out that unreasonableness is inherited from the ancestors." Originally, Shen Feng didn't intend to cause too much trouble, just teach these guys a lesson, but now, Shen Feng is really angry. The things he brought back from the Japanese country all the way across the sea are precious calligraphy works, but a mere boy wants to ruin his own baby. Head, he is so used to being arrogant, he dares to provoke anyone. "You brat, you're looking for death?" I don't know if Shen Feng's words hit the pain point of the parents and angered the family at that time. The man rushed forward with his fists waving, ready to teach him a lesson. Shen Feng, and the woman secretly grabbed the beer bottle on the side, as if she would strike at any moment. Boom! Shen Feng stood still. When the man approached, he made a move instantly, dodged the man's fist, and punched out again. Crack! Shen Feng punched the man under the ribs. The man was knocked to the ground on the spot, and 5 or 6 ribs were broken at that time. "There is no way to teach a child, damn it," Shen Feng said coldly, and stepped on the man who fell to the ground. Kachucha! The man's chest and abdomen were sunken at that moment, and he vomited blood on the spot. There was a broken bone in his heart, and after a while, the man fell to the ground and died. "You dare to kill my husband? Go die too." The woman beside her saw that her husband had been killed in the blink of an eye. Her eyes turned red, and she waved the beer bottle in her hand to fight Shen Feng desperately. In the battle of father and son, the boy who poured Coke just now also rushed up, obviously wanting to avenge his father. "Don't repent, damn it," Shen Feng sneered, facing a pair of mother and son rushing forward. He was not afraid at all, with the cold light in his eyes. Shen Feng has now seen that this family is a so-called hobmeet, completely unreasonable, just thinking of taking advantage. Obviously he did something wrong and didn't let others say it, and wanted to kill the other party's mouth. There is such a thing. There are many people in Wanshao, and the people here are really suffering. At the Wanshao City Lord's banquet, this family dared to act so arrogantly. Then, in daily life, the actions of this family can be imagined to be horrific. Shen Feng does not intend to show mercy at this time. The first one to rush over was a crazy woman. Her eyes were red at this moment. She held a beer bottle in her hand and smashed it down on Shen Feng's head with a big movement, obviously planning to put Shen Feng to death. Crack! Shen Feng shattered the beer bottle with a fist, and at the same time grabbed a piece of green glass shards and threw it out with all his strength. The sharp piece of glass pierced the woman's throat at that time, blood spurted out, and the woman fell down instantly. At this time, the boy also came to Shen Feng's body. His parents fell to the ground one after another, which had aroused his anger, but there was still deep fear in the anger. After rushing forward, he waved his fists and prepared to attack. Boom! Shen Feng kicked out, and the boy flew back at a faster speed, and finally landed straight in the center of the stage, smashing a hole in the stage. At that moment, Shen Feng looked around at the group of people in the center of the banquet, and shouted loudly, "Who else? Stand up if you don't agree." The scene of Shen Feng's hands-on action was only a few tens of seconds, but he had already killed 3 people in a row with his bare hands, which shocked everyone present. He couldn't see how Shen Feng moved, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. The group of people who participated in the banquet immediately retreated away from this demon one after another. They never expected that the country bumpkin who sat silently in the corner before would have such a strong power. Mr. Shen, Mr. Shen, it's Missy's birthday party now. If you do this, it will be very difficult for us. The butler Limo rushed up immediately. Seeing that the development of the party was going in an uncontrollable direction, he hastily stepped forward to intercede. Difficult to do? Then don't do it. Shen Feng grabbed the table and flipped it over, revealing his arrogance afterwards. Shen Feng looked at the group of people at the banquet, and said with a sneer, "You all probably think that you are the so-called upper-class people, right? Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are not a fart. Now, give you have a chance, those who want to kill me will do it together." Seeing that the situation had reached the current stage, Limo was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. With a frowning face, he walked around in the hall anxiously. A group of people saw Shen Feng approaching step by step, but they could only back away silently. No matter whether they were adults or children, they were all stunned, and had no other choice but to run away. Why? Do you suddenly lose your courage now? It shouldn't be. Did everyone mock me just now? Stand up, isn't there a bloody person? Shen Feng asked loudly. However, until now, no one dared to stand up and resist, and the tone in their mouths softened instantly. We were all joking before, because we have eyes that don't know Mount Tai. Yes, we are blind. Please let us go this time. There was a smile on the corner of Shen Feng's mouth, but this smile was more or less ironic. Is it too late to beg for mercy now? The bad things you did not only offend me, but also others. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng pointed to all kinds of delicacies at the banquet, and said, "With sufficient funds to enjoy, a big feast is held for a little girl's birthday, but no gruel is given to the elderly and weak, and she is arrogant and domineering. People with money look down on them in every possible way, and even kill them if they want. This is your crime." Chapter 562 Sudden Bad News. When Shen Feng scolded the gang of bastards angrily, the old housekeeper Li Mo quickly walked to Li Henley's side and said to her, "Find a place to hide and wait for your father to come back." Li Henley was also frightened by the sudden change in front of her at this time. She thought to herself, "Isn't this my birthday party? Why would someone kill someone? Who is this terrible man?" "Lily, listen to me, hide quickly," Li Mo said anxiously. Li Henley finally came back to her senses at this time. Thinking of the current situation, she really couldn't stay in a daze anymore, but she looked at the 2 sandalwood boxes on the table, and couldn't help asking, "But this person just made me. I will protect these 2 boxes, then take the box and hide." In short, your father went to find the half-immortal, and he will definitely come back to save us. Now, while Mr. Shen doesn't notice us, let's hide, Li Mo said hastily. Li Mo originally thought that as long as he took good care of Shen Feng, he would be able to satisfy Shen Feng, but now, Shen Feng has been irritated by a young man, and his gaffe has become more and more uncontrollable. Li Mo has already cursed this family in his heart after going over and over again. It's not good to provoke anyone, but Shen Feng, you deserve to die. But now, while Shen Feng is looking for other people to settle accounts, Li Mo plans to take Li Henley to hide first. Li Henley couldn't help asking, "Third grandpa, do you know who this person is? Is he very powerful?" "Don't ask, you shouldn't know, you'd better not know, hurry up and hide." Limo grabbed his grandniece's hand and got under a table. The tablecloth was hanging down, and there was no one inside the table. Hiding in a small space, Limo finally feels relieved, but in fact, the protective effect of a table is not very good. Shen Feng looked at a group of panicked people at the banquet, and asked with a sneer, "Now you know how to be afraid? I'll give you 10 seconds to escape. After 10 seconds, I'm going to kill you." After speaking, Shen Feng began to count. 1. When Shen Feng said that there was 10 seconds to escape, the crowd at the banquet immediately became chaotic, and they all rushed out towards the gate. Compared with when they entered the restaurant, their calmness disappeared, and the expression on their faces, the look of panic, became more and more serious. 2. Shen Feng continued to count without haste. In Shen Feng's eyes, there is no difference between the so-called upper-class people and the frightened rabbits at this time. They all dream of escaping from here and being able to survive. As for other people, they are no longer within the scope of thinking. The gate looks quite big, about 4 meters wide, but there are too many people rushing out now. Many of them got stuck at the gate, and more people are still urging behind, listening to the passing behind. The sound of counting seemed to have heard a reminder when someone sees the crowded doorway. He doesn't care about being decent, and rushes towards the window. After smashing the glass, he rushes out. Even if his body is scratched by the glass, it's nothing. Demon killing is much better. Shen Feng counted slowly, and at this time he had already counted to 8. The time passed so fast, it was almost in the blink of an eye. At this time, a man saw that he could not rush out, so he immediately took out portable weapons from his body, including a dagger, a military stab, and a soft sword, and rushed towards Shen Feng. They were ready to exchange their lives for their families, the hope of living. In this case, even if it is death, it is worth it. After all, it was a banquet hosted by the city lord. They were not allowed to bring guns. After all, the threat of guns was too great, and these people had also experienced battles in the apocalypse. It was impossible not to carry any weapons. They all carry cold weapons such as short knives on their bodies, and they can only be used in emergencies. It's time. Shen Feng said coldly. A word at this moment has already sentenced these people to death. Wind of fury. Shen Feng condensed 1,000 wind blades in the air in an instant, and flew towards the crowd gathered at the door. PFFT, the wind blade pierced into the human body, and no matter it was muscle or bone, they were instantly cut. For a while, there were broken limbs and broken arms everywhere in the banquet, and blood flowed down, dyeing the bright red carpet even more. Hongai and a group of men who rushed towards Shen Feng were pierced by the wind blade on the spot, and they lost consciousness in just an instant. The holes on their bodies were like briquettes. A minute later, the wind blade stopped, and there were not many living people in the banquet. The waiters in the hotel were also hiding under the surrounding walls, for fear of harming themselves. Fortunately, Shen Feng's target was not them, and these people also. He didn't escape with the crowd and survived by luck. Li Henley hid under the table, quietly lifted the tablecloth to watch, but found that the venue was full of corpses, and many people's corpses were not left behind. Outside the table, there was even a severed arm. Seeing this scene, Li Henley was frightened on the spot. She never thought that such a ruthless person would appear at the birthday party and kill so many people in such a short period of time. Is this a killing god? PFFT, Li Henley hastily put down the tablecloth. Her body was trembling slightly. She suddenly began to worry about her own fate. Would she also be killed by this guy? However, I have never provoked him, so I shouldn't be settled by kill. How? Right. See, this is the strength of the supernatural beings. In the future, you must not provoke the supernatural beings casually. Otherwise, no matter what your identity is, you will definitely be killed in the end. The supernatural beings are no longer bound by the rules of the world. Restrained. Limo also said in a deep voice at this time. His heart is very heavy. Most of the big shots in one Sao have been killed right now. It seems that the banquet tonight was a mess, and I don't know what the city lord's resentment is. Did not digest some. Dong. Dong dong. The table where Li Henley and Limo were hiding was suddenly knocked, and Shen Feng's voice came from outside. Come out, there is no need to hide. It is finally a little cleaner now. As for you, wait until Limo. Let's talk when Xin comes back. When Li Henley heard the voice from outside the table, she immediately looked at each other in dismay, and had no choice but to get out slowly from under the table. Li Henley was so frightened that her face turned pale. She was still only a 15-year-old girl. Know what to do. Shen Feng leaned on one chair, put his legs on another chair, and said to Li Zhenli, "Little girl, come and beat my legs." Li Zhenli didn't dare to disobey the order. She knew that the other party was terrible. If she disobeyed the order, she might lose her life, so she immediately walked up obediently, knelt on the ground and gently beat Shen Feng's leg. The two people who were holding her before a sandalwood box was also placed on the table by her at this time. Li Zin finally came back. Just when he arrived at the entrance of the restaurant, he immediately smelled a strong smell of blood, his eyes turned dark, and he almost fell down. "Did I come too late?" Why are you killing so much? Li Zin has heard of Shen Feng's strength. It can be said that the city lord has always been one of the strongest group of people with supernatural powers. Let alone ordinary people, even if they are all evolutionists in the banquet hall, it is also completely impossible to defeat him, and only supernatural beings can deal with him. At that moment, Li Zin walked into the restaurant in fear, stepped on the carpet, his shoes were immediately soaked, and when he looked down, the carpet was still oozing blood. However, at this moment, Li Zin saw Shen Feng leaning on the chair on one side. He was sitting on the chair with a mask on, unable to see emotions, while his daughter Li Zhenli was beating Shen Feng's leg. "There are no scars on it, my lord, please calm down. It's my fault that Li Zin failed to welcome you. I didn't entertain you well. I have something important to report. Please let the city lord let me go for the sake of my loyalty." Li Zin taking 3 steps in parallel, he charged forward, then quickly knelt down on the ground. For Li Zin, he is already a 4th-order evolutionary. After receiving the reward of the evolution base, he broke through the evolutionary barrier, and now he can only kneel in front of Shen Feng. It may be the opponent of the city lord. Loyalty? It's just obedience and violating. You were asked to help the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, but you didn't do it. You didn't do it when you were asked to improve people's livelihood. You're lucky. It's extravagant to hold a banquet for your daughter. Shen Feng said with a sneer. Li Zin quickly defended, "City lord, I have been giving out gruel all the time. No one starved to death during this time. I am wronged. As for the banquet tonight, it is my fault. I care about my daughter, so I wasted resources. Please forgive me. By the way, look at this." While speaking, Li Zin took out a red invitation card from his body and handed it to Shen Feng to watch. With a flattering smile on his face, Li Zhenli was already shocked by her father's humble behavior at this time. She looked suspiciously at the kneeling person beside her. She couldn't believe that this was something done by her invincible father, who kept showing favor to a strange man. He has always acted aloofly, but now this time has changed. However, Li Zhenli has always been clever. What did she think of from her father's title, City Lord? In Yazhao, if there is no prefix, then the word City Lord can only refer to one, and that is Yazhao City Lord. Could it be that Master Shen Feng is not dead, and now he has come to Wanzhou? Li Zhenli's heart suddenly turned upside down. Shen Feng accepted the invitation in confusion, not knowing what kind of trick Li Zin was up to. What could it be? Just an invitation? When he opened it, Shen Feng's expression changed drastically. A gust of wind swept all around him. Li Zhenli didn't expect such a change at all. She was blown by the gust of wind and immediately fell to the ground. Tell City Lord Li Zin that I, Chang Jianyi of Yazhao and Su Liang of Xianlong Bureau, will hold a wedding with Fengshan Palace of Yazhao on August 23rd. Please let me know. Please attend on time. This is the content on the invitation. After Shen Feng saw the 2 names on the invitation, he was immediately furious, because the 3 words Chang Jianyi directly hit his heart. Shen Feng couldn't figure it out at all. Why did the senior sister choose to marry another man at this time? Was this coerced, or was she voluntary? No matter what the reason was, Shen Feng couldn't accept this fact. How did this invitation get into your hands? Shen Feng asked coldly. City Lord, please find a quiet place to talk. There are too many people here. Li Zin said hastily. Shen Feng took a deep breath, tore the invitation into pieces, threw it on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Lead the way. You should explain this matter immediately and tell all the news you know." Shen Feng originally thought that his mentality could withstand any blow. After all, he has experienced too many things, and he has also experienced many moments of life and death. At this moment, after hearing the bad news, Shen Feng still couldn't help being angry. I can't help being suspicious. Shen Feng has never forgotten that when he was unconscious in the apocalypse, the senior sister was seriously feeding himself water and food. It can be said that no matter what kind of danger, the two of them came together and experienced several times of betrayal. Chang Jianyi had been silently supporting him all along, but now, he suddenly learned that senior sister might be remarried. This is the reason why Shen Feng couldn't keep calm. He couldn't accept the fact that he was obviously still alive, so could it be that the senior sister just empathized? Fortunately, Shen Feng saw the date. The wedding was 3 days later. There was still time. It's not too late. Chapter 563. Li Xin brought Shen Feng to the top floor of the restaurant, asked his daughter and the housekeeper to guard the door, and then began to describe the matter in detail. Master, I just received this invitation yesterday. When I got the news, I was also very shocked, because I have heard that Madam and you have always been very affectionate, but I didn't expect Madam to have such an invitation now. I decided that the time to get married was too hasty. I didn't believe it at the time. Li Xin said hastily. Shen Feng also took off his mask at this time. His face was gloomy. At this time, his mood became worse and worse, and he didn't hide it. Watching Li Xin silently, Li Xin continued, since I don't believe this news, I immediately called to hear it. The most important thing is to know whether this news is true or not, otherwise, I will have no way to deal with it. I contacted other city lords in Ye's house successively, but found that they all received invitations, and they were all in the same wording. Only then did I believe that the matter was true. Then I tried to investigate this Su of Xianlong Bureau. Take a picture. I have never heard of it before, and now I found out after investigation that this guy is the deputy captain of the Xianlong Bureau, and there is no information at ordinary times. I don't know what his ability is or what his personality is. It seems to have suddenly appeared in Yazhao. Then, how did the other people in Yazhao react? Shen Feng continued to ask in a deep voice. Shen Feng calmed down a little at this time, and indeed found something strange. The time to send the invitation was too hasty, and he was full of plans. After receiving the invitation, he had to leave within 5 days. It didn't seem like the result of deliberation at all. Therefore, Shen Feng now wants to see Chang Jianyi's real thoughts through the reactions of other people in Yazhao, so as to determine the nature of this matter. Regarding Shen Feng's question, Li Xin spread his hands, expressing that he was helpless. At this moment, he could not give an accurate answer. City Lord, you think highly of me. How can I casually inquire about the affairs of Yazhao? Your subordinate Lin Yu often assassinates other people who inquire about the news, and the information we can get from Yazhao is very limited. Lin Yu, is he really perfect in what he does? Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head and sighing at this moment. Shen Feng has never felt that being able to do things is a shortcoming, but now he suddenly realized that under the current situation, Lin Yu directly cut off the hands of other people who wanted to inquire about Yazhao's information, and instead obtained information for himself. Increased difficulty. Next, what should I do? I only have 3 days to react, otherwise, my senior will get married. Shen Feng said silently in his heart. Shen Feng frowned, not knowing what to do next, but at this time Li Xin said cautiously, City Master, you look very embarrassed now, or I will take you to see Bangsun. He knows knowing geography under astronomy, and being good at divination, is very effective. It's just a charlatan. Let a fortune teller give me advice. Do you think I'm an idiot? Shen Feng asked angrily. Li Xin quickly patted his chest and assured, don't worry, City Lord, how could I recommend you indiscriminately? This half-immortal is absolutely effective. He has already made suggestions for me before, including leading people to occupy Wanshao, It was the half-immortal's idea that the members of the guild surrendered to you, and with his plan, I was able to get to the present step by step. Otherwise, I was just an ordinary person before. When Shen Feng got this information, he couldn't help but take a serious look at Li Xin. If it was true what Li Xin said, the reason why he was able to occupy Wanshao and obtain the status of City Lord was thanks to this half-immortal's plan. It is not easy for anyone who can get along well in the world. Could it be that the hidden dragon and crouching tiger among the people really made me meet a hermit who is superior? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart, take me to see this half-immortal, you'd better pray for him to be effective. Shen Feng said directly. Li Xin nodded quickly, and said, I will take you there right away, but, are you wearing a mask? To avoid being seen by others, I have blocked the news of your appearance in Wanshao now, and now your location information, no one knows. You are clever and know where to hide. Shen Feng was reminded by Li Xin, and quickly put the mask on his face to cover his gloomy face. Next, the two of them went out to find banks, and Li Zhengming held two sandalwood boxes and asked, "My lord, your treasure, now. You keep it safe, and I will come to pick it up when I have time." Shen Feng said flatly. Afterwards, the two quickly went downstairs, got into the car and drove towards somewhere in the city, while Limo quickly called the person in the barracks and ordered the soldiers to clean up the tragedy in the restaurant. At least 80 people died here. Many of them are important people in Wanzhou. The weather is hot now. If we don't deal with it quickly, we will attract flies. Fortunately, we are fine. In this world, killing people is killing people, and there is no need for a trial. It's really tragic. Li Mo looked at the broken limbs and arms at the banquet, and felt sad in his heart. He still couldn't help it. I miss the original balanced world. It's not that I don't kill people, but before killing people, I will tell you what kind of crime you have committed, so that you can die clearly. Li Zhengming followed him downstairs. Her face was still a little pale, but now she felt lucky, and she couldn't help but said, "Who made the city lord a supernatural person? But these people have touched his bad luck, and now they are killed on the spot now. As for extravagance and waste, it's probably just an excuse." "Hey, keep quiet," Li Mo said quickly. He didn't dare to let such words reach Shen Feng's ears, otherwise, it would definitely cause an uproar. Li Mo is very aware of this matter. He suspects that the security guards outside the restaurant were talking nonsense before, which annoyed the city lord, so the city lord took advantage of it. And as for one's household, weak, sick and disabled, starving, that's just a pretext. It's just that if you don't tell the truth, if you tell the truth, it will be boring, and it may even lead to death. Shen Feng was taken by Li Xin to a park in the center of the city, and there is a group of villas in the park. Obviously, this place used to be the residence of rich people, and only rich people can afford houses in the villa area. Villas. The price of houses in the district is much more expensive than that of ordinary residential real estate. This is it. The half-immortal is called Shan Jianyi. He usually lives here. He lives alone, with 2 or 3 nannies around him. During the day, he washes, cooks and cleans, and at night they all leave. Li Xin pointed to a building. Said the brightly lit villa. Obviously, only people with status can see Bankson, a charlatan, and he was really promoted by a group of high-ranking guys afterwards. Li Xin knocked on the door. "Bankson, I'm here again, please open the door." Soon, the door was opened, and a thin old man appeared at the door. He did look a bit fairy-like, with white beard and hair, but his complexion was ruddy, and he was not out of breath when he walked. He seemed to be in good health. "Master." "Li Xin, Lord Shen Feng, please come inside, the tea is ready. I already understand what you two are here for," Shen Jianyi said calmly. After finishing speaking, the old man turned sideways to invite the two of them in. Shen Feng thought to himself, it seems that Li Xin left suddenly just to ask this old man's idea. I want to see what kind of abilities this old man has, preferably a little ability. The two quickly entered the living room. Here, the tables and chairs were neat, and there was a low table in the center, which was square and surrounded by futons, so they could sit cross-legged on it. Shen Feng sat down cross-legged, then took off his mask, and said, "I heard that Bankson is very good at divination, so how about doing it for me?" Shen Jianyi sat down slowly, and said, "Foretelling the future is just to deceive ordinary people. How dare the wind god come to the humble house, so how dare you make random divinations? Moreover, Lord Fengshan will definitely not believe the contents of the small hexagrams. Is not it?" As soon as Li Xin heard this, his complexion became bright immediately. He had already boasted about the power of half-celestial divination, but now, Shen Jianyi refused. Isn't this not giving him face? The bull has already blown out, so what if you don't show your hands, half-immortal? Don't be modest, your divination has always been very accurate, now you should let the city lord see how effective your divination is. Li Xin said hastily. Shen Jianyi stroked his beard, and began to pour tea for Shen Feng and Li Xin, and said while pouring tea, "City Lord Li, please don't say that, the previous fortune-telling is just random nonsense. That's alright, now that the true god is in front of you, how dare you show off your trivial skills." Shen Feng picked up the tea and drank it in one sip, but the aroma was aftertaste. It tasted different from ordinary tea, so he couldn't help frowning immediately, and asked, "Is this buckwheat tea?" "That's right, I'm older, in my 80s, if I drink tea, It's easy to damage my stomach and make me hyperactive and unable to sleep, so please drink some healthy buckwheat tea, don't be offended. Shen Jianyi smiled said. Hearing the real age of the other party, Shen Feng was suddenly a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this old man was over 80 years old, but judging by his appearance, he was flexible in his hands and feet, and he was light and healthy. He didn't look like a dying old man at all. You probably know the reason why we came to you. Right now my senior sister is getting married, so you can give me some advice, is that okay? Shen Feng asked. Immediately Shen Jianyi smiled, first took a sip of tea, and then replied, advising others is nothing more than using the existing information and your own judgment to infer a fact, and then make a choice. This small advantage can give you a little idea. The city lord asked me to give you an idea. I'm afraid I found the wrong person. What? You don't want to give me advice? Shen Feng's tone was instantly cold. It's not that you don't want to, but that Master Fengshen has already made a decision in his heart, hasn't he? Let me ask you, if the marriage is fake, will you go to Yizhao? Shen Jianyi asked back. Of course, Yizhao is my home now. Shen Feng said in a deep voice. Then, is marriage real? Will you just watch the one you love marry someone else? Shen Jianyi continued to ask. Shen Feng paused for a moment, and replied, impossible, I still have to go back to Yizhao, to clarify the matter first, and then, if it doesn't work, I will take back everything that belongs to me. Isn't that the end? Lord Fengshen has already made a decision, why bother to ask my old man? As far as I can see, Lord Shen Feng is just restless, in a trance, worrying about gains and losses, but his thoughts have not left his heart, and he has decided what to do. Then do it, and don't let other people's words interfere. Shen Jianyi said lightly. After receiving Bangsun's advice, Shen Feng suddenly became enlightened, and said in his heart, yes, since I have already made a decision, why do I still doubt it? Just do what I should do. Now this kind of mother-in-law's way, absolutely not. Thank you, Bangsun, for your guidance, I understand. Shen Feng cupped his hands at the old man in front of him. Before that, Shen Feng thought that the old man was a charlatan, but now, Shen Feng finally discovered that the old man seems to be a huge man. Disadvantages, but in fact, the opinions given by experienced elders can often point to the point. Don't dare, since Master Shen Feng has already decided, please prepare the next plan. Shen Jianyi smiled slightly. Now that he has solved the strong man who came to the door and resolved a potential crisis, his heart can be considered relieved down. However, at this moment, Shen Feng said, Bangsun, I have an unfeeling request. I hope you can follow me to Yizhao and give me advice. Of course, after this matter is over, I will also give you advice. You were treated very well. Chapter 564. After Li Xin saw that Bangsun had calmed Shen Feng down through the art of language, he was very happy and felt that he had not made a mistake in recommending it, but Shen Feng's next sentence made him not know what to say. Shen Feng, the adults actually poached the wall in front of him at this moment. Li Xin couldn't bear it any longer, and quickly said, Lord Shen Feng, you can't take away love with a sword. Bangsun is the person I have always worshipped, and Yizhao really can't do without Bangsun. Old man, if we take him away, it will be difficult for Yizhao to survive the crisis in the future. Now, Li Xin described Shen Jianyi as Yizhao's unshakable cornerstone with just one mouthful. It seems that Shen Feng took Shen Jianyi away, which is to put Yizhao in a place where it will never be restored. Shen Feng looked at the old man seriously. He suddenly found that he often couldn't calm down when encountering matters involving himself. At such times, he needed someone to point him out. Bangsun still has two brushes, and taking him to Yizhao together happened to be able to come up with an idea at a critical moment, so Shen Feng really hoped to take him away. However, Shen Jianyi shook his head lightly at this time, and replied, my old man is used to it in Yizhao, and besides, he has been with City Lord Li Xin for a long time. If you let me leave, I really can't bear it. Besides, old man, I am already 8 years old. If you are more than 10 years old, you may encounter some accidents, so it is better to stay here. That's right, it's best that the half-immortal stays in Yizhao and we take care of it. Li Xin also said seriously. Hearing the other party's answer, Shen Feng thought about it carefully, took out a light green potion from his body, handed it to Shen Jianyi, and said, please accept it, half-immortal. Being able to become a supernatural person is a supernatural ability to strengthen muscles. After becoming a supernatural person, You can live at least 300 years, please, Li. Xin's gaze suddenly became hot. He didn't expect that Lord Shen Feng would carry a supernatural potion with him. Such a precious thing can be said to be priceless, so he gave it to half-immortal? How good would it be to give it to yourself? No one can keep calm in front of the supernatural potion, not even a half-immortal. Shen Feng looked at the supernatural potion that had been delivered to his eyes, and his body couldn't help trembling slightly. He could no longer maintain his previous calm. Age, life and death should be underestimated. He is already 80 years old, but his body is still strong. He has seen a spring full of flowers and a winter with everything dying. Now, death is a matter of course, but now, when Shen Feng took out the supernatural potion, Bangsun was also thinking, could he become a supernatural person if he drank it? Can you continue to prolong your life? Shen Feng reached out to take the supernatural potion, and asked hesitantly, is it really for me? Of course, but you can't drink it now. We'll leave for Yazhou tomorrow morning. If you drink it now, you won't be able to give me any advice in the next few days. Shen Feng said hastily, it's just a supernatural potion. In order to regain everything that belongs to him, Shen Feng can't care about anything anymore. Shen Feng looked at the supernatural potion in his hand, closed his eyes and thought for a while, then handed the supernatural potion to Li Xin, and said, City Lord, I can't repay you for taking care of the old man for 2 years. Since this is the City Lord kindly, I will pass it on to you. Please accept it. Seeing Bangsun's answer like this, Li Xin was overjoyed, and thought of something as soon as he stretched out his hand, then looked at Shen Feng on the side, and said in his heart, no, could this be the City Lord plotting against me? Seeing Li Xin's asking for instructions, Shen Feng said lightly, since it's Bangsun's kindness, then you can accept it. Speaking of which, I still need to lend you some manpower. As for Bangsun, I will just accept it. Take it away. Sorry, where is it? Since the half-immortal is determined to leave, I can't stop it. How many people do you need? The City Lord, just ask. Li Xin said generously. Li Xin is very concerned about Bangsun. After all, he obeyed Bangsun's decision, and he was able to get to where he is today. It can be said that he did not make a mistake. Tonight, he was able to escape Shen Feng's liquidation, which was also proposed by Bangsun. The idea is to hand over the invitation to Shen Feng and divert Shen Feng's hatred. This kind of person is completely a think tank, but now, with a supernatural potion, the importance of the half-immortal has plummeted. Li Xin knew that supernatural medicine was something everyone dreamed of. Who wouldn't want it? And these things are basically in the hands of the big forces, and ordinary people have never seen it. It is exaggerated to hear that the people in the headquarters value the supernatural potion. Let powerful people with supernatural powers go to escort them, for fear that someone will rob them. This is not unfounded worry. In fact, there are really such bold people who fantasize that after becoming a supernatural person, they can become famous in one fell swoop. Therefore, as long as there is a chance to snatch the supernatural potion, they will try it. Unless there is no one possibility, they will choose to give up. Shen Feng repaid the favor, so he readily agreed to follow Shen Feng to Yazhou. According to Shen Feng's thoughts, it's not that he doesn't want to go to Yazhou. After all, Yazhou's safety is basically ranked first in the country. Moreover, this is an important town in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. If the situation is not good, he can escape along the Yangtze River. However, what Shen Feng was worried about was that Shen Feng was just talking. Maybe he took him to Yazhou for a temporary need, and he might not respect him in the future. If he offended Li Xin for this, it would be bad. Therefore, Shen Feng was unwilling to agree to Shen Feng's request at the beginning. After all, he could take care of his life in Wanzhou, and no one else could hurt him. If he went to Yazhou, it might be useful in a short time, but in the long run, you won't be taken seriously, and there is no problem at all when looking at this issue from a long-term perspective. However, after Shen Feng handed the precious supernatural potion to Shen Feng's thoughts suddenly changed. Master Shen Feng can give such a precious gift of supernatural potion as a condition. It is obvious that he cares about himself. For Shen Feng, a guy who likes to be wise and protect his life, long-term planning is the most important thing, and he immediately felt that following Shen Feng was a good choice. Master Shen Feng, since you want to snatch back what belongs to you, but it has not been exposed yet, you should find a fake identity and enter Yazhou City, and then inquire about the news. In the next 3 days, it is best to find out who knows what is yours. The person inquired about the situation, and after the situation is clarified, we can really do it. Shen Feng said slowly, "Thank you, sir, for your guidance. This is what I am going to do. Don't worry, I will not act impulsively. I will calm down." Shen Feng said hastily. Now that Shen Feng has made a decision and his heart is more or less settled, he needs to rest next. When leaving, Shen Feng said to Li Xin, "Tomorrow I will take 50 soldiers from your side to set off. Besides, your daughter is called Li Zhenli, right? I will also take him with me." Hearing this, Li Xin was a little hesitant. He really only had one daughter, and he was afraid of losing it in his hand, and fearing it would melt in his mouth. If she was taken away, who knows if she would be in danger? However, when he saw the supernatural potion he just got in his hand, he could only nod his head and said, "Okay, anyway, now that I have the supernatural potion in my hands, no matter whether it is a daughter or a son, they can be regenerated. Doesn't it mean that the supernatural person has a long lifespan? What am I worried about?" Li Xin comforted himself silently in his heart. After returning home, Li Xin found his daughter Li Zhenli and talked about it, and told him earnestly, "This time you go to Yeshao with the city lord, don't be petty, and do whatever the city lord asks you to do." "What? Got it. Why am I going to Yeshao?" Li Zhenli asked, puzzled. "Because you are my daughter. If you go out on my behalf, it represents one Zhao's position. In addition, it is also to allow the city lord to better hide his identity, understand?" Li Xin asked back. Li Zhenli nodded, but still felt uneasy, and continued to ask, "But what if the city chief hates me?" Li Xin replied seriously, "So you must not let the city lord hate you. Whatever he asks you to do, you do. Even if he asks you to warm your bed, you must do it obediently. This is very important. After coming to a house, the glory and disgrace will rise and fall." After Li Zhenli got this answer, she suddenly felt a burst of sadness. With a powerful father, it is true that she has no worries about food and clothing, but her personal freedom is completely incapable of making decisions on her own. She can only look out at the outside world like a canary, and when she can go out, her father will arrange a blind date again. Now, in order to cling to Shen Feng's power, her father gave herself away like a pet to others. It seems that my life is doomed to be miserable, with twists and turns, like a boat on the sea. I can only drift with the current. Li Zhenli thought helplessly in her heart. In one night, countless people in Wanzhou City heard about what happened at the banquet last night. There was a group of officials with no eyesight at the banquet, who provoked powerful supernatural beings, and most of them were killed. After the news, many people gritted their teeth and cursed, "It's what they deserve. These bastards have squeezed us for more than 2 years. It's best to die." It's the same no matter where it is. Powerful people can squeeze ordinary people at will. Money, food, and even their bodies will be squeezed wantonly. Therefore, people in Wanzhou hate the blood-sucking guy standing on top of them very much. They can't even drink porridge, the elderly and children can't eat enough, and they look sick all day long. These powerful people are he eats and eats food every day, completely disregarding the life and death of the people below, and the dissatisfaction has accumulated a lot, and it will explode at any time. On the second day, Shen Feng took a boat and rushed to Yeshao with more than 50 people. Gasoline is very precious, especially in the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. The oil here can only be imported from outside, but foreign countries the oil in China is also cut off. The sea channel is not easy to go, and the oil pipeline in the north has not been connected, which eventually led to a shortage of gasoline across the country. Fortunately, Wanzhou had stored a certain amount of gasoline, otherwise, it would not be so simple for Shen Feng to take people to the destination in time. When going out of the city, Shen Feng saw a lot of sheds on the side of the street, distributing porridge. Li Xin arranged the matter overnight. A porridge shed was set up in a conspicuous place, and countless people lined up to receive the porridge that day. It's kind of conscientious, but I don't know if you will put it away soon after I leave. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. At this moment, he was concentrating on his decision after arriving in Yeshao. Fortunately, there are still half-mortals on board who can give advice and find someone to discuss with. City Master, the tea is ready, you go in and drink tea. When Shen Feng was standing at the bow of the boat, Li Zhenli walked to his side and began to invite Shen Feng to enter the cabin. Everyone was on a slightly larger cruise ship, and the soldiers on board were fully armed, with rifles and pistols loaded, ready to fight at any time. Shen Feng turned his head and pointed to the mask on his face, and said to Li Zhenli, Don't call me the city lord, call me Shen Feng in the future. Now I can't reveal my identity, you understand, Li. Zhenli nodded quickly, pointed to the cabin and said, go in and rest. There are soldiers guarding outside. Bandits and water bandits dare not rob us. Li Zhenli said hastily. Shen Feng shook his head lightly, and replied, I don't care about these bandits. I'm blowing the cold wind, so I can calm my mind. You go into the cabin. For the next few days, don't run around, just stay there honestly. Chapter 565 Night Exploration of Fengshan Palace. Relying on mountains to eat mountains, relying on water to eat water. These words have always been correct. It sounds like eating delicacies from mountains and seas, but the meaning is not like this. The meaning is more cruel. If you are close to the mountains, there will be bandits, and if you are close to waters, there will be water bandits. Neither of these is a good thing, especially eating passers-by. However, these bandits are not fools. Once they find soldiers appearing, they know not to move. Firstly, the combat power of soldiers is not easy to provoke, and secondly, it is easy to cause death. Therefore, Li Zhenli knows that nothing will happen to her along the way. Want to invite Shen Feng into the cabin for tea, but Shen Feng just wanted to have some wind. Although it was midsummer, sailing on the Yangtze River, it was still cool in the morning. The cold wind blowing could temporarily cool Shen Feng's head. Li Zhenli didn't force it, and returned to the cabin very quickly. By the way, she told the soldiers on board that the masked man on board was called Mr. Fuiao. The soldiers also heard the news that there were people with supernatural powers on board. Curious, would love to know what kind of characters are under the mask. Shen Feng's mind was muddled. He was thinking about one thing, would senior sister really like other men? If she really changed her mind, what's the point of me snatching her back? Although Shen Feng has already decided what to do next, which is nothing more than taking the person back with his hands, but Shen Feng is a little hesitant at this time. He knows that emotional matters cannot be forced. Once the senior sister falls in love with someone else, then even if he snatched her back, it was impossible to win back her heart, which made Shen Feng hesitate, and all this is just Shen Feng's conjecture. The real situation is unknown. Shen Feng has already prepared for the worst. Once the marriage incident is real, Shen Feng doesn't know what to do. At noon, Shen Feng and his party arrived in Yazhou. They walked so fast by water, and the number of soldiers standing guard on the walls of Yazhou city was even more than before, and the soldiers at the gate of the city were constantly interrogating the passing people. Seeing this stern look, Shen Feng had doubts in his heart. Why did so many soldiers start guarding all of a sudden? Did something serious happen in the city? When entering the city, Li Zhenli directly revealed her identity. I'm Li Zhenli, I'm from Wanzhou, and I'm going to attend the wedding. These people are my attendants. The soldiers took out the documents and began to compare them. After confirming that it was a real person, they quickly let them go, and then continued to question the people behind. Back in the long-lost city of Yazhou, Shen Feng felt familiar. Hearing the familiar words in his ears, his emotions became a little excited. As long as he thought that this was his home, he would be very emotional, and the street little has changed. People are walking up and down the streets, talking all kinds of gossip. You guys go to the guild hall first, I'll take a walk in the city, and I'll meet you later. Shen Feng said to Li Zhenli and Shen Hengming, who were on the side. The two did not object to Shen Feng's proposal, and immediately led the soldiers to the direction of the guild hall. Shen Feng walked around the city and found a tea house with a good view. The 5-story building could see far away in the city and had a wide view, so it attracted many people to drink tea. Shen Feng went in and sat down, ordered a cup of tea and sat in the corner. This place has basically nothing to do with the beautiful scenery. The good seats are occupied by others, and the corner of the tea house is the least likely to be noticed. Arrived. Shen Feng was sitting in the tea house and listening to other people's narration. He couldn't drink tea wearing a mask, so he asked the waiter for a straw. The waiter looked at the masked guy, full of suspicion, and came to the tea house to drink tea with a straw. This is the first person. It would be nice to take off the mask, but he just doesn't do it. I don't understand. The waiter didn't dare to ask too much. In this world, it's better not to know some secrets. Otherwise, the more you know, the worse your death will be. Shen Feng chose to sit in the tea house for a reason. If he wanted to inquire about news, he should be in the tea house. If he was in Yazhou. Many people like to brag when they have nothing to do, but it is definitely not in the mood to bask in the sun outside. Chatting, so the usefulness of tea houses and cafes is reflected. Drinking tea in these two places, hiding in a shady shop while drinking drinks, and bragging with a group of friends, not to mention how wonderful it is. In addition, people who can drink tea in tea houses and cafes are basically people with a little spare money, so-called mental workers. Manual workers don't have time to drink tea in tea houses. They are either moving bricks, or hoeing. Therefore, a group of people in the tea house must have a lot of information, and they can learn more by inquiring about the situation here. Shen Feng sat in the corner and listened silently to other people's chatting words. Right now, the most attention-grabbing event in Yazhou City is that the deputy city chief got married. There are more and more people, and they are all discussing this matter. After all, this is a major event that can determine the future of Yazhou. I really feel worthless for Lord Fengshan. His bones are still cold. I didn't expect his wife to remarry. It's really emotional. It's more than that. I heard that the deputy city lord will bring a precious tree from the laboratory as a dowry. What? Treasure tree? Someone asked in confusion. You don't understand this. Of course, it is a precious tree that continuously produces evolutionary genes in the laboratory. A friend of mine had the opportunity to go in with Professor Niu. At that time, it was for cleaning. According to him, the laboratory inside, carry the corpse and put it in a translucent cage. It will be decomposed soon, and finally the evolutionary base will be spit out in the factory, and the next step is packaging. Well, then this tree must be very precious. Nonsense. Of course it is extremely precious. You know, Yazhou is the only place in the world that can produce evolution agents on a large scale. As for other people, don't even think about it. This is the only treasure tree in the world. I heard the people in the laboratory named it the Nine Deaths Resurrection Tree. Is there no one to stop the deputy city lord for such a big matter? If she gets married, won't we have to hang out with people from the Xianlong Bureau in the future? Of course someone stopped it. I've heard it all. Guo Pinming, one of the 3 leaders of the army, went to dissuade him and was immediately locked up in prison. This is true for meritorious ministers, let alone others. Who would dare to go discourage it? Shen Feng heard these conversations, and immediately didn't know what to say. Judging from the conversation between the two, Chang Jianyi was determined to get married, and even wanted the Nine Deaths Resurrection Tree as a dowry gift, and even gave Guo the name of the product disclosed, which is chilling. While Shen Feng was listening, he continued to pour tea for himself. As a 6th-level supernatural being, Shen Feng's 5 senses were extremely sensitive, and he could hear the discussions of the people present. No matter how they lowered their voices, he could clearly understand here at this time, there were tea guests from other tables talking. Actually, we shouldn't be too harsh on the Vice Castle Lord. After all, who can be a widow for a lifetime? Now that the mayor is dead, we can't stop the Vice Castle Lord from pursuing happiness, right? That's what I said, but I've never heard of lying. He's about to marry the deputy city lord. Will this convince everyone? Besides, is Fengshan Palace going to change its name? By the way, Mrs. Chaoyan, has there been any movement lately? Will she marry too? It's hard to say. I heard that the 2 ladies have a very good relationship. If you really hit the mark, it will shock the world. Hey, the eldest son has not been flying in the sky these days. I don't know what his attitude is, and I can't ask the truth of the matter. Shen Feng sat in the tea house for an hour, and heard a lot of news, but these are gossip. There is no accurate source of information, but one thing is certain, that is, the marriage incident has been known all over the city. Afterwards, Shen Feng left the tea house and came to the guild hall. He found Li Zhenli and Shen Zhengming, and said, I'm going to Fengshan Palace tonight. You guys cover me up so nothing can happen. Li Zhenli and Shen Zhengming nodded quickly. After dinner, Shen Feng started to act when it was dark. He heard a lot of amazing news during the day, but Shen Feng couldn't believe that these things were true. Now, I just want to enter Fengshan Palace to investigate carefully. The late night in Yazhou is relatively quiet, and there are very few pedestrians on the street. Shen Feng specially chooses places where there are no people, and the terrain of Yazhou is relatively complicated. It is still very easy to avoid being found. When he arrived at the main entrance of Fengshan Palace, Shen Feng suddenly saw a familiar figure at the entrance. Lin Yu was standing at the gate. Although he was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, his ears were still moving. Apparently Lin Yu was using his abilities to listen to every move around him on the palace wall of Fengshan Palace. There are 5 steps and 1 person, all of whom are heavily armed soldiers. guarding Fengshan Palace fiercely. Compared with the defense force of Yuzhou City Wall, the defense force here is stronger. With Lin Yu here, I can't enter Fengshan Palace quietly. It seems that I have to go another way. Shen Feng thought silently. In his heart, Lin Yu's ability is to manipulate sound waves. As long as there is a vibration, sound waves will be emitted. Some sound waves cannot be heard by humans. However, whether it is ultrasonic waves or infrasound waves, Lin Yu can clearly hear them, so as to identify the enemy's position. Shen Feng, it is not sure to enter Fengshan Palace without being discovered, but the main entrance can't go. There is still a back door to go. Shen Feng detoured to enter through the back door, but when he got close to here, Shen Feng found out that there is a more difficult guy here, that is Lu Xian. This guy's alien. It can be thermal energy induction, which can sense the infrared rays on other people's body, so as to find the enemy. Oh. Go. These two guys are guarding the two gates, one behind the other. Is it possible that I want to enter from the side wall? Shen Feng lost his temper by the sight in front of him. Moreover, the detection range is very large. Within 1 or 2 kilometers is the coverage area of their abilities. It is really too difficult to enter Fengshan Palace. Shen Feng immediately felt embarrassed. When he was acting against his own people, he realized that these former companions were very troublesome. He wanted to enter Fengshan Palace to find Chang Jianyi or Chu Chaoyan to ask about the situation face to face, but now, Shen Feng found it impossible. When Shen Feng was in trouble, someone fired a gun from the distant city wall. Hearing the gunshot, Lu Xian immediately cursed, "Damn it, it's coming again. I won't be ashamed if I don't catch you bastards today. See you after." Finishing speaking, Lu Xian rushed towards the direction where the gunshots came from. With this rare opportunity, Shen Feng rushed out immediately, at a very high speed, beyond the range of human vision, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He rushed directly into the Fengshan Palace at an extremely fast speed, and the soldiers on the wall only felt that there was a breeze blowing around them. As soon as Lu Xian leaves the back door, there will be a gap on the side. Shen Feng knows the range of his abilities, so if he just needs to stay stuck at this point in time, he can escape Lu Xian's detection. After successfully entering Fengshan Palace, Shen Feng immediately rushed to Fengai Tower where Chang Jianyi lived, hiding from the monitors along the way. Fortunately, Shen Feng was the owner of Fengshan Palace, so he had no idea where there were monitors. Clearly, after arriving at Fengai building, Shen Feng did not find Chang Jianyi. Afterwards, Shen Feng walked to the Chao Feng pavilion, intending to look for Chu Chaoyan, but unfortunately, he couldn't find it either. Shen Feng wondered for a moment, could it be that these two people lived in the castle? So Shen Feng then went to the castle, thinking in his heart, even if we find Chang Haoji and Zhang Zixi, we can figure out the truth of the matter. Normally, Zhang Zixi and Chang Haoji would live in the castle, but Zhang Zixi lived in a big room with a huge bed, a tall mirror, and other elegant furniture, while Chang Haoji lived in the tower inside. The space is relatively small, and there are no stairs leading to the room, and the only way to enter is through the sky. Chapter 566. After entering Fengshan Palace, Shen Feng began to constantly look for acquaintances, no matter who he found, as long as he could find out the truth of the matter. But Shen Feng was disappointed because he neither found Chang Jianyi nor Chu Chaoyan. After arriving at the castle, Chang Haoji and Zhang Zixi were not able to be found either. Shen Feng has been relying on extremely fast speed to move in the Fengshan Palace, but has not been able to find any acquaintances. Even if he wanted to find Du Xinshi who lived in the castle, he was disappointed. Except for some servants who were working in the Fengshan Palace. Besides, there is no acquaintance in it. Strange, they don't live here, where would they go? Shen Feng thought in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Shen Feng remembered the commotion outside Fengshan Palace. It seemed that someone attacked Fengshan Palace. Otherwise, there would be no supernatural beings and soldiers guarding it. This is really puzzling, so crucial at this moment. Who else would come to attack such an important place as Fengshan Palace? Where did you go? Why can't anyone be found? By the way, the basement. Shen Feng suddenly remembered, yes, the most hidden place in Fengshan Palace is the basement. Before that, he was in the 6th evolution. Time, it is hidden in it. Thinking of this, Shen Feng immediately approached the study, only to find that there were 4 or 5 soldiers guarding outside the study, looking around all the time. Shen Feng could only enter through the window, and outside the window, there were also soldiers guarding. Depending on the situation, Shen Feng knew he had come to the right place. It Seems that if you want to enter it, you can only make a little noise. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Shen Feng fired a wind blade, which instantly shattered a glass in the castle. Although the glass that Shen Feng shattered in the past belonged to other people, but now, he had no choice but to shatter his own glass. Just to distract the soldiers at the window. Sure enough, the two soldiers at the window noticed this, and immediately took out the walkie-talkie to contact their superiors, and then slowly approached the broken window with their rifles in their arms. Taking advantage of this moment, Shen Feng quickly opened the window, entered the study, and quickly turned on the switch. Behind the bookshelf is the passage leading to the basement. The basement was very dark, with only a few electric lights maintaining the lighting. Shen Feng walked down slowly. There are 3 floors in the basement, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter it at all, because this place is for life-saving purposes. Shen Feng had just walked to the first floor of the basement when he immediately heard an angry voice. Who is it? Show your true face. Shen Feng turned his head to look, only to find a woman wearing body armor at the end of the passage, aiming at herself with a pistol in her hand. It seemed to be Du Xinxi. Obviously, she is very nervous at this time, probably because she has never killed anyone. If it is a guy with killing experience, when he finds that an enemy has invaded the basement, he will kill him instantly, and he will shoot without hesitation. It's me, Sister Du, I'm Shen Feng. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng took off his mask, revealing his true face under the mask. After Shen Feng took off the mask and revealed his real face, he took it for granted that he could make Du Xinxi put down the pistol, and then walked over. But Du Xinxi yelled sharply, "Don't come here. I know you are a fake, don't try to lie to me." Hearing this, Shen Feng quickly defended himself and said, "Sister Du, I'm really Shen Feng. If it's a fake, how can you doubt me? Besides, I heard that you have already killed the counterfeit goods. Is it? Why do you still doubt me?" Du Xinxi bit her lip, and said with fierce eyes, "Don't try to lie to me, you bastards. Have you not done enough tricks these days? You have bullied us several times, all because of the fact that we are orphans and widows, and there is no man at home. So bully us at will. Let me tell you, even if there are only women left, Yazhao will not give in." After finishing speaking, Du Xinxi gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, fired a gun, and said in her heart, I killed someone. However, at this moment, the gun in Du Xinxi's hand was suddenly slapped to the ground. It turned out that the gun failed to hit the target, and she was already tightly hugged and unable to move. Du Xinxi has a heart condition, so she didn't dare to exercise since she was a child, and her physical fitness is relatively poor. Now she is hugged by Shen Feng, a 6th-level supernatural being, and she can't move at once. Let go of me, you beast. Even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Du Xinxi was still yelling loudly, but the sound insulation effect in the basement was very good. Her calling for help didn't have any effect. Shen Feng hugged Du Xinxi and said seriously, Sister Du, you believe me, I am the real Shen Feng. I have proof. I have 2 scars on my body, a gunshot wound and a knife wound. You remember, when Du Xinxi heard this, she suddenly stopped struggling, and said with a blushing face, whether you have any scars on your body, how do I know? You can't say that. When you and Mu Ying played Immortal Dance for me in Yanjing, you and I met each other honestly. Shen Feng said seriously. Hearing Shen Feng say such a private matter, Du Xinxi immediately understood that the person in front of her was probably real. After all, not many people knew about this matter, especially when it involved Mu Ying. The information is confidential, and ordinary people can't understand it at all. Then, let me go, turn around, and take off your pants. Du Xinxi worried, and was going to check the birthmark on the back of Shen Feng's buttocks. Shen Feng was misunderstood, and immediately refused sternly, saying, No, I am not a casual person. How can I let you see it? Besides, I am still Xiaolong's godfather. If I do this with you, I'm about to become his stepfather. You just do it, otherwise how can I believe you are real? Du Xinxi insisted on letting Shen Feng do this. Shen Feng had no choice but to untie the meteoric iron long sword on his belt, and took off his pants. Du Xinxi saw that there was a birthmark. It was real, and his conversation was very similar to the real Shen Feng. Thinking of this, Du Xinxi immediately rushed up, hugged Shen Feng and cried, choked up and said, We all thought you were dead, the days when you were not in Yazhao, someone bullying us. Both Xiaolong and Xiao who were kidnapped. Why, how did you come back, after Confirming that the person in front of her was the real guy, Du Xinshi vented all the grievances in her heart, and kept crying while holding Shen Feng in her arms. The tears quickly wet Shen Feng's back, and Shen Feng faced Du Xin behind her. She said awkwardly, "Then what? I will definitely solve these things, but can you let me put on my pants first, only?" Then did Du Xinshi wipe away her tears. When she saw Shen Feng appearing, she seemed to have found her backbone. Thinking about the bitterness of these days, it makes people heartbroken, especially when her precious son was also kidnapped. She was so panicked that she didn't know what to do. Now that Shen Feng was back, she was finally able to pour out the pain in her heart. Shen Feng put on his pants and asked, "I know the little dragon you mentioned, why is he my son? Who is Xiaohu, by the way? You don't know about this, do you? Xiaohu is your own son, a child born to Mrs. Jianyi. Unfortunately, he was abducted by bad guys more than 10 days ago, and both children were taken away. Moreover, we were threatened by them. For the safety of our 2 children, we had no choice but to do so." Du Xinshi explained, Yes, I still have a son. In this way, both of my sons were abducted, and you were threatened, so I had to ask my senior to marry Liang. I understand. Shen, now that Feng has got the key information, everything is figured out immediately. No wonder the marriage is so hasty. It turned out to be threatened, and Shen Feng was also very ashamed in his heart. He didn't trust the senior sister, but still doubted her loyalty in his heart. Now things are finally clear, but there was almost a misunderstanding before, which is really helpless. Du Xinshi quickly pointed to the room on one side, and said, "City Master, let's go in and talk. This is my room, it's very safe, no one else will come in." Shen Feng quickly followed her in, and after sitting down, Du Xinshi made tea for Shen Feng, and then explained, "Ever since fishermen saw the bodies of you and Yuhangai on the southeast coast, we all thought you were dead. Especially after more than a month, you have no news at all, and we also believe this fact. We are left with a bunch of orphans and widows in Yazhou, so we are naturally coveted by others." Shen Feng smiled wryly, and explained, "Xiao and I really dare not reveal the information. On the way back, the 2 of us were first wanted and then ambushed. 13 supernatural beings besieged us, one by one. Master, the 2 of us fought hard and suffered a lot of injuries before finally escaping, and we stayed in the Wa Kingdom for more than a month, and came back quietly after we recovered, but we were still worried about being assassinated, so we dare not use our real names." After hearing this explanation, Du Xinshi finally understood why Shen Feng hadn't heard from Shen Feng for a month, so that everyone treated the corpse that appeared by the sea as a real person at this time. Shen Feng also continued to ask, "By the way, where did senior sister and Chaoyan go? Also, why didn't you see Zixi and Xiaoji?" Shen Feng was very puzzled. Since Du Xinshi was hiding in the basement, then everyone else should be there too, but now, this is not the case at all. It seems that Du Xinshi is the only one left in the basement. Du Xinshi was silent for a moment, then sighed. "The 2 ladies have gone to rescue the soldiers. After all, the opponent is the Xianlong Bureau. There are more than 20 supernatural beings living in Yazhou City. Their threat is too great. As for the pity Zai, she was sent to your parents in Rongcheng, because this time we have planned, if we die together, let Zixi survive and find a way to get revenge in the future. As for Chang Haoji, Alice, the 2 children are abducted by him." "What?" Shen Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't believe what Du Xinshi said at this time, because the content was too explosive, not to mention the words of dying together. Just abducting Shen Feng. The 2 sons turned out to be Chang Haoji, which made Shen Feng puzzled. Chang Haoji has always admired Shen Feng. Although Shen Feng is his brother-in-law in name, but in fact he is like his teacher. It is completely unimaginable that Chang Haoji would do such a sorry thing for Yazhou. After all, if Shen Feng is really dead, then Chang Haoji is the most promising person to succeed Yazhou City Lord, and also the easiest to be accepted by others. It's true, we all saw it from the surveillance. Both Xiaolong and Xiaohu were taken out of the city by Chang Haoji, and then disappeared. It's just that his behavior is abnormal. He may be a counterfeit, or he may be controlled by others. Get your spirits up. Du Xinshi said hastily, "It's getting more and more complicated. I can't even figure it out. Also, where did the seniors go to ask for help?" Shen Feng continued to ask, "Go to Mizhou to look for Wang Aoi, Yangzhou to look for Li Xiankeng, the cousin in the Dabi Mountains, should be these 3 forces." Du Xinshi quickly explained, That's right, the three of them are all powerful guys, and they are all members of non-governmental organizations, so they are the easiest to help. Shen Feng nodded, thinking that the choice of senior sister and Chu Chaoyan was very reasonable. Shen Feng frowned and thought about it, and said to himself, now, I haven't revealed my identity, it seems that I have to do something at this time. It is impossible for Shen Feng to watch his woman die with a group of supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau. Moreover, his hatred for the Xianlong Bureau is getting higher and higher. But doing things like bullying orphans and widows, he doesn't look like a man at all. The most important thing is that this group of people touched Shen Feng's reverse scale, which made Shen Feng unbearable, and dared to attack my family. I am so tired of work. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567. Before knowing the truth of the matter, Shen Feng was really confused by the rumors in the market. He really thought that the senior was going to remarry someone else. Under the circumstances, Shen Feng had the worst plan. Then Shen Feng can only use force to snatch him back and lock him up, even. If I use force, I will definitely get you. Shen Feng said silently in his heart, but now, Shen Feng learned that the gossip circulating on the street was all false, and he immediately relaxed, but what replaced the doubts was endless anger. His godson and real son were abducted one after another, and his brother-in-law did not know whether to become. What was it like? The two daughters-in-law were forced to rescue the soldiers. Zhang Zixi, the younger sister, fled to Rongcheng to seek refuge, and only Du Xinshi, who was helpless, was left in the family. Shen Feng originally thought that after the establishment of the Xianlong Bureau, it must be the most powerful group of supernatural beings in the country, and it will definitely be able to defend the people in the future, but this is not the case now. This kind of behavior is nothing more than bullying the weak and fearing the hard, shameful, speaking of which, there are more than a dozen supernatural beings in Yazhou, and it's not that they have no resistance at all. Why do you lock Guo Pinming up? I know Lao Guo, he has always been very loyal. You won't betray me. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly asked. Fortunately, Du Xinshi knew everything that happened during this period, so she told them one by one, City Lord, it's not that we want to imprison Guo Pinming, it's that he is planning to break into Fengshan Palace when Fengshan Palace is already under martial law. He was seen by the soldiers on the spot, so he was arrested just to be on the safe side. Break into Fengshan Palace by force? Shen Feng asked suspiciously. No way? Even if Guo Pinming wants to meet his senior, he just needs to be passed on to others. Why do he have to force his way in? Isn't there a lot of doubts? That's right. Before Minister Guo was arrested, he kept shouting for innocence. He said that he had been at home and never went out. It's just that many soldiers saw it. Minister Guo was finally arrested, and he didn't resist. Proved her innocence, she was arrested voluntarily, and entrusted her daughter to Minister Yang Yi before leaving. Du Xinshi explained this seems to be a conspiracy. In order to reduce the number of supernatural beings in Yazhou, Lao Guo is very strong. If he is locked up, there will not be many supernatural beings participating in the battle. Shen Feng said to himself suddenly. Shen Feng thought of the commotion that occurred tonight. Someone also forcibly broke into Fengshan Palace, and was also found. His face suddenly became a little ugly. No, someone is going to be framed again, sure. Enough. The phone in Du Xinshi's room rang, and Lu Xian's voice came from the other end of the phone. Please tell Madam, we found that Cao Fuli was quietly approaching Fengshan Palace, intending to do something wrong. We will go right away. Go and arrest him, he can't escape. Yes, I see. Du Xinshi nodded and replied. Upon hearing the news, Shen Feng frowned again, and then said, it's getting worse. Cao Fuli has now become the target of arrest. If he resists, he will be convicted. If he doesn't resist, then you can only be caught. Shen Feng saw clearly the enemy's plot. It is impossible for Cao Fuli to continue to forcibly break into Fengshan Palace when Guo Pinming has already been arrested. He is not that stupid, and besides, he is the person who manages the Yazhou Mercenary Union. If not, it is impossible to summon mercenaries outside the city to participate in the battle at critical moments. After seeing the current situation, Shen Feng guessed that someone probably pretended to be Guo Pinming and Cao Fuli successively, which is why it became like this. As for the guy the soldier saw, it might be a fake city. Master, what are you going to do next? Du Xinshi asked quickly. Shen Feng frowned and thought for a while, then said, it's not convenient for me to show up now, because once I appear, the situation can certainly be changed, and tens of thousands of soldiers can be mobilized to kill these supernatural beings directly, but if they are forced to tear up their tickets it's not good. I'm going to look for Xiaoji and his 2 children first. It has to be said that the gang of Xianlong Bureau had thieves' eyes, and they found Chang Jianyi's vitals directly. The 2 sons of Chang Haoji and Shen Feng were both taken away. In this way, the lifeblood is in the hands of each other. If the 3 of them cannot be found in one day, their safety will always be guaranteed. It's getting late, let's rest. Du Xinshi whispered. Shen Feng nodded, stood up and was about to go out, but at this time, Du Xinshi grabbed Shen Feng's palm and said, if the name is not right, the words will not be right. What do you mean? Shen Feng was stunned. He originally wanted to find a room in the basement to rest, but at this time, Du Xinshi said such words without beginning and end, and he couldn't figure out what she was doing. What means there are many rooms in the basement, which can accommodate dozens of people to hide. Moreover, there is food underground, independent generators, water sources and air purification devices. As long as you hide underground, it will be fine for a few months. Shen Feng also wants to stay at home for one night, but at this time, Shen Feng was confused by Du Xinshi's words, and didn't know what she was going to say. Du Xinshi grabbed Shen Feng's palm, put it on her chest, and said, can you feel my heartbeat? I am old now, and I may die at any time. I just hope you can take good care of my heart. Son, but I live in your house, and I don't even have a title. Shen Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. Unexpectedly, Du Xinshi was also interested in him. Now that he said this, isn't it showing love? Then, what? I have already adopted Xiaolong as a godson. I will take care of him and save him. You don't have to do this. Besides, your cousin will come to Yeshao in a few days, so it's inconvenient. Shen Feng said hastily, and withdrew his palm after speaking. Du Xinshi immediately asked, are you looking down on me? You think I'm already married, not an innocent woman, and I have a child, so you look down on me. It's nothing. Right now, there are continuous natural disasters, countless homeless people, and people with broken families everywhere. If you despise women just because of this, then you have no manliness. Shen Feng answered righteously rode. Of course, Shen Feng will not discriminate against Du Xinshi because she was once married. Such thinking does not exist in the current society. After all, some men have lost their wives, and some wives have lost their husbands. Instead of spending their lives alone, it's better to re-establish a family with each other and forget the pain of the past. But Du Xinshi grabbed Shen Feng's hand again, and asked, since you don't dislike me, then accept me, otherwise, I will be like an outsider in Fengshan Palace. Even if Xiaolong is your godson, others will gossip. Who dares to gossip? I cut off his tongue. Besides, doesn't Zhang Zixi also live here? No one will say anything when you live. Shen Feng said quickly, there are too many gossips, especially with your current status, where people pay attention to every move you make. Zhang Zixi was entrusted to you by your friend to take care of you. You can be regarded as a younger sister, but the relationship between me and Mu Ying cannot be clearly stated. From the perspective of others, apart from my good looks, there is no possibility of living in Fengshan Palace, so instead of letting others gossip, let me have a bit of fame. Du Xinshi explained. Shen Feng thought about it for a while. It is true, it is not because he is indifferent to Du Xinshi. He is not a gentleman. After all, he exposed his nature in other places. He can do whatever he wants, lawless, but that is just for fun. It's just for fun. If Du Xinshi's so-called status is really given, the senior sister will be the first to refuse to accept it. Then, I'll give you a title in another way. I'll hire you as the chief steward of my Fengshan Palace, and handle all kinds of affairs in the Fengshan Palace in normal time. That's considered a status, and no one else will gossip. Shen Feng eyeballs after a turn. I chose a compromise method. Do you want me to be more blunt? Du Xinshi asked sadly. I have a heart disease. The doctor said I can only live until the age of 25, and now I am 28. The load on the heart, it's getting bigger and bigger, and he may die at any time. The only concern is Xiaolong. If you don't even want to give me a real title, how can I trust that you can take good care of him in the future? Besides, I don't need to talk to him. The two wives have the same status, even if I'm treated as an outsider, that's enough. The so-called outer room is a more elegant term. If it is a bit vulgar, it is a second wife. It is slightly higher than a lover's status, but it is basically raised in other places. In ancient times, under the system of 3 wives and 4 concubines, the so-called outer room is not even comparable to concubine. You are making things difficult for others. When I am served by the family law, I will be miserable. How about a million-word self-criticism? Will you write it? Shen Feng still disagrees. He doesn't like to do risky things, but at this time, Du Xinshi hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then, I'll find someone to write it for you. I just ask you to accept me." Writing articles is obviously a very energy-consuming thing. Otherwise, why would there be many sudden deaths of writing online articles before? As for Du Xinshi, it is naturally impossible for her to expend energy to write the review. After much deliberation, she came up with a good idea, which is to let others write the review. Isn't it a simple thing to be a shooter? While speaking, Du Xinshi began to untie the clothes on her body. Shen Feng froze in place, not knowing what to do. "Shen Feng, rest, I need strength." Du Xinshi walked to Shen Feng's side, stroking Shen Feng's chest with her palm, and Shen Feng's white body fell into Shen Feng's eyes. Shen Feng still couldn't resist the temptation of beauty, so he walked towards the bed with Du Xinshi in his arms, and said, "This matter should be considered in the long term. Don't rush it. Anyway, I will go look for Xiaolong tomorrow. You just follow my instructions at any time." Du Xinshi finds that her goal has finally been achieved, and she finally feels relieved. In fact, she has fallen in love with Shen Feng. The reason is very simple, that is, Shen Feng is strong enough. Only a strong man can attract a woman, because he be able to protect the people around you so that they will not be bullied casually on the day when the doomsday came. Du Xinshi had been suffering all the time. She was very weak and unable to work. Fortunately, in Yanjing, an important place in the capital, and the first good place, people distribute food every day, so she can only rely on a little. The food replenishes energy, and the child cries every day because he does not have enough to eat. It can be said that if Mu Ying hadn't appeared in time, then Du Xinshi would have given the child up for adoption, and then committed suicide by throwing herself into the river. After all, living is suffering in the end. Mu Ying wanted revenge, and Du Xinshi wanted to find a strong man to rely on. After much deliberation, the two found Shen Feng. For Du Xinshi, this was a man who was much younger than herself. But he is one of the kinder people among the supernatural beings. If you choose him, there is absolutely nothing wrong. However, after following Shen Feng to Yazhao, Du Xinshi discovered that although Shen Feng has always taken care of herself, she has never had any unreasonable thoughts about herself. She really wants to show her charm, but she can't find the opportunity, and later lived in Fengshan Palace. She couldn't contact Shen Feng alone, so she could only suppress the feelings in her heart at this time. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan are not around. For Du Xinshi, the opportunity has come, and the reason has been thought out. The next thing is to implement it. For the future happiness of the child, she will do everything I can't take care of it. The waning moon lifted into the sky, and several old crows saw the moonlight and squawked. Chapter 568. The sun appeared, the night disappeared completely, and the ground was illuminated. At this time, the chicken in the cage began to cry, cluck. Shen Feng slept at home for a night. When he woke up, he felt a little itchy on the tip of his nose. When he opened his eyes, Du Xinshi was scratching himself with her hair. "I'm not being polite." Du Xinshi's complexion suddenly changed. Thinking of the madness last night, her heart was still pounding at that time. She thought she was going to be unbearable. Obviously she couldn't bear the next round of madness, and said quickly, "Husband, I can't already." Then, "Continue to rest. I'm going to work. I forgot to tell you that I still have a think tank. Let's see if he can give me some advice." Shen Feng said with a smile. Next, Shen Feng put on his clothes and prepared to leave the basement. Du Xinshi is a woman from Jiangnan Water Village. She is gentle and pleasant, and she speaks with a sweet tone. Compared with Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan, she has a different flavor. Chang Jianyi is stronger, and although she is gentle at times, she will never let Shen Feng mess around casually, while Chu Qiaoyan was born in a scholarly family, and she can't let her go between the beds. As for Du Xinshi, no matter what Shen Feng asked, she would accept it with a blushing face, so gentle that she would not refuse others. "Wait a minute, don't go out from the study. You will be found out. There is a secret passage underground. I will take you there. Du Xinshi hurriedly said to Shen Feng. When she saw Shen Feng was about to walk from it, she immediately blocked him. Shen Feng was puzzled immediately, and asked, there are secret passages underground? Why didn't I know? Du Xinshi explained, this is a tunnel that you dug out quietly after you went to the Pacific Ocean. Few people know about it, and there are password-locked gates at both ends of the tunnel. Even if ordinary people know that there is a tunnel, if they don't know the password, you can't pass through this passage either, so that's how it is. This is in line with the senior sister's idea. She always imagines some extreme situations. Shen Feng nodded and prepared to leave through the passage. Du Xinshi brought Shen Feng to the third basement floor, entered the fifth room, and turned on the switch. After entering, a wall here was immediately opened, and a door made of alloy immediately appeared in front of the two of them. This phone is for you. There is a special way to contact me. You can call me directly. If there is something that needs me to do, I will try my best. Now the person who contacts various departments in Yuzhou is actually me. Du Xinshi handed Shen Feng a cell phone. Shen Feng took the phone over, nodded, and said, no problem, I will definitely find Xiaolong and Xiaohu as quickly as possible, and I will contact you when I need you. Du Xinshi began to press the password on the gate, which made the gate open. By the way, she also told Shen Feng the password of the gate at the end. Shen Feng entered the passage, and after a long way in the passage, finally came to the end, opened the password door, and came directly to a separate small building. No one lived here, and no one was allowed to approach it. There was dried blood in the room, which looked like a haunted place. This way of hiding is special, but it's still not very safe. Once someone pays close attention to it, it will still be discovered. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Next, Shen Feng performed a company like the wind and quickly went to the guild hall. In the guild hall, many people who came to the wedding had gathered. In the Yuzhou area, as long as there are cities under the jurisdiction of Yuzhou, they will send people came, and some city lords came directly, giving Chang Jianyi enough face. Shen Feng knocked on the door and entered Li Zhenli's room, and then brought Shan Zhangming over. At this time, Li Zhenli was still sleeping. For her big family, she never got up before 8 o'clock, and now, it was only after 6 o'clock. Waking up is a real torment. I've figured things out. This is not something you want to do. It's a forced marriage. These bastards from the Xianlong Bureau arrested my son and threatened my wife to marry him. This Su Liang is really a shameless scum. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and said, sitting next to Shen Feng, Li Zhenli suddenly smelled a faint fragrance from Shen Feng's body, and remembered that he didn't return all night yesterday, so she frowned. City Master, please explain in detail. I don't know the details yet. Shan Zhangming said seriously to Shen Feng. Although Shan Zhangming is called a half-immortal by others, he is not really a half-immortal. He is really good at predicting things, and he just has enough information to make the most favorable decision. However, the information provided by Shen Feng at present is really true. It's too little, so he still needs to know more. If he really wants to divination, then it's over. Shen Feng did not hide anything, and explained the whole incident in a low voice, even telling Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoying that they were no longer in Yuzhou. Shan Zhangming got the information provided by Shen Feng, and said immediately, in this way, someone pretended to be an important person in Yuzhou to attack, and then aroused mutual suspicion in the city. If this is true, then the eldest son must have been impersonated. We can assume that the enemy has a powerful disguise technique and can change the appearance of others at will, so as to accomplish some things that only our own people can accomplish. Shen Feng nodded and said, I also think so, otherwise, it would be unreasonable for my two confidants to suddenly attack Fengshan Palace, but I have no good way to deal with this kind of person. Shen Zhangming pinched his beard and said, don't worry about it. The more frequently the enemy uses countermeasures, the easier it is for us to start from this point. You find a way to keep these arrested people locked together, but secretly contact them. Release it directly at the critical moment, which can cause unexpected effects. It's a good way. It seems that we should arrest our own people, but in fact it's secretly collaborating in prison. Shen Feng nodded, thinking that this idea is better. In addition, collect information on these 20 or so supernatural beings from the Xianlong Bureau, and when the two ladies invite reinforcements, then choose favorable terrain and ambush them directly. Mobilize tens of thousands of soldiers to guard dangerous areas with weapons. 10,000. It would be much easier if the soldiers attacked at the same time. Shen Feng continued, this. How can there be a wide space in the city? It can't be used. Shen Feng said helplessly. Shen Feng has not forgotten how he won the victory in Kagoshima. At that time, he and Yu Hengyi used supernatural powers in the city, and the damage range was really huge. If the battle continues, the casualties of the citizens will reach an astonishing level. Therefore, Kagoshima, 7 major families had no choice but to surrender. They didn't want to leave nothing behind after the defeat. They might as well preserve their vitality after surrendering, but now, it's his turn to fight in Yuzhou, and Shen Feng can't bear such a huge loss immediately. If Yuzhou suffers 51 million casualties, how many people will point at his nose and scold him? But Yuzhou is a mountain city, there are basically no wide locations. Can the wedding be held on the river? In this way, people from the Xianlong Bureau will be mobilized to go to the Yangtze River. In this way, won't there be a wide area? Li Zhengli asked naively. No, this will scare the snake away. Shen Feng shook his head immediately. No one is a fool, and the supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau are the same. They know that they are the most advantageous in the city, and if the situation is not good, they can blend into the crowd among them. They are invincible. If they go to the Yangtze River, their advantage will be gone. Actually, there is another place in Yuzhou that can be used as a battlefield. Shen Feng said in a deep voice at this time. The old man looked sharply at the top of the mountain in the distance and said nothing. Shen Feng followed the gaze of the half-immortal, suddenly understood, and said, You mean Fengshan Palace? That's right. As far as I know, Fengshan Palace covers an area of more than 80 mu of land, and it's on the top of the mountain. The terrain and the occasion are also available, and it's justifiable to hold a wedding in Fengshan Palace. As long as you set up an ambush in Fengshan Palace, then there is no problem at all. Shen Feng said seriously. Shen Feng heard Bangson's words, and said in his heart, this old man is really cruel. He treated my house as a battlefield. After the war, I'm afraid it needs to be rebuilt. However, there is no better way at the moment. Shen Feng can only nod and reply, okay, I understand. I don't want my child not to be caught by a wolf, and my wife is not willing to be caught by a wolf. I can only do this, and the worst thing is to rebuild it again later. If Fengshan Palace is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Shen Feng carefully thought about whether there are any precious things in Fengshan Palace, but after much deliberation, only the apple tree in the garden is more precious. With this tree, he can open a fruit shop and supply apple. Therefore, it is the most suitable place to start the battle in the Fengshan Palace, and it is easy for the gang of Xianlong Bureau to be hooked. By the way, I still want to look for my 2 sons. Bangson, give me an idea. How can I find them? Shen Feng thought of a serious problem again, that is, both Xiaolong and Xiao who were arrested. This can't be left alone, especially since I have agreed to do Xinshi. I have to protect the child well, probably outside the city. Shen Feng shook his head and said, I don't have any ideas. I can only suggest that you have a few more in the future. Anyway, you are still young, and there are many opportunities to have children. What are you talking about? Shen Feng said sternly. Whose child was not born in October? If he refuses to save him, he will be a father in vain. Every child has placed their parents' expectations on them. If they are born no matter what, it is worse than beasts. Shen Feng is quite angry with Shen Feng's suggestion, even if it is a prophet's suggestion, even if this suggestion sounds so good, but Shen Feng can convince himself. After all, kangaroos know how to feed their own children, and crocodiles will guard crocodile eggs as for birth. Don't care about it after birth, it will be cast aside, such as a certain Zhang actress. Shen Feng shook his head with a wry smile, rubbed his head and began to think. Of course he knew that the best way was to leave it alone. After all, the area outside the city was too vast. Who knew where the 2 children were hidden? Wanting to find a child is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, unless the locals take the initiative to expose it. By the way, we can scare the snake away. Shen Feng suddenly thought of a way, and then said to Shen Feng, you find a way to send people out of the city, send people to go in all directions, don't come back overnight, just lurk outside the city, pretending to be looking outside the city. Once they get close to the enemy's hiding place, they will definitely scare the enemy and move away. Shen Feng finally thought of a way. Having said that, but even if the enemy has moved, how do we know that they have moved? Shen Feng continued to ask. Shen Feng can also use the trick of scaring the grass to scare the snake, but it is hard to say how effective it is. He does not have the perspective of God, so it is impossible to know whether the enemy has moved. City. Master, snakes exist not only outside the city, but also inside the city. Shen Hengming frowned and said, don't forget, there are more than 20 people from the Xianlong Bureau in the city. They are not only snakes, but also snake kings. If you alarm them, then it alarmed the snakes. Shen Feng suddenly understood, that's right, we can start with these guys in the city. They have been staying in Yazhou, and it is impossible not to contact the outside world, break their network, cut off their telephone lines, disrupt the electromagnetic waves. Even if they want to release pigeons, they will all be shot down. I don't believe it, they won't be in a hurry. After creating a gap in information, the next step will be much simpler now. Watch the people who talk to them, and see who is going out of the city. Follow up, and we will definitely find the place where they hide. Shen Hengming said with a sneer. When Shen Feng heard this strategy, he could only sigh. Jiang is still hot, and the plan to startle the snake is so perfect. Chapter 569, the same Jianyi is a fallen person. After Shen Feng got Bangsun's plan, he immediately started to act. First, he used his mobile phone to directly contact Du Xinxi in Fengshan Palace, and asked her to order Qilingshan to take the intelligence department out of the city in the name of Chang Jianyi. They have to go out of the city in all 4 directions, and send troops to stare at the supernatural beings of the Xianlong Bureau, cut off their nets, and isolate electromagnetic waves. It is best to let Lu Kayang do this. Information has an absolute advantage. Du Xinxi immediately followed suit. Now that Chang Jianyi left Yazhou, basically no outsiders knew about it. Even Lu Xian and Lin Yu, who were guarding outside Fengshan Palace, didn't know about it. It is equivalent to Chang Jianyi speaking in person, and the people below will follow suit immediately after learning about it. Qilingshan was puzzled, and he didn't know where the eldest son and the 2 sons of the city lord went. Even if he went out of the city to search, he couldn't find it, but the order said to search for a day in a suspicious place outside the city. One night. If one day and one night can find someone, it would be really lucky. However, since this is the order of the deputy city lord, it can only be obeyed. Qilingshan led people out of the city. People at the level of Shen and Lin Yu are being watched for every move they make, and they will report it immediately if they make any moves according to the observation of those who are interested. People from the intelligence team left the city at the 4 city gates, as if they had obtained some information. They all left the city in unison. On a large scale, these people immediately came to the manor where a group of people from the Xianlong Bureau lived. They wanted to enter it to report, but they couldn't get in at all, because at this time the manor was surrounded, and 1,000 soldiers were guarding outside the manor. With a serious expression, and a huge machine beside him, which turned out to be a signal jammer. Go away, this place is under martial law. The soldiers yelled at the people who came by. What? If I don't leave? Someone asked directly and coldly. Catch it. The soldiers didn't talk nonsense. The order they received was that no one was allowed to enter or leave the manor. Otherwise, they could be arrested, and those who dared to resist would be executed on the spot. Therefore, the soldiers arrested a group of people on the spot, and the others fled in all directions, not daring to approach the manor at all. Someone from the manor came out and asked about the situation. Guys, it seems like we haven't made any mistakes, right? Why are you monitoring us, please? Don't get me wrong. Recently, there have been villains haunting the Fengshan Palace. Even the Fengshan Palace dared to attack. This is obviously contempt for us. For this reason, we need to protect the safety of the adults in the Xianlong Bureau. From today on, everyone is not allowed to enter and leave. Otherwise we will launch an attack. Lu Kayang came out at this time and said with a smile, in addition to the 3 leaders in the army, Lu Kayang's position is the most stable. After all, he once replaced Shen Feng in commanding the battle to clean up the mutant beasts in the southern part of Yazhou, and now, he personally led 1,000 soldiers to organize the manor. Surrounded, the soldiers also gritted their teeth, wanting to attack at any time. The soldiers are very loyal to Yazhou. After all, they are all soldiers, that is, they recruit locals as soldiers, and their family members have lived in Yazhou for generations. When these outsiders from the Xianlong Bureau appear, they will forcibly marrying their deputy city lord has already angered them. Now I got the order from the superior to stare at the group of supernatural beings in the Xianlong Bureau and cut off all their contact methods. This naturally made the soldiers excited and felt that now it was finally possible to take revenge. The ulterior purpose can be achieved casually, but we will not agree, even if it's to protect us. There's no need to use a signal jammer, right? Also, you have cut off the network and telephone lines. I'm afraid it can't be explained by a simple sentence of protecting us, right? The superhuman said with a sneer as he said that. The supernatural person wanted to force his way out. Anyway, the people present were just ordinary people, and it was absolutely impossible to threaten his life. Lu Kayang immediately sneered and said, "If you dare to rush out, then don't blame us for doing it. I wonder if your speed is faster than the speed of sound?" On the roof farther away, there are 50 of my personal guards. Many people are aiming at this place. If the anti-tank rifle hits once, half of your body will probably disappear, right? The supernatural person also panicked, and quickly glanced at the tall buildings in the distance, only to find that several black shadows could indeed be seen on the tall buildings in the distance. It seemed that what the other party said was true and not false. Although supernatural beings are extremely powerful, they are only relatively speaking. They seem to be invincible, but they will be injured and die. Moreover, it is not uncommon for ordinary people to kill supernatural beings among the people. When hundreds of ordinary people, after a person has successfully ambushed the supernatural being and has an elite weapon in his hand, he can kill the supernatural being. But at this time, after Lu Kayang started threatening, the supernatural person immediately stopped in his tracks, looked at him fiercely, and said a cruel sentence, "You wait for me. We have no end to this matter. How dare you offend us? Be careful what happened to the two little brats of your city lord's house." After finishing speaking, the superhumans turned around and returned to the manor. There are green trees and red flowers everywhere in the manor. Although the area is not large, it is more delicate. Living here is also in line with their identities as supernatural beings, especially there he came from Yanjing, and his status is much nobler than that of ordinary people. Deputy City Lord, why do you want to provoke them? If they really hurt the two young masters, wouldn't it be a big deal? Lu Kayang looked at the supernatural beings of the Xianlong Bureau who had been blocked in the manor, worried in his heart. He knew the news that the two young masters had been taken away, which was why the deputy city lord had to compromise, and now that Chang Jianyi had issued an order to surround the manor, it would undoubtedly anger the two of them. Martial law was immediately imposed around the manor. Even if you wanted to pass through the nearby streets, you had to make a detour. Lu Kayang was still worried that these people would use radio stations to contact the outside world, and simply use their abilities, which would directly disrupt the electromagnetic waves here, making it impossible for people inside to send out messages. Lu Kayang usually trains snipers. After all, he is a sniper. Now training other snipers can be regarded as professional counterparts, and snipers are also the biggest threat to supernatural beings. Ordinary soldiers need to suppress supernatural beings. Relying on the number of bullets for firepower coverage, snipers only need to find an angle to aim at. The sniper rifle is also very powerful, and it is not a problem to penetrate a 5mm steel plate. Lu Kayang didn't understand how the decision was made. Perhaps the deputy city lord couldn't take it anymore, and would rather kill these enemies because of the consequences of the child being killed. But, in this case, why did the deputy city lord agree to get married? Isn't this asking for perfection? At this time, Shen Feng was already on the roof of the building in the distance, standing on the side to observe the manor. "Okay, now I want to see how you plan to contact people outside the city," Shen Feng said to himself. Shen Feng adopted Shan Zhangming's suggestion, that is to scare the snake away. As for how to achieve this, it requires the cooperation of other departments in Yezhou. Shen Feng is not yet able to show up. All the methods of this group of people to contact others, and then Qiling led many people out of the city to look for it. Standing on the roof, Shen Feng is constantly watching with a telescope in his hand. Everything in the manor can be clearly seen. As long as someone enters or exits, he can find it instantly. Moreover, 1,000 soldiers surrounded the supernatural being. It is obviously impossible to leave the manor without anyone noticing. Shen Feng waited from daytime until late at night, and Yezhou City was under martial law, so it was not that easy to get out of the city. No matter who wanted to enter or leave Yezhou City, it was not that easy. The supernatural beings in the manor didn't respond, as if they were not in a hurry. Seeing the other party's reaction, Shen Feng couldn't sit still, and thought, could it be that the half-immortal's idea is useless? Perhaps, these people have other ways to contact the outside world? This possibility is very high. After much deliberation, Shen Feng was always very uneasy. There was only one day left tomorrow. If he couldn't find his son and Chang Haoji tomorrow, then there was really nothing he could do next. If he still wanted to get his son back, then we can only capture these bastards from the Xianlong Bureau alive and exchange them for hostages. Hi, Brother Feng, long time no see. While Shen Feng was meditating, someone suddenly patted his shoulder and spoke. Shen Feng was startled. He didn't expect that when he was meditating, someone approached here without anyone noticing. If the person behind him was an enemy, wouldn't he be plotted against? However, Shen Feng didn't feel the murderous intent all the time. When he turned his head, he found that the guy behind him was also wearing a mask. Who are you? Shen Feng asked vigilantly. Isn't it? It's only been a few days, and you have forgot me. Yu Hengyi was very dissatisfied, and took off his mask. His face was full of displeasure. It's you? I was thinking about something just now, so I didn't react for a while. Shen Feng said helplessly. If Yu Hengyi appeared behind him, there would be no problem. Yu Hengyi patted Shen Feng's shoulder and comforted him. Brother, don't be too sad. Such things as changing your mind happen all the time. We are both hard-working people, and we will probably hug each other to keep warm from now on. Yu Hengyi himself wanted to ask Shen Feng for help, so he ran all the way from Yanjing, but heard an unexpected news in Wanzhou. That is, Chang Jianyi was going to marry someone from the Xianlong Bureau. Yu Hengyi was immediately taken aback by the news. He hoped that Shen Feng could help, but he didn't expect that Shen Feng would also be in trouble immediately. Yu Hengyi had a feeling that Jianyi is also a fallen person. Why should we meet each other before? Everyone has encountered similar things. He can understand Shen Feng's emotions. Most likely just now, Shen Feng was silently sad. So, at this moment, Yu Hengyi opened his mouth to comfort Shen Feng. However, after Shen Feng heard the other party's comfort, he asked inexplicably, what kind of miserable person? What kind of hugging for warmth? Also, how did you find me? I stayed in Wanzhou. I heard about your trouble at the city lord's daughter's birthday party. After inquiring about the news, I caught up with you. What kind of half-immortal? Tell me that you are here, and you are also in trouble. Can you ask me for help? Yu Hengyi said hastily. Shen Feng looked at Yu Hengyi suspiciously, and asked, didn't you go to Yanjing? Why did you come to Yezhou? In other words, you can't be a counterfeit, right? In Shen Feng's memory, Yu Hengyi went straight to Yanjing to find Qin Kui. He couldn't wait at that time, but now he followed him to Yezhou. It was 2 days away. Suddenly, Shen Feng began to suspect, could the guy in front of him use the disguise technique? You even doubt me? Yu Hengyi suddenly felt wronged. He had followed Shen Feng for more than half a year, but he didn't expect to be suspected in just a few days. Said, see, do you understand? Shen Feng looked at the Kanglong mace in front of him. This thing is made of the same material as his long sword. Although he felt that Yu Hengyi was a real person, he still had doubts, and then continued, it is also possible that you took Yu Hengyi's real person. Get killed and take the weapon away. Oh, if you continue to talk nonsense, I will tell you what you did in Kagoshima. I can't believe it, you are too suspicious. Yu Hengyi said dissatisfied. Chapter 570, The Traitor Appears. After hearing Yu Hengyi's dissatisfied words, Shen Feng immediately confirmed that the person in front of him was the real thing, and only Yu Hengyi knew about the things in Japan, so he quickly said, don't, I'm just joking, are you my little brother? How could I not believe you? Tell me, what are you doing here? Yu Hengyi embarrassingly told what happened in Yanjing. Qin Kui was married, but there were many doubts about this matter. He wanted to ask Shen Feng for help, and it would be best to find a group of people to go to Yanjing to help him. What he supported was to investigate the situation clearly, but only when he came to Yezhou did he find that Shen Feng was also in trouble. After talking about what happened to him, Yu Hengyi said, it seems that there is no so-called loyal love in this world, there is only constant change of heart. It has only been half a year, and you and I are going to lose love. Yu Hengyi used to firmly believe in the existence of love, so when he was in Kagoshima, he never took the initiative to go to the custom shop, and he would walk around far away when he saw it. It is not as free and easy as Shen Feng, even though he and Sayaka had a relationship. Marriage, but soon abandoned it. Qin Kui will always be in his heart, and it is impossible for other women to enter Yu Hengyi's heart. However, after Yu Hengyi had the experience of the past few days, He suddenly discovered that everything was fake, and if he truly believed in this so-called love, he would be blinded, because the facts were in front of him, and in half a year, Qin Qiushi is already married, and seems to have completely forgotten the affectionate words she said at sea. The belief that has persisted for more than 10 years has been defeated by the facts in just a few days. Shen Feng has talked about the truth for a long time, and Yu Hengyi finally believes it now. Shen Feng heard Yu Hengyi's story, but had to shake his head, and said helplessly, "I can understand your feelings, but I still have to say that my situation is different from yours. There are people on my side who are bullying others, relying on them. It is the Xianlong Bureau, backed by Yanjing headquarters, so it bullies my orphans and widows in Yazhou, not only forcibly kidnapping my son, but also forcing marriage. Your emotion is sorrow, and mine is anger." Afterwards, Shen Feng also told Yu Hengyi what happened in Yazhou recently, and Yu Hengyi finally understood that the people from the Xianlong Bureau were so shameless that they took away the children and never threatened them. Such methods are really infuriating. Damn it, these people from the Xianlong Bureau are really nothing. They actually play such insidious moves. Don't worry, Brother Feng. When the fight starts, I will help. At worst, eat the centennial orchid seeds and break through the limit directly. 10 times the gravitational field appears. I don't believe they can still hold it. Yu Hengyi also said coldly. When Shen Feng was about to talk about the next plan, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the red dot on the nearby wall out of the corner of his eye, and quickly said to Yu Hengyi, "Shut up." After finishing speaking, Shen Feng picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction of the manor, only to find that on the 4th floor of the manor, someone was hiding in the dark and playing with a red dot pen in his hand, which is an electronic pen that can emit a red light. It may not be easy to see during the day, but at night, this pen is capable of illuminating a great distance. It turns out that the information is transmitted through the electronic pen, so the position of the red dot is the messenger. Shen Feng said to himself. Next, Shen Feng looked in the direction of the electronic pen, but found that the red dot fell in a house, shining on the wall through the glass, and he could vaguely see what he was gesticulating, but Shen Feng couldn't understand it. Humph, I can't help it anymore, right? Now I'll see where you guys are going. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. It seems that Jiang is still old and hot, and he can see the gang from Xianlong Bureau at a glance. The details of the people, as long as the information is cut off, they will be uneasy, and then they need to transfer the hostages. Soon, a woman came out of the building, wearing a mask and a wide-brimmed hat on her head, walking towards the distance step by step. Shen Feng hurriedly followed. Yu Hengyi thought for a while and had nothing to do, so he followed Shen Feng and set off. Both of them were supernatural beings, and they moved very nimbly, so they were not noticed by the woman in front. But at this moment, Shen Feng discovered something was wrong. There was a curfew in Yazhou, and there were patrolling people everywhere on the street, but as long as this woman took out a document from her body, the patrolling soldiers would immediately give up their plans. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng understood everything, and couldn't help but said, "It seems that there are traitors in Yazhou. If it weren't for our own people, these soldiers would not have been interrogated. Damn, they even took refuge in the Xianlong Bureau court." Yu Hengyi whispered, "Do you want to catch her? Then press her directly." Shen Feng shook his head and replied, "Forcing questions may not be useful. According to Banksin's speculation, these people will immediately transfer the hostages when they find something is wrong. Let's follow up and see. I don't know how she has to contact the outside world. If it really doesn't work, we can only arrest her." The two then followed the man forward, only to find that the woman left the city directly. When she left, she was still riding a motorcycle. The soldiers at the gate of the city only let her go after a symbolic interrogation. It seems that this person has a great connection with the city lord's mansion, otherwise he would not have such a face, and he would still let the soldiers open the door in the middle of the night. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi also jumped over the wall and chased after him, but Yu Hengyi's speed was a bit slower, and he was almost spotted by the soldiers on the city wall. Fortunately, Shen Feng summoned a strong wind at a critical moment, which captivated the eyes of the people around him, and then covered him up as the woman in front was galloping outside the city on a motorcycle, while Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi were not too slow, running far to keep up. There were no lighting facilities outside the city. Although the mercenaries lived outside the city with their families, they was reluctant to use electricity in the middle of the night, so it was pitch black outside the city. Shen Feng and Yu Hengyi only had to follow the taillights from a distance to chase, but the woman couldn't observe the situation behind her through the rearview mirror. This seems to be going in the south direction, and even out on the Yangtze River Bridge. Could it be that people are hiding in the south? Yu Henggai asked in a low voice while running. Shen Feng thought for a while and replied, "It's possible. There are few people in the south, but there are also urban areas by the river. Living here is really easy to hide. Moreover, I cleaned up the mutant beasts in the mountains last year. Even if they hide, nothing will happen in the mountains." In a manor in Yazhou, 22 people are discussing countermeasures in the hall. They are all members of the Xianlong Bureau, some are from the army, and some are from aristocratic families. Don't look at the fact that China has long been out of power, but the family concept is still very heavy. More than 80 years have passed, and big families have also formed. The big families in the Republic of China disappeared, but new big families appeared. In fact, whether the family can prosper is directly related to whether it is strong or not. There is a saying that the poor stand on the cross streets and play with 10 steel structures, but they can't hook their relatives. Yibin Peng, if it is a powerful family, then no matter how far the relationship is, they must find ways to build relationships, because as long as they climb high branches, they will be able to flourish and directly reduce 20 years of struggle time. However, if it is a weak family that cannot provide better prospects for development, the family will fall apart, and half of the supernatural beings currently in the manor are children of big families, and the other half are selected from the army. Came out of excellent soldiers. The people on the side of the big family are very united, and they formed a group immediately. The leader is naturally the second in command of the Xianlong Bureau, Su Liang, who is also the culprit of the forced marriage. The soldiers also have to form a group, but there is no accurate leadership. After all, they never engage in small circles at this time. A person with supernatural powers asked Su Liang, "Vice Captain, tell me, will this group of people in Yazhou die with us? They have been surrounded for a whole day. If they really get along with us, if we fight, there will be casualties. No, it's impossible for them to hurt both of us. First of all, the surrounding area is the downtown area. Once a fight breaks out, as long as a few of us rush out, it will cause huge casualties. As long as there are no brains, will attack us here. Besides, don't we still have 3 hostages in our hands? In addition, Yazhou has our informant, so we can know the slightest trouble of the other party. I have not received any news that they are going to attack." Su Liang said seriously, leaning on the sofa. Then, why are they spying on us and banning us from traveling? Is there any point? Someone continued to ask. Su Liang thought for a moment, and replied, "Mostly, he wanted to find the 3 hostages in the last 2 days, so he quietly dispatched the intelligence department, and then, in order to prevent us from reporting, he also cut off our contact with the outside world channel." This analysis made sense, and everyone couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that this was the last madness of everyone in Yazhou. "I have already contacted someone outside just now, and she will immediately notify the people outside the city to transfer the hostages. In this way, we don't have to worry about our safety," Zhang Ke said with a smile, and put it on the floor standing upstairs. "He is the one who uses the electronic pen." Su Liang nodded, feeling that her plan was flawless. The first thing was to abduct the important hostages. Sure enough, after abducting the 2 little boys from the city lord's mansion, Chang Jianyi's lifeline was immediately caught. Then, he tried to find a way to drive a wedge between the superior and the superior, which made Chang Jianyi distrust his subordinates, and everyone under his subordinates felt insecure, which broke their trust. In the end, put forward a condition for Chang Jianyi to marry him. In this way, the mission can be perfectly completed. In the future, Yazhou will be our world, and at the headquarters, our meritorious performance is unprecedented, and we will definitely be rewarded. Su Liang laughed when he thought of this. In the living room on the other side, there are a group of straight soldiers. They are also very young. The military honors they have received for a long time make them really look down on each other's actions. Don't they just want to get Yazhou? No one would have any objection to doing it with real swords and guns, but now, the Xianlong Bureau is using such low-handed methods, which is simply shameless. Chang Jianyi couldn't bear it at first, and said directly, "I've only heard about this kind of thing from the robbers, but I didn't expect it. You guys have the essence." Chang Jianyi couldn't bear it anymore. A group of people are still complacent about using low-level methods. It's enough, if they can only join the Xianlong Bureau. They all want to leave, and now, Although they are still on one side, Chang Jianyi really couldn't bear to see him regarding Chang Jianyi's sarcasm at this time. Su Liang smiled and asked, "Brother Chang, has your mind not been updated for a long time? What time is it now? It is the end of the day. As long as you can complete the task, then it doesn't matter what method you use, it's fine." Zhang Ke also persuaded, "Brother Chang, I know you have a strong sense of honor, and we also know that you are a gentleman, but you have to take care of the overall situation. We are doing things under the orders of the headquarters. Now Yazhao controls with the ability to produce evolutionary genes that we do not have, and it is still in the hands of civilian armed forces. This must be recovered." Zhang Ke is very smart, knowing that it is untenable to justify himself, and the iron-blooded men on the other side can only be suppressed with righteousness. Considering the overall situation can make them shut up, as long as they follow him. Doing this together is enough. After Chang Jianyi heard the other party's words, he just snorted coldly, turned his head, and said in his heart, "If it wasn't for the order from the headquarters, I wouldn't want to follow you to do such indecent things." The rest of the soldiers were silent, and they also felt that what they were doing was not glorious enough, but as long as it could make the headquarters profitable, there was only one way to go: to hell. Chapter 571 Unlucky Chang Haoji. In the wild, in the middle of the night, the surroundings are empty and silent. Occasionally, mutated mice pass through the road. In the apocalypse, mutated mice are also completely weak. Even if they are mutated, they are no more than the size of a rabbit. 4 or 5 meters, it is completely inferior to other mutant beasts. Therefore, in order to survive, the mutant mouse can only continue to maintain its original life of nocturnal and nocturnal. At this time, there was a roar from the road in the distance, so the mutated mouse immediately hid in the gutter, not daring to move at all. A light appeared on the north side of the road, and then a motorcycle sped away. Boom! The motorcycle flashed by, and the mice got out of the gutter, thinking it was safe. But then, 2 more black shadows appeared in the distance of the road, followed the motorcycle and rushed out into the distance. Compared with the speed of the motorcycle, it was not slow at all, but it lacked the roar of the engine. Yu Henggai can keep up with a speeding motorcycle, and Shen Feng has no problem. If he wants to catch the messenger, he only needs 1 second. After all, his speed can break through the speed of sound in an instant, and catch up with dozens of it is not difficult. To drive a motorcycle a few meters away, sure enough, it's in the urban area on the south side of the Yangtze River. There are very few people living here, and there are often mutated beasts in the mountains, and there are no walls to protect it. It's really safe to hide here, Shen Feng said to Yu Henggai. Although Shen Feng is located in Yuzhao City, the urban area of Yuzhao is too big, and he can only enclose the core area as a city, close to the riverside and the bridge. As for the southern urban area, there is basically no management, and there is no security at all. There are mercenaries in Jiangbei, but the urban areas in Jiangnan are in danger. Good people will never live in the southern urban area. Most of the people living here are heinous guys. Avoid pursuit. The woman in the car got off quickly and entered the dark urban area, and Shen Feng and Yu Henggai quickly followed. The southern urban area was not powered on, and the urban area was dark, and no one managed the city for a long time, resulting in garbage everywhere on the streets. It can be said that this place is a place where people and mice live together. Looking at the woman walking in front, Shen Feng suddenly felt that her back was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Who is this guy? He seems to know the situation in Yuzhao like the back of his hand. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Yu Henggai looked at the dilapidated urban areas around him. The surroundings were extremely dark, and some mice were still hiding in the dark to peek at him. He couldn't help but lament that the once prosperous urban areas had become what they are now. After the two of them followed the spies into the dilapidated urban area in silence, after turning around, they finally saw a window emitting a dim yellow light in the distance. In the dark, the light in the window was like a guiding light, like, "Dong, dong." There was a knock on the door, and the woman said, "Open the door, eh?" Golden flower facing the Chaoyong. The door did not open, but a code word came out instead. If you don't know the code word, it will definitely attract the other party's attention. The Skylark of Kyushu has passed Yanshan Mountain. The woman replied the code was perfectly matched. The door was quickly opened, and a young man appeared. He looked out for a while, but did not see anyone else, and then let the woman enter the house. This is a small single-family building, 5 stories high, but only the first floor has lights. "Brother Feng, are you ready?" Yu Henggai asked directly. Yu Henggai silently took out a Kanglong mace in his hand, ready to fight at any moment, but Shen Feng hesitated for a moment, and said, "Observe first, let's go to the back to see." Before he was sure about the enemy's situation, Shen Feng would not act casually. Moreover, once these people killed the hostages in a panic, then his mission would be considered a failure. Then Shen Feng took Yu Henggai around and came to the back of the small building. The windows on this side were directly sealed by wooden boards, and only a faint light came out through the gaps in the wooden boards. There were still people on the surrounding small buildings watching. However, recently, these sentinels found nothing, and there was nothing else to do except sleep at night, so they started to sleep one after another. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng and Yu Henggai kept looking inside from the rear window, only to find a rope hanging from the roof, and a boy was hanging under the rope. "Kill me if you have the guts, don't play tricks all day long. Let me tell you, even if you die, I will not let you get what you want." Hearing this familiar voice, Shen Feng immediately understood that his brother-in-law had been arrested here. He is now covered in blood, obviously tortured, but he has a lot of backbone. Surrender to the enemy. At this time, two people came in the room. The man was the one who opened the door before, and the woman was the one who rushed to report overnight. The man said to Chang Haoji, who was hanging in midair, "Boy, are you still stubborn? I told you before, after this matter is over, we will be a family. The deputy captain of our Xianlong Bureau will to become the city lord of Yazhao. Everyone is a friend, and now you are so cursing, how hurtful." The young man spoke to Chang Haoji with a smile. His brows and eyes were full of complacency. Chang Haoji didn't appreciate it, and continued to curse angrily. "You despicable and shameless guys, pretending to be me, abducted my nephew, and dare to persecute my sister. You wait for me. As long as I regain my freedom, I will never forgive you. HMPH. With your kid's ability, what else can you do besides driving the clouds? You still threaten us? Be careful that we will directly abolish you, kid. We promised your sister not to kill you, but we didn't tell me not to cripple you." The man said arrogantly. Chang Haoji gritted his teeth with hatred. He didn't expect that he would become a tool to threaten his sister. After all, he was too weak. If he was strong enough, he would not have encountered such a thing. "It's all because I'm too weak. If I'm strong enough, I won't be caught easily. I'll definitely make them pay the price. However, I'm alive now, so I can only make trouble for my sister." Chang Haoji thought helplessly in his heart. At this time, the woman also spoke, and said directly, "I brought the order from the superior," and immediately moved the location to hide in another place. The intelligence team in Yazhao has already started to act, and the leader is Qi Lingshan. You have to be careful, most of them came prepared. Relocation. Location? We haven't used communication tools for the past few days, so it's impossible to be discovered. Are you too nervous? The man asked suspiciously at this time, but the woman replied, "It's always right to be careful. Tomorrow is just one day away from your deputy captain's big day. You must be careful now. If you are really found, something really bad will happen." Yu Henggai gestured at Shen Feng twice, and the meaning was very obvious, that is to rush in and save Chang Haoji, who was hung up. However, Shen Feng shook his head lightly and rejected this suggestion. At this time, Shen Feng naturally wanted to save Chang Haoji, but Xiaolong and Xiao Hu have not been found yet, so Shen Feng did not intend to act rashly, lest it would be self-defeating. After the woman conveyed the order, she immediately said, "I have to go to the next place. You should take someone here to move quickly. I'll leave first. Remember, you must finish this matter as soon as possible." Although the man in this stronghold believed that he was not exposed to the enemy's sight, he could only complete the order given by his superiors, so he shouted loudly, "Assemble! Assemble quickly!" When the people on the roof of the nearby building heard the order to assemble, they immediately woke up from their sleep, slapped the mosquitoes around them, and rushed towards the small building. But Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had already hid in the dark and began to discuss countermeasures. "Xiao, I'll leave this to you. I'll continue to track down this woman. You go and save Xiaoji. Remember, silence. Don't leave anyone alive." Shen Feng told Yu Henggai, not looking at her now. "There is no trace of the baby, and there are no baby supplies in the room. It is likely that the child is hidden in another stronghold. Shen Feng has to follow the clues to go to the next stronghold, and Chang Haoji here can only be handed over to Yu Henggai." Is gone. Yu Henggai nodded, waved the Kanglong mace in his hand and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. No one can survive except your brother-in-law. Soon, the woman left the dark neighborhood again. Shen Feng followed her silently. Her figure was strong, and she was not noticed. The group of people in the small building also started to move, and there were not many things to bring. And the surroundings are all inaccessible places, so it is too easy to transfer. Chang Haoji was untied from the rope and thrown onto a small cart. This type of cart is a flat cart used to move bricks on construction sites. A few pieces of cardboard were placed on the cart, and Chang Haoji was thrown onto it. Chang Haoji's limbs were bent into a strange posture, obviously interrupted. After all, he is a second-order supernatural being, and no one can guarantee whether he will violently hurt others, so to be on the safe side, it can break his limbs. When he was thrown into the car, Chang Haoji was in severe pain all over his body, and the place where the bone was broken was even more painful, but he insisted on not saying a word, acting very backbone, lying in the car, still shouting loudly, "You shameless bastards, kill me if you have the ability, don't torture me, I will never cooperate with you, the day I recover is the day you die." However, this group of people didn't respond to Chang Haoji's hoarse shouts. After listening to him cursing for so many days, this group of people had long been used to it, and it was just a few words without any lethality. The leading man stood with his arms folded and watched. The group of people under him were still carrying supplies. Although the transfer location was simple, there was a lot of food. The rice and noodles needed to be taken away, and the cooking utensils also needed to be taken away, and it was summer now. The temperature in Yuzhou is also approaching 40 degrees, and you can sleep at night without covering yourself with a quilt, but there are a little more mosquitoes, so you don't need to carry luggage, and it is enough to bring food and cooking utensils. Have you packed it? Seriously, take it slow, I wouldn't have hired you if I knew it. The leader man said displeasedly. I said, Mr. Mutong, we mercenaries have never seen such a difficult guest like you. It's fine if you don't sleep at night, and you have to transfer. The transfer is fine, and you need to be fast. Any request will be accepted. You have brought it up. Party A these days is really too difficult to serve. The people below who were carrying the grain couldn't help but sneer. The man who became the wooden barrel sneered and said, I see, it's because you, Party B, have a big temper. It was only natural to spend money to hire you, but now, you are complaining a lot. You obviously have a lot of money. The reward is good, and I dare to pick and choose. No one would dare to talk to me like this before the end. Mu Tuong also had his reasons for saying this, thinking about who I was before the doomsday. I am from the HR department. When young people come to my company to apply for a job, whoever is not nervous is afraid that they will fail the interview. Once someone dares to offend themselves, they should put down a sentence. If you don't do it, some people will do it. At that time, I was the real glory. Unlike at this time, I asked a group of mercenaries to help, and they dared to fight back. How brave they are. I don't even look at what the task is. Kidnapping the eldest son of Yuzhou. If this matter gets out, we will die. The risk is so great, so it's only natural for us to get so much reward. The mercenary was still a little unconvinced, continued to whine in a low voice. Yu Hengai saw that Shen Feng had followed a woman away from the block, and he also knew that he should show up. Now Chang Haoji will be transferred, and he will be tortured so badly. If he continues, he will still suffer. It's better to do it now and save people first. Chapter 572. Yu Hengai counted and figured out the number of people present. There were only 10 people. Except for Chang Haoji, who was lying on the car and could not move, it was the leader man and the other 8 mercenaries. The number of these people was not large. Many, and what Yu Hengai is most worried about is the man in the lead. His intuition tells him that this man is not simple. As for the rest of the mercenaries, they are nothing to worry about. First, get rid of these little guys, and then attack the leader. Yu Hengai made a plan, and then he was ready to implement it. Seeing that everyone had packed up their things, Mutong immediately started to take action, leading people straight to the south. The urban area in the south of the Yangtze River is very large, and it would be difficult to find if you walk a few kilometers away. But he chose the location of the transfer has also been discussed before. Okay, gag this guy's mouth so that he won't yell and attract others' attention, and get ready to go. Mutong directed to the mercenary, and then took the lead to leave, and Chang Haoji's mouth was immediately blocked by a rag. This was a rag that the mercenaries tore off from his body. It also had a strong body odor, which almost smoked Chang Haoji. Shut up helplessly, and let out all kinds of sounds. Compared with the pain in his body, the pain in Chang Haoji's heart was more intense. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the darkness. This black shadow was very vigorous. It flashed past in place, leaving a sound of wind, and then a mercenary slowly fell down. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events, especially a group of mercenaries who looked over with a flashlight, only to find that the companion lying on the ground was dead, with a big hole in his head. All red, white, and yellow could be seen. See, the brains have all been punched out. There are enemies. Be careful, be careful. Seeing this accident, the mercenaries immediately became vigilant, looking at the darkness in all directions, and the flashlights continued to shine. A mercenary squatted down, looked at his dead companion, and said, Lao Liu, how are you? Have you seen the true face of the enemy? This mercenary obviously can't accept the death of his friend. The mercenaries who can form a team in the apocalypse have deep feelings for each other, but now, their companions are killed by hidden enemies. This is really frustrating. Cannot accept. Stand up, be careful of the enemy, you must kill the enemy to avenge Lao Liu. The rest of the people quickly shouted, the enemy hiding in the dark is really terrifying, and they took away one of them almost instantly. The life of a companion. Now there is no time to grieve over the death of a companion. Mu Tong also frowned and thought for a while, walked to the side of the deceased, looked at the mercenary who had fallen to the ground, and said, this is a blunt weapon. It looks like he was beaten to death by something like a stick. Presumably it should be a person who is attacked by a weapon like a steel pipe can cause a one-hit kill effect, which is obviously not easy. Mu Tong began to doubt whether the enemy hiding in the dark was an evolutionary or a supernatural being. If it's just a sneak attack by an evolutionary, then I'm still capable of dealing with it, but if the enemy is a supernatural being, then I will still suffer a loss in a real fight. Shoo! At this moment, another black figure flashed out of the darkness on the other side, and Mu Tong hurriedly looked in the direction of the wind, only to find that this person was holding a pitch-black stick in his hand, which looked like frustrated with burning a fire stick. He swung the stick and directly broke a person's cervical spine, causing the person to fall to the ground and die on the spot. At this moment, the mercenaries became even more angry. 2 companions were killed in a row. They couldn't bear it any longer. They picked up their rifles and shouted loudly into the dark space around them, what is pretending to be a ghost? Don't do it if you have the ability. Hide your head and show your tail, and come out to fight to the death in an open and above board. If you acted honestly, I would naturally come out with real swords and guns, but what you have done has angered me. You did the despicable and shameless things, but you asked others to be honest. Ridiculous. I will one by one kill you. Yuangai, who is hiding in the dark, said loudly. It is also impossible for mercenaries to really hope that the enemy will take the initiative to stand up. The reason why they said this was to judge the enemy's position. After they found someone firing, they immediately opened fire with their rifles. The bullets it poured out, aimed at the direction where the sound came from and fired continuously. The muzzle flame kept flashing, and the bullets were shot out in the blink of an eye. Mu Tong also took out a pistol from his body, looked at everything around him vigilantly, and was ready to deal with enemies in the dark at any time. There was a lot of gunfire, and the originally quiet urban area became noisy for a while, and the gunshots were heard in the ears, but it was impossible to tell where the fighting took place in the darkness. It happened that Qi Lingshan was leading more than 20 people in the southern urban area. In fact, Qi Lingshan had already set the southern urban area as the primary target of the search. The city had been searched more than once, but the 2 children were still not found. For one thing, the child can only be hidden outside the city. The easiest place to hide the population outside the city is the southern urban area. However, knowing that the enemy is most likely to be hiding in this place, Qi Lingshan has no way to investigate. After all, this area is really too big. It used to be a huge urban area that could accommodate 1 million people, with one street connected to another street. Searching all the way is not a task that can be completed in a day or two. Now, when Qi Lingshan heard the gunshots, he suddenly felt a bright light. Isn't the opportunity here? Hurry up, let's go to the place where the gunshots sounded. If we are lucky, we will make meritorious deeds. Let me tell you, the deputy city lord has issued a reward before. Whoever can find her child can do so. Get the reward of the supernatural potion. Do you understand? What a great opportunity this is. Qi Lingshan hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, although they were only from the intelligence department. After getting Qi Lingshan's cheering, But also excited, Chang Jianyi was also very concerned about the abduction of her son, so she issued a reward, which was specifically aimed at the people and the army of the city lord's mansion. Whoever can find her child will be rewarded with a supernatural potion. For people, supernatural potions are definitely a huge reward. When such a reward was announced, it caused a sensation at that time. Under the heavy reward, there must be a brave man. When huge wealth is in front of you, no one can keep calm. This is the situation now, and the time to take credit has come. However, Yu Hengyi had already dealt with 2 mercenaries, and he felt more and more that the Hyper Dragon Mace in his hand was very useful. It was unmatched in terms of armor-piercing ability. As long as he swung it, he would kill one of them with a single stick. Of course, being able to wield a weapon weighing more than 10 kilograms easily is not something ordinary people can do. Yu Hengyi was suppressed by the barrage and hid in the dark, not daring to act rashly, but fortunately, the surrounding neighborhoods were well connected, and a group of people were about to transfer, so they stood on the street. There were no bunkers in all directions, which was especially suitable for sneak attacks. Yu Hengyi immediately began to shift positions, attacking from another direction, but this time, Yu Hengyi's attack was discovered. As soon as he rushed out, Mutong, who had been observing, raised his pistol and started shooting. He heard bang bang, 2 gunshots, and the bullets rubbed against Yu Hengyi. His hairs flew over, his actions were predicted. Yu Hengyi was terrified at this moment. He didn't expect that someone could see him moving so fast. He was a 5th-level supernatural being. It was really careless to find his position so easily. Although Yu Hengyi's speed is not as fast as Shen Feng's, but his speed is not slow at all. After all, he is a genius of the Ability Management Bureau, and he is also the first group of people who became 5th-order abilities. Here, if he really used his speed, it was as fast as lightning, and ordinary people couldn't see his movements clearly. But now, Yu Hengyi was attacked as soon as he rushed out, which made him vigilant. It seems that the man in charge is not a simple person, otherwise, it would be impossible to predict his position so easily. Yu Hengyi barely dodged 2 bullets. In fact, he was able to dodge because the opponent's eyesight was temporarily unable to keep up with him in a hurry. If he was fighting in the daytime and his vision was good, the enemy could easily judge his position. Die? To me. Yu Hengyi was furious, and after rushing forward, he swung his mace continuously, hitting the backs of the 2 people who hadn't reacted yet, and these mercenaries were still looking at the front stupidly, probably thinking that their edge has overwhelmed the enemy. In fact, except for Mutong, no one realized that Yu Hengyi had unknowingly walked behind them. Yu Hengyi's movements were very sharp. He waved a weapon in his hand and hit the 2 mercenaries directly behind. Click and click. There was a sound of breaking on the back of the 2 mercenaries. The spine was broken. The screams resounded throughout the wilderness and echoed in the streets. Although the 2 people did not die on the spot, their nervous system was also affected after the spine was interrupted. At the same time as the severe pain, his lower body could no longer move, and he was paralyzed on the spot. Now, the last remaining 4 mercenaries also feel that it is not good. They thought it was an easy task, so they simply followed up, but now it seems that this task is not easy at all. It is full of dangers. Mutong, we don't want your final payment. We are leaving now. Now that I think about it, it is definitely not a wise move to fence such a powerful force in Yazhou. We have to give up. The leader of the mercenaries' big brother was yelling in fear. Obviously, at this time, the eldest brother has already regretted it. If he could choose, he would never choose this dangerous task again. After finishing speaking, the eldest brother called the 3 people around who could still move and left. The other 3 people were also really scared. In just a few minutes, half of the casualties on their side were killed. Continue to fight, let alone complete the task. The whole army on my side is about to be wiped out, and there are corresponding survival rules among mercenaries. We are just attacking backward now, which is not the slightest difficulty at all. Seeing that his helper was about to leave, Mutong quickly shouted, if you leave now, you will definitely be attacked. If you stay with me, we can still protect ourselves. The enemy is hiding in the dark, and the sneak attack method has been used all the time. Immediately after a blow, he hides in the darkness without stopping at all. However, when the enemy is in the dark and our side is in the light, it is the best choice to stand still, and retreat rashly can cause injury or death. It's a pity that Mutong's words can no longer dispel the fear of these people. It was agreed before that the final payment will be paid for completing the task, and the deposit is only 1/10 of the deposit. However, Seeing that the situation is not good, these people dare not stay any longer, or chose to retreat. It's not that the mercenaries have completely lost their ability to think. The reason why they did this is because they saw one thing clearly, that is, the reason why they were attacked on their side was because they captured the eldest son of Yaziao and the two young masters. Then, as long as I can leave, I will withdraw from this matter and leave everything to this mutong to solve. Wouldn't that be fine? When the two paralyzed men on the ground saw their companions moving away, they immediately began to cry and shouted, "Take us along, brother, aren't we sworn brothers? We don't want to be born in the same year, the same month, and the same day, but we want to die in the same year, the same month, and the same day. Brother, don't blame us, you really hit the iron plate, but don't worry, we will take care of your wives and children. Even if you die, you can rest in peace." The eldest brother fled with 3 intact brothers go out, shouting while running away. Chapter 573. Yu Hengyi hid in the dark, looked at the flatbed truck in place and Mutong holding a large caliber pistol, then looked at the 4 mercenaries who were constantly fleeing, hesitated for a moment, and chased after the mercenaries, thinking, Feng brother told me not to keep alive, and I can't let these 4 things slip away now. Thinking of this, Yu Hengyi immediately followed the 4 mercenaries and left, while Chang Haoji and Mutong were in the same place. Yu Hengyi guessed that the leader of them would definitely move quickly with Chang Haoji, and escaped in the street at night. The target is relatively big, and I can catch up quickly, so there's nothing to worry about. The 4 mercenaries ran away, completely ignoring the pleas of the 2 surviving companions. After promising to support their wives, they used the strength of the evolutionary to run wildly towards the distance, preparing to rush to the edge of the Yangtze River. Find the boat and go down the river. These 4 mercenaries are all foreigners. Although the scale of mercenaries in Yaziao is much larger than that in other places, it is not that there are no mercenaries in other places. In fact, many jobs in the Doomsday have disappeared. The number of people who deliver food is obviously the largest, but these 2 kinds of jobs disappear immediately in the Doomsday, so a large number of idle people are forced to become mercenaries for these 4 people. They can't care about anything now. If the task is not completed, the deposit they received will be recovered, and they will also be collected in the future, but these are not important now. Survival is the primary goal. However, it is impossible for Yu Hengyi to give these people a chance to escape. After quickly catching up with these 4 mercenaries, he instantly cast the 5 times the gravity field and boom, and the ground was full of smoke and dust. Those who were also suppressed firmly on the ground, "Forgive me, we didn't do it on purpose, we dare not do it again." Falling to the ground, the mercenary immediately begged for mercy in order to survive under the strong gravity. No one can stand except Yu Hengyi, and now he also came out from the darkness, saw a few guys who were begging for mercy, but said lightly, "Do you want to live? If it was before, I may still forgive you, but I am in a bad mood recently, and you have offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Now I can only send you to see the King of Hades." After finishing speaking, Yu Hengyi rushed up and quickly finished these 4 guys. With a Kanglong mace in his hand, it was very simple to move his hands. He could kill a person by raising and lowering his arms. After dealing with the mercenaries, Yu Hengyi prepared to look for Chang Haoji. This kid had his limbs broken, and it was obviously not that easy to escape by himself. Yu Hengyi returned to the place where he attacked the mercenaries before, but he saw 4 corpses on the ground. The 2 previous guys with broken spines were also killed. Their heads were in a twisted movement, apparently their necks were twisted. Just died, even. The companions were killed together. It seems that the leader is not simple. It seems that he is called Mutong. It should be a fake name. Yu Hengyi muttered, now there is only one enemy left, but it is the most difficult one. Had to be careful. The so-called akebia is a kind of medicinal material, and it is famous in Sichuan province. It is called Chuan akebia. Under normal circumstances, no one will use the name of the material to name the child. If it is called King Day and Lonisara, it is not bad. But Mutong is not loud enough. Boom. There was a sound in the darkness in the distance. It seemed to be the sound of knocking, and there were 2 ruts on the ground. Yu Hengyi quickly followed and approached the direction of the noise, only to find that on the main street, a flatbed truck was parked, and Chang Haoji on the truck was trying to knock on the steel plate of the truck body to make a sound. For Chang Haoji, any movement is a heartache, but right now, Chang Haoji can't care about anything. The moonlight shone down from the sky and shone on the street. Except for this flatbed truck, there was a lot of rubbish on the street. Yu Hangai couldn't see where the wooden barrel was. The situation is not good enough to escape. After observing for 2 minutes, Yu Hangai has not found any trace of the enemy. He turned around and found no hidden enemy. It seems that the enemy has indeed left here. It's not good. One ran away. It's not easy to explain to Brother Feng. Yu Hangai muttered, and then walked towards Chang Haoji on the street. Yu Hangai was also worried that his true face would be recognized, so he walked out wearing a mask, approached the car, and carefully observed the surroundings. When he reached the side of the car, Yu Hangai looked down, only to find that Chang Jianyi was shaking his head vigorously. Yu Hangai thought that Chang Haoji was afraid of himself now, so he whispered, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you, and I'll take you away now." However, for Yu Hangai's comfort, Chang Haoji shook his head even more. Yu Hangai pulled out the rag from his mouth, and Chang Haoji immediately shouted, "Run, invisibility!" After Chang Haoji yelled out such a message, Yu Hangai immediately felt a deep sense of crisis, and quickly prepared to dodge. However, at this moment, the gunshot behind Yu Hangai rang out, bang. Although he was reminded by Chang Haoji, Yu Hangai was able to dodge, but his speed was still too slow in front of an invisible enemy. The bullet penetrated from the back of Yu Hangai's waist, pierced through his ribs, and blood flowed out immediately. The invisible enemy saw that his sneak attack failed to kill Yu Hangai, so he continued to aim and shoot. Yu Hangai was in a panic. He didn't expect that the enemy didn't escape, but was still lying in ambush nearby, and was caught off guard by the bullet. The injury hurt the vitals, and the internal organs were not damaged, but the injury was real, and the pain continued to stimulate Yu Hangai's nerves. Faced with the enemy's continuous shooting, Yu Hangai ran away in embarrassment, and he didn't care about his style at the moment. Where there was a suitable place to hide, he would rush over, with blood flowing on the ground, like a red line made of blood. Finally, the gunshot stopped, and Yu Hangai had been counting silently. He heard 15 gunshots, counted the number of bullets, and the magazines had been emptied, and immediately started to act. Boom! Yu Hangai rushed to the side of the car on the street, and kicked the car into the air. After the car flew out, it was still driving on the ground for a certain distance. Chang Haoji didn't understand what was going on, and was bumped on the car. Twice. Excruciating pain. 5 times the gravity field. Yu Hangai became ruthless. The gravity field was displayed, and the surrounding 30 meters became a 5 times gravity area, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground also came from the corner of the street. "I found you." Yu Hangai knew when he heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. It must be that the invisible guy couldn't hold the gravity field and was pressed to the ground. Yu Hangai can't see the supernatural being who has learned the invisibility technique at all, but he doesn't need to find the enemy. He has his own fighting method, and he directly sends Chang Haoji out of the range of the gravity field to prevent him from being crushed to death. When the 5 times gravity field is suppressed, everyone in the nearby area will be enveloped by the gravity field. Yu Hangai looked in the direction of the sound, but couldn't see anything, which further showed that the enemy's invisibility technique was hard to detect. "I want to see how long you can hide," Yu Hangai muttered in a low voice, covering the wound on his waist while hiding nearby. Before he was sure about the opponent's condition, he would not attack rashly. After all, the enemy's hands and pistols. However, at this moment, a light appeared in the distance, and Qingshan came with the intelligence team. Qingshan first saw Chang Haoji on the car, rushed up to hug him, and asked, "My lord, how are you doing now?" At this time, Chang Haoji said hastily, "There are still people fighting on the street behind me, and one of them who is invisible is the enemy, and the other is ours, our people." Qingshan was immediately puzzled when he heard the news. He was the deputy director of the intelligence team after all, and he hadn't heard that there were other people in Yazhou who were also looking for him. "What's going on, you guys? Take the eldest son back to Yazhou for treatment immediately, and you must not leave any hidden wounds," Qingshan hurriedly said to his subordinates. "Can medicine, and now as long as the eldest son is protected and returned to Yazhou, it is considered to have completed the task." Afterwards, Qingshan immediately brought the rest of the people closer to the battlefield. As soon as he approached, his body immediately fell down uncontrollably, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. "Deputy team leader, how are you doing?" The group of people behind Qingshan was about to step forward to help them, but they didn't expect the deputy team leader to kneel down to the enemy so easily. "Hurry up and help me up." However, Just as the members of the intelligence team walked up to Qi Lingshan, they suddenly lay on the ground, unable to move their bodies, as if they were being pressed down by a huge boulder. Out of breath at this time, a masked person walked out from an alley in the street, and he said, "I don't need your help here, you take Chang Haoji away quickly, and leave this to me." Qi Lingshan saw that the other party was wearing a mask, and couldn't recognize who it was, but after thinking about it for a while, he immediately had a guess. "It seems that Yu Hangai is the only person in the world who can control gravity. I heard that Yu Hangai already dead, but now it seems that this is not the case. Brother, where are you from?" Qi Lingshan asked tentatively. Yu Hangai said lightly, "You don't need to know about this matter. You just need to know that I am here to help you. Don't say anything about this matter. In another day, you will naturally know my identity." Qi Lingshan was very smart. After getting Yu Hangai's reply, he immediately understood that the person in front of him was probably Yu Hangai. In this way, he is not dead. "Okay, I understand. I'll take people to retreat right away. By the way, I still have a medical kit here. Put it here, you can do it yourself." Qi Lingshan replied quickly. At this time, Yu Hangai also slightly narrowed the area of the gravity field, and Qi Lingshan stood up from the ground, and after the medical box was put down, he immediately turned around and left. Chang Haoji can't move casually, because his limbs have been broken, and he has been tortured for the past few days, and there is no time to recover from his injuries. The injuries on his body are serious, and if he moves casually, it is easy to cause secondary injuries. Therefore, the people in the intelligence team could only carefully push the car forward. Qi Lingshan also asked at this time, "My lord, do you know where the young master has been taken?" Hearing this question, Chang Haoji could only shake his head helplessly, and replied, "These people are despicable. They separated me from Xiaolong and Xiaohu, and I don't know where they were taken. Alice, it's all because of my carelessness. Was caught by the enemy." Qi Lingshan looked back at the quiet street in the distance. There was still an unfinished battle over there. He wondered if Yu Hangai could win, and at this moment he also guessed, since Yu Hangai may not be dead, then the city lord won't die, too. Although Yu Hangai probably knew the enemy's location, he didn't dare to approach it casually. After all, the opponent was also a supernatural being, and he could barely move even in the gravity field. He still had a pistol in his hand, so he had to deal with it carelessly. Yu Hangai maintained the gravitational field for an hour. If the mutated beast was here, it would have been crushed to death by the gravitational field long ago, and an unwilling voice finally came from the corner of the street. "Yu Hangai, I know it is you. You wait for me. I didn't kill you last time at sea. This time, don't even think about leaving." Hearing this answer, Yu Hangai immediately realized that the people who attacked him at sea were these guys. They finally showed up and asked directly. In other words, the people who besieged us at sea before were the Xianlong Bureau. Why are you doing this? Bang! The enemy didn't answer Yu Hangai's question, but fired a shot at himself. He was having difficulty breathing at this time. In order to avoid being tortured, he could only commit suicide at this time. Yu Hangai took a closer look, and saw that the man's face was ashen. He had passed away, and there seemed to be a look of unwillingness in his eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574. Shen Feng followed a motorcycle closely in the dark night, but found that a motorcycle quickly entered the mountain. The speed was very fast, but it drove for 3 hours and walked more than 100 kilometers. In a mountainous area, looking around, there are scorched black marks everywhere. Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and finally remembered, isn't this the place where the battle with the mutant beast caused the fire? At that time, Yu Hangai was almost burned to death, but fortunately he was rescued later, but more than half of his body was burned, so that his immunity was seriously weakened. How did you come here? Could it be that the two children were hidden here? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng couldn't figure it out at all. Even if he wanted to find a safe hiding place, he should find a place with supplies. It's not safe to hide in the mountains, and there are often mutant beasts in the mountains. Dangerous? Who to talk to? Thinking of this, Shen Feng followed and prepared to find out. However, at this moment, Shen Feng suddenly realized that the further he walked, The more familiar the surrounding roads became, and he must have been to this place before. Finally, after seeing the hill in the distance, Shen Feng finally remembered. On the top of the hill stood a man holding a gong and watching around. This man was still wearing a mask, and there was a big bucket beside him. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng immediately remembered the golden monkeys who used hypnotic pollen as a weapon. The golden monkeys also stood on the top of the mountain to report messages, and they could use pollen to fight back at critical moments, and the place where these golden monkeys live is a cave. It's hidden in the cave. I can't think of it. It must be a suggestion from our own people, otherwise how would outsiders know about this place? Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Not many people know about the hypnotic cypress forest, and many of them are forbidden to enter here. After all, juniper pollen can be directly used as a hypnotic agent. If the things here fall into the wrong hands, it will definitely cause harm. Therefore, there are not many people who know this place, and even fewer people know the location of the cave. Therefore, after seeing this incident, Shen Feng immediately guessed that there must be someone from Yazhou City Lord's mansion acting as a traitor. Otherwise, the things in the mountains in the south of Yazhou would not be easily known. After a big fire, the surrounding woods have been burned. Although a spring and summer have passed, the ground has grown a lot of plants, but most of them are shrubs and herbs, which can't hide the figure at all. Shen Feng wants to get closer. A small mountain is not an easy matter, unless the sentinel on the mountain does not have eyes. Shen Feng thought about it carefully, and immediately rushed to the direction of the juniper forest. He knew the secret passages. The caves extend in all directions, and one of the passages leads to the cave. I saw the juniper forest from a long distance. Under the moonlight, the forest was still foggy and I couldn't see anything clearly. Shen Feng opened the Wind King barrier and walked in directly. Relying on his memory, when we came to the foot of the mountain, we climbed up the mountainside and finally found another passage of the cave, but no one was guarding here. Most of them thought it was a dead end, so there was no precaution at all. Shen Feng went directly into it, groped forward slowly, and after walking for half an hour, finally came to the bottom of the cave. Observed the situation in the cave, but I found that the fire was burning in the cave, the smoke was lingering, and there were still a lot of dry firewood in the cave. The water dripped slowly from the top of the stalactites, making a tick sound, which sounded very rhythmic, and the cave was indeed very secretive. But there is also a problem, that is, the smoke cannot be discharged. There were a dozen or so people in the cave. One of them was a young man who was lighting a fire, sitting by the fire and meditating, while the rest of them hid aside and fell asleep, wrapped the quilts around their bodies, and immediately fell asleep, while the weapon but they are used as pillows on the back of their heads. Once a battle occurs, they will be able to react immediately. Shen Feng's eyes searched the hole, and finally saw a cradle in a corner. Two children were sleeping in the cradle. One of them was older, it was Du Xingxi's child, Xia Long, and the other child was slightly older. After being thin and petite, he is Shen Feng's own flesh and blood. His nickname is Xiaohu, probably after Xia Long's name, but he hasn't decided on his first name yet. Seeing the two children, Shen Feng finally felt relieved. Now that the child has finally been found, as long as the child is rescued, then he can let go without any scruples. However, at this moment, the light of a flashlight appeared in the passageway in the distance, and the woman who announced the message came out slowly, complaining as she walked. This place is really difficult to walk, and I often hit my head. Hearing this, the man by the fire turned his head and asked, "Isn't this the cave that Miss Yin personally recommended? Why are you still complaining? How are those two little brats? Are you okay?" The woman asked first. While talking, the woman took off her sunglasses and mask. By the way, the light in the cave was dim, and it was inconvenient to go in and out wearing sunglasses. Moreover, the air at the bottom of the cave was turbid, and it was inconvenient to breathe while wearing a mask. Also take it off. Shen Feng hid in the dark and watched carefully. When he saw the real face of this woman, it turned out to be Yin Li. This woman was one of Chang Jianyi's most trusted women. She and Zhang Xiaoqiang were the first to take refuge in Chang Jianyi. Jianyi didn't treat them badly either. She made them evolvers at the earliest time, and entrusted them to do any important things in normal times, but now, she turned traitor at this time. Shen Feng also thought about Yin Li's easygoing out of Yazhou City before, and now everything makes sense, and only a person of Yin Li's status will not care what she says, and the people below dare not care. Even if they go out of the city, the soldiers dare not interrogate them. Another traitor, how abominable. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and thought, what he hates the most is the traitor. Compared to the bullet in the front, it is often more difficult to avoid the knife from the back. At this moment, the man in the cave spoke up. These two boys are fine. They will sleep when they are full. There is no problem. Why did you come here at the risk of being exposed? Yin Li said calmly. Get ready to move the hiding place. You can't hide here any longer. Anyway, there is only more than a day left. Be safe after moving. Hearing this, the man couldn't help frowning and thinking about it, and said, if you move rashly, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. Besides, if you hide in the mountains, you can only live in caves. If you encounter mercenaries hunting in the mountains by chance, it will be a big deal. Not good. This is not my order. It was Su Lirang who asked me to come. When he said transfer, he must have his own considerations. You can choose not to obey, but this is a violation of Mr. Su's order. Yin Li said lightly. Said the man also thought about it, and could only helplessly say, okay, transfer it, and treat it as feeding mosquitoes in the mountains. Next, the man looked at the sleeping mercenaries around him. Some of them had already woken up, while more turned over and continued to sleep. Everyone is up, ready to move, hurry up. The man scolded. I said, Master Mu Xiang, can you stop being so harsh on us? During the day, we were sentry everywhere in the mountains. At night, we managed to sleep for a while. You are still making noise, which is immoral at all. A mercenary endured can't stop complaining naturally. This wood fragrance is also the name of the medicinal material, and this name is probably not the real name, but it is called so for the purpose of having a title. Mu Xiang sneered and said, don't talk nonsense. You took so much deposit from us before, and you said that you have to work hard, and you also said that you have to complete the task with all your heart, and now you are still complaining. Be careful, I won't give you follow-up remuneration. When faced with the unreasonable demands of Party A, what else can Party B do? At this time, there is no other way but to honestly meet the requirements of Party A. If you want a commission, you have to wait until the task is completed. Therefore, the mercenaries could only get up and muttered, this is for Brother Kong Fang's sake, otherwise, who would listen to other people's orders? The mercenaries then began to pack their things, and Yin Li looked at her watch. It was almost dawn, and she had to return to Yuzhou as soon as possible, so she was ready to leave. However, at this moment, a black shadow emerged from the darkness, and between lightning and flint, a pitch-black long sword pierced Yin Li's chest from behind. He picked up the two children. There are enemies, be careful. Mu Xiang was the first to react. She didn't expect an enemy to appear at this time. It seemed that her position was indeed exposed. The mercenaries also picked up their weapons in a hurry, and almost all of them started shooting with their rifles. The bullets flew out, aiming at the black shadow in the corner and kept firing. However, at this time Shen Feng has already deployed the Wind King barrier, blocking many bullets around him, and then cast the Wind of Fury, and the wind blades flew out one after another. Blood was flying everywhere, and some mercenaries were wearing bulletproof vests, which had 5mm steel plates inside, and could withstand rifle bullets for a while. Thousands of wind blades flew vertically and horizontally in the cave, completely defenseless, blocking the wind blades in front, and then the wind blades on the side shot over. A dozen mercenaries were shot into receive by the wind blades. The mercenaries couldn't block Shen Feng's wind blade, but Mu Xiang could still cast supernatural powers. He waved his arm instantly and summoned a stone wall to wrap himself. The wind blade hit the stone wall. There was a jingling sound, and the gravel flew continuously, and there was no injury for a while. This guy is tricky. It would be much easier to let Xiaoyu deal with him. His whole body is covered with stones, and my wind blade can't pose a threat. Shen Feng saw the scene before him, and immediately felt that it was tricky. The opponent hid behind the stone wall. The wind blade can't threaten the safety of the other party. Just like a bastard, if you shrink your head, you don't care about anything. Mu Xiang was also stunned by the changes in front of him. He thought that he was just completing an ordinary task, and it would be enough to hide in the mountains with his two children for a while, but now he realized that, at some point, the surroundings had changed. It's dangerous facing a powerful supernatural being. Mu Xiang could only hide in the stone wall to avoid being hit by an invisible attack. Shen Feng waited for a while, but did not find the guy in the stone wall. This guy used stones to form a hemispherical protective cover on his body, and stayed inside like this. Damn it, if only there were explosives. I'll kill you first. Yu Hangyi couldn't help muttering as he saw a turtle with a shrunken head in front of him. Since ancient times, the attackers have had nothing to do with those who can't defend themselves, because as long as the opponent stays in place and has enough food, it is difficult to break through. It was not until the appearance of explosives that the difficulty of attacking the city was changed. Why is the Shen Heavenly Kingdom Nanjing was able to occupy Nanjing? Because of its advanced blasting technology. Many soldiers of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom were absent from work, and the technology of using explosives was very mature. They dug tunnels under the city wall in the middle of the night, filled coffins with explosives, and detonated them instantly. The city wall can be blown down. A Will Eternal Chapter 575. Facing a tortoise-like enemy, Shen Feng didn't have a good solution. He didn't have explosives in his hands, and he wasn't a professional blaster, so he couldn't break open the guy's tortoise shell in a short time. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Think about it carefully. How can you break through the defense line of this impenetrable enemy? Shen Feng forced himself to calm down, and he couldn't be impulsive. Only when he calmed down can he really think of a solution use. Shen Feng began to recall how the ancient people attacked the city. Perhaps he could find a solution from these cases. Fire attack? No, the heat insulation effect of the stone is very good. At worst, the enemy thickened the stone wall. I am just wasting time in vain. Water attack is not enough. There is not enough water here, especially now that the stone wall is firmly buckled on the ground, and the water source is also difficult to enter. Since the water source cannot enter it, the effect of water attack can't play it either. Just when Shen Feng was frowning, he saw a plastic bucket on the ground not far away, and there were a lot of light yellow powder in the bucket. If you look carefully, you can see that these powders are definitely hypnotic pollen. Pollen can be easily brought up from the back hole. Just a rope in a bucket. Monkeys can do it. With it, I don't believe that you don't breathe. I'll wait here for a while. Next, you will taste the power of the hypnotic pollen. Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng hugged the two sleeping children and waited in the chamber, while Yin Li was still struggling to crawl through the passage in the distance. She was pierced through by Shen Feng's sword, but she was not dead, but instead the desire to survive broke out, and he even thought about escaping. Traitor, still want to live? Go ahead and dream. Shen Feng sneered, and he shot a wind blade, piercing Yin Li, who was crawling. This time, it was the heart that was pierced. In this way, Yin Li also stopped thinking about living. Shen Feng walked to Yin Li's side, pulled out a meteorite longsword from her back, wiped off the blood casually, and put it back into the scabbard. Mu Xiang waited for a long time in the dark, confined space. At the beginning, she could still hear the sound of clanging from the outside, probably because the stone wall was under attack. However, after the attack stopped, the cave became calm. There was no feeling of vibration at all, which made Mu Xiang feel deeply uneasy. Not knowing what the outside world had become, Mu Xiang didn't want to sit still, and his ability was also very powerful in terms of attack. Immediately after using the ability, spikes grew on the ground outside. The spikes were 50 centimeters long. If stabbed, both legs would be pierced on the spot. After waiting for a while, half an hour passed, and Mu Xiang put her ears on the stone wall, but she still couldn't hear anything. Instead, at this time, Mu Xiang became a little dizzy. After thinking about it carefully, she immediately understood. I am now hypoxic, so I feel dizzy. So Mu Xiang hurriedly opened the stone wall, ready to breathe fresh air, but it was only a gap, and he was very worried about encountering a sudden attack, so if he opened a gap, he could not only breathe fresh air, but also observe the outside situation. A hole slowly opened on the stone wall. Mu Xiang carefully observed the situation in the cave, but found that there was still a fire burning in the cave, and there was no one alive in it. The man in black who appeared before disappeared. Even the two babies disappeared without a trace. Seeing this situation, Mu Xiang finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's safe. Mu Xiang is very fortunate that the enemy seems to be just trying to snatch the child away, not intending to entangle her here to the end, so she has saved her life. However, at this moment, Mu Xiang suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in his nose. After discovering this strange fragrance, Mu Xiang couldn't help but started to sneeze. Mu Xiang guessed that she must have been in this cave for a long time, so she was choked by the smoke in the cave. However, suddenly at this time, Mu Xiang suddenly found that the outside space had become a bit dim, and when he was wondering, A large piece of light yellow pollen had already drilled in along the gap. Mu Xiong was caught off guard and inhaled the hypnotic pollen immediately. Mu Xiong fell into deep sleep at this moment. Shen Feng jumped down from the top. Just now, he tied Xiaolong to his back, held Xiaohu in his arms, grabbed the stalactites on the top of the cave with one hand, and hung from above, waiting until the other party couldn't bear it. When you open the stone wall, you immediately blow the pollen in the barrel, so that the wood fragrance will be hypnotized by the pollen next. Shen Feng continued to use the wind blades. One after another wind blades formed, and began to shoot towards the gaps in the stone wall. 2,000 wind blades continued to dig gaps, and finally dug a fist-sized hole in the stone wall, and then, the sharp wind blade directly flew in, and in a deep sleep, Mu Xiong died unexpectedly after finishing off the enemy. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then hugged the baby in his arms, and called out in a low voice, "Son, wake up, I'm your father." Shen Feng is looking forward to seeing him when the child wakes up, but no matter how Shen Feng calls, Xiaohu is still deeply asleep. Shen Feng feels something is wrong. No matter how deep an ordinary child sleeps, it can't be so deep, right? Shen Feng also took Xiaolong off his back and started to call Xiaolong, but found that Xiaolong, who was almost 2 years old, was still asleep. Although he was breathing evenly, he just didn't wake up. Shen Feng touched Xiaohu's forehead, only to find that Xiaohu's forehead was very hot. It was obvious that he had a fever, which frightened Shen Feng. If a child has a fever, it is easy to make the child stupid. The reason is also very simple. The various states of the baby are in the development stage, and the nervous system is the same. Once the body temperature is too high, it will kill the nerve cells that look at it, thus causing the child to become stupid. How did this happen? You suddenly had a fever. Shen Feng panicked, and now he must treat his son immediately, otherwise, if he accidentally caused an accident to his son, it would be too late to regret. Shen Feng suddenly remembered, wasn't there a sentry guy on the hill before? Now the child state, maybe this guy knows a thing or two, so Shen Feng immediately rushed towards the passage on the other side. In just a dozen seconds, Shen Feng rushed out of the cave and found the guard on the mountain. Guy, but found that he was taking a nap at this time. Looking at the sky, Shen Feng found that there was already a light in the distance. Shen Feng drew his sword directly, and cut off the right arm of the sentry with one sword. Crack! His right arm fell to the ground, and the sentry guy woke up from his sleep. Under the stimulation of severe pain, all his drowsiness had disappeared. Who are you? Why are you here? The watchman began to question Shen Feng while rolling on the ground. Shen Feng was wearing a mask, so the other party couldn't recognize him at all. If he took off the mask, many people would know him. I'll give you a chance not to die. If you answer well, you can survive. Why are these two children sleeping all the time? Shen Feng asked directly and coldly. This person had just had his arm cut off, and he was terrified in his heart, and saw that there were two children on the other person's body, which meant that he had come out from the depths of the cave, so he became even more frightened, and quickly replied, I don't know. Please let me go, I have an 80-year-old mother. Shen Feng was too lazy to listen to this guy's nonsense, so he slashed down with his sword, precisely chopping off this guy's ear. One ear rolled all over the floor, begging, heroic man, spare your life, heroic man, spare your life, I will say anything. Shen Feng asked, you just need to answer the conditions of these two children. If you answer well, I won't kill you. At this time, one ear also stammered, actually, these two children are too noisy. To calm them down, we fed them a little pollen. When Shen Feng heard this, he immediately became furious. Unexpectedly, these guys are so cruel, even feeding the pollen that can anesthetize the supernatural to the baby. No wonder the two children have been sleeping, even crying no. It's all the good deeds of these bastards. Hero, you said you wouldn't kill me. You can't break your word. After telling the truth, one ear continued to beg for mercy. He just wanted to live. As for the deposit he received before, he no longer needed it up. Shen Feng sneered and said, that's right, I said I won't kill you, but I didn't say I won't punish you. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng swept across with his sword, and immediately cut off the guy's legs from his knees, and the blood spurted out unstoppably. The blood on his right arm was already flowing non-stop, and he could still cover it with his left hand. Reduce the loss of blood, but at this time, both legs have been cut off, and the speed of blood loss is even faster. All he could see was blood gushing, The ground was constantly being stained red. Shen Feng turned and left without any regrets. He knew that even if he didn't care about killing the villain in front of him, he was doomed not to be able to survive. He would eventually die due to excessive blood loss. Now, Shen Feng learned why the two children were still sleeping, but he was very angry. Originally, children were not allowed to take medicine casually, and pollen is a strong anesthetic. If this has an irreversible impact on the children, it will be really bad. Today, these two children must be treated, especially Xiaohu. Shen Feng casts Follow the Wind and starts flying towards the distance. When he encounters woods, he walks through the woods, and when he encounters a current, he walks on the water. There is no terrain that can stop Shen Feng's progress, and Shen Feng will come soon. Arrived outside the city of Yuzhou, but now, Yuzhou City is observing the movements of every baby. If they cannot reveal their identities, they will be closely watched. It is inconvenient for Shen Feng to enter the city at this time, so he had to ask in the block outside the city, "Is there any baby around here?" "No, doctor." I asked several people in a row, but they all said they didn't know. Most of the people living outside the city of Yuzhou are mercenaries and their families. It is a consensus that mercenaries cannot live in the city because they have weapons. The life outside the city is naturally worse than that in the city, and education and medical care are not very good. It is obviously not so easy to find a good doctor outside the city at this time. Shen Feng saw a little girl holding a lot of books walking in front of her. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, but the books she held in her hands were all long-winded, red and black, and how steel was tempered. There's even Das Kapital. It is hard to imagine that this is a book read by a little girl. "Little sister, uncle wants to ask you something. Is there a doctor around here? It's best to be a doctor who can treat children." Shen Feng knelt down and asked. Yu Hailing originally went out to buy books for Big Brother, but her life at home has improved a lot recently, and she no longer has to search for books. Originally, Big Brother personally took care of buying books, but recently Big Brother, her health is not good, she can only do it for her, but at this time she was stopped for questioning without thinking about it. She said directly, "I know, there is a doctor who just moved in next to my house. It's a woman. I heard that she came from the east. She seems to be hiding from someone. Little sister, take me to the doctor. I have food stamps here, and I'll pay you for it." Shen Feng said quickly, "As long as he can find a doctor." City Yu Hailing looked at the green food stamp in Shen Feng's hand, and she was immediately moved, but she didn't forget the Big Brother's advice, "Don't take anything from a stranger, no matter what it is." Then he said quickly, "I don't need your reward, I am happy to help others, and I shouldn't ask for anything in return." After finishing speaking, the little girl took Shen Feng and walked towards the distance. Shen Feng carried Xiao along on his back, hugged Xiaohu, and followed the little girl towards her home. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.